Hola, hola, hola. What is happening? What is happening? Hi, everybody.
You.
Are we ready for tonight? Is everybody muted? Is everybody hot? No saint? David, Lily,
I'm live and
Haran.
kicking. Yep.
All right. That's always a good thing. That's always a good thing. Welcome, 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 everyone. So tonight is the night that everyone's been waiting for. All right, guys. So here we are, atheists versus the religious or faithful, depending on how you want to spin it. Welcome to the Atheist versus Religion episode of On the Block with Jen. I am YouTubing your hopefully favorite devil's advocate, Jen. No pun tonight. All the pun. All right, guys. So big pun. Rest in peace, big pun. All right, guys. So don't you love it? Don't you love it when we're on time? Everything runs so smoothly. Oh my God. Okay. No, Sheldon, that is incorrect. Sheldon Sherwood says, I swear Jen picked this topic just to piss off the Jesus freaks. No, this is literally my most requested topic. People wanted me.
Wow.
Yes. So I'm giving the people what they want. A lot of people have been asking me to do this. Here it is. Okay. I've spoken about my atheism before, but apparently people want me to reiterate and solidify and double down. And I'm here to do that today. Look, I'm rolling the sleeves up and everything. Okay. Beautiful, beautiful panel. Good to see you. I know what No Saint is doing over there. No Saint, you good?
I'm good.
He's praying.
All right now. Okay, now. So we are expecting some guests. Let's see if they pull up because there was a lot of heat. Like, I'm pulling up. I got to be a part of this. All right, then pull on up and be a part of this. Let's see who comes through today. And by the way, not just them, okay, not just the scheduled guests, but anybody who wants to jump on the panel tonight is more than welcome, long as you show your face. We don't argue with avatars on the block, okay? I don't care what your religion is, what your belief is, or your non-belief is. Please come on up to rebut, contradict, tell us we crazy, long as you can handle it, okay? Because a lot of people, they come up on the panel and then they go cry in the car and say, we attacked them over here. We don't do that. I don't allow people to get attacked here, but a couple times it's happened in the past where people go, they put up a good front, then they go cry in the car. Then it's like, what the fuck did we do? Right? I was like, what the fuck did we do? Everything was cool. You were cool.
Right.
But not anymore.
Right. You were cool. And then they're writing dissertations on their social media or in my comments and they're crying in the car. No, you have to listen. This is the block. This is literally the block. So if you're going to come up, say it with your face and mean it. Stand by it. We don't have to agree, right?
Yeah.
You don't always have to agree. Shit. I was gonna beat Haran up in the DMs earlier.
Oh.
You know what I mean? This is
like I said, if they could only see what happens behind the scenes.
You know what I'm saying? This is real. This is rich. This proof. This is real family. You know what I mean? Lily got to come in and spray us like cats with the water.
Right. I like literally play referee because I
Lily literally has to come with the water goods.
But this is my referee outfit, just in case. So yes, it's got a little glitter.
It's elevated. Okay. It's elevated, subtle, understated,
Right, just a little bit.
Just in case you need a referee.
Okay, guys, so I did drop the link. I see Christopher Higdon, okay, our child support expert in the chat. He's also, in my opinion, one of the best debaters about religion I saw. One time he cut this dude down on my account. I was like, I need you for my atheist panel. So hopefully he'll come up. Christopher, are you coming up? Are you coming up, sir? Please come hither. I'm going to drop the link again, and then I'll pin it to the top. Come on up, say it with your face. Now, here's what I'm hoping. I'm hoping that we get a lot of opposing sides because we have a lot of atheists on the panel. We're expecting more atheists. I would like more religious people to come up, more agnostic people. I know Haran is agnostic, but I would like more people to come up. People said that they were coming. We shall see. Because, 80% of the people don't show up. They talk good and then they get screwed, right?
This is the best time to come up.
Right? I'm going to put my horns on. Depends how bad it gets. My horns will come out. Let's see. They're right there so I can reach. So let's see what happens. All right, guys. So let's get into this. I think we have a lot to cover, so I'm not even going to do the fluff today. I'll do some fluff tomorrow. So let's get right into this while people are lurking and watching, because what a lot of people do sometimes too is that they watch and it's like double Dutch and it's like, okay, I could come in right here. So let's give the people what they're asking for. Please introduce yourselves. Let people know where they can find you if you want, and then we'll take it from there.
I'm Lily from YB Limited. That's the letter Y, the letter B, the word limited, like it's spelled here on the screen. And you can find me here on YouTube as well as Instagram, Facebook, and TikTok.
I'm Haran DeMarco, the man who sends your woman home with a full tank of gas. Something else.
That's sweet.
Yeah.
So sweet.
He's a giver.
Yeah.
You can check me
Haran's
out.
A giver.
I'm under Dangerous DeMarco, and you look me up under Haran DeMarco on Spotify or Apple Music.
No saying.
Okay, you want me to go? We're going to figure out an order here. But anyway,
Fight for it, damn it.
Yeah, No Saint. Find me on Instagram, No Saint 2. And on YouTube, it's just No Saint.
Okay.
And I am David, aka Mr. David Hand. I'm more of an Instagram kind of guy. You can find me over there. Make sure you spell out the Mr. or you won't find me. I'm that guy who at 50 became a runway model and have walked in New York Fashion Week for the last 7 years. Crossing fingers for 7.5. So
There you go.
Here to be cranky and very Gen X.
We appreciate it.
You're welcome.
We love it. We love it. No Saint, you really should consider changing your name to Saint No Saint.
Yes.
I'm telling you, it is so bomb. Like for the branding, like what David said, that was David's idea, by the way. He called you Saint No Saint. I think that would be fucking hilarious. And it's more memorable than No Saint 2. Change your name on Instagram.
Oh, you talk about the Instagram? Can I do that? I don't
Yes, you can. Yeah.
You can change the display name, right? Or what?
Yeah, you can.
Yeah,
you can. You can. People can find you over there because Lord knows.
I
mean,
I have to see about that. I have to see about that. I was looking into today. I was trying to look into like a design.
Oh, we're getting fancy. No, you really do need like a No Saint, like play on that whole thing because
I've got an idea. I've got a really good idea, but I can't. I went through Chat GPT.
Of course you did.
But I've got an idea of what I want to do, but Chat GPT isn't working with. Are these little places? They're not really working the way I want it to work. So I don't know.
No Saint, we'll talk. I got a little experience in that business, so
Sweet.
Just
all right.
Let's connect offline.
Yeah, this is the group of people that you want to ask about marketing and branding right here.
All right.
Awesome.
Yeah, I didn't mean to hog that credential.
No, you can hog it because I charge, David. So by all means, honey, do what you got to do.
I was just doing an atheist solid. I mean, come on.
Right? There you go. It's funny because No Saint is the fucking saint of the block. So it's crazy because it's a No Saint, which is the brand. The branding is wonderful. The branding is wonderful. It's like, we beat people up and then No Saint comes in. Would you like to say your last rites? We need him. We need him. I'm like, I'm the person that keeps shooting and the cylinder keeps spinning. And I'm like, it's like, it's over, Jen. It's over. It's over. No, get off me. I'm that guy. I'm that guy. So
at this point, you're shooting their soul, okay?
Yes. So it's good. It's good.
Right.
It's good. No Saint is here. Yeah. All right, guys, let's get this party started. Let's see who pops up. I'm literally, I had like 4 or 5 people saying, I'm pulling up. This is my topic. So we shall see. Okay. Hopefully they'll get up here before we close this evening.
All right.
So let's talk about, since we were going to talk about origin stories. And I think the vitriol is usually directed at the atheists. I think we should talk about how we got here because it's a big deal.
Mm-hmm.
It's a big deal. More so, I think, in our communities, Black and brown communities. It's like, you know what I mean? It's like I literally watch people's faces change after I say I'm an atheist. Like literally, you see it they have no poker face. It's like, oh my God. And then what they hear when I say I'm an atheist, I don't know why, it's synonymous. Oh, you worship the devil.
Right.
Or why do you hate God?
Right. So it's funny because it's like, do you know that it's like, they go hand in hand. So if I don't believe in God, I'm not going to believe in his opponent, right? It's kind of dumb.
It's like believing in a one-sided seesaw,
Right. It's like,
doesn't work.
no,
Can't
they got to go together. They kind of like two peas in a pod, yin yang. You know what I mean? They go together. I can't like leave one out and then believe in the other one. But that's one of the stereotypes or whatever. And I use the term atheist loosely, but I know Americans love them a label. So that's what, just to cut conversation short, I'm like, look, I'm an atheist. That's what it is. Okay. And then I get tons and tons of questions. Oh, look at George. Yes, religion. How are you, George?
I am good, darlings. You beautiful little darlings. You hell-bound sinners.
Oh, George's coming out the gate, letting us know we are heathens.
Right.
What's up, Sheldon? How are you?
Yeah,
Yes.
doing well.
How are you?
Peace. I'm good. Hanging in there.
All right.
Good. Awesome.
Neely, what's happening? What's going on?
I'm good.
All right. All right, DeMarco, you've easily become my favorite panelist on the show. Salute.
Yeah.
No doubt.
Listen, there's somebody for everybody up here. That's why I love the
Well,
vlog.
I love all y'all, to be honest with you. I love all y'all, to be honest with you. Well, I had to tune in for this one. I was like, I got to pull up on this one.
Okay. So let's get it started. Let's start with the atheists, since we're the contention, Let's start with the atheists. How did we get here? So we have 3 atheists on the panel: myself, David, and No Saint. I'd love to start with Mr. David Hand. I really would. How? First of all, let's ask this: were you ever religious? If so, what religion? And what made you change?
I was not really ever. I was performatively religious.
Performatively.
I've talked about this before. I skim.
Watch your mics, okay? Let people talk one at a time.
Yeah, I don't fit in like anywhere. Like, for example, I'm queer, but I'm not into gay culture like at all. So it's just one of those kind of misfit things. So, almost to fit in. I wasn't raised in religion. I was baptized, and then they forgot where the church was. My dad was an atheist. The 4 siblings before me were raised in religion, but they got a case of the fuckets all of a sudden. They were like, you know what, we're not going to do this anymore. When I came around, right after they shaved the horns off.
Someone has a TV on. I'm sorry, David. Someone has a TV on. You have to understand, I like to get clips of this, and if there's a lot of background noise, you kill my clips. There's a TV on that's really loud. Okay, thank you. Go ahead, dude.
So dad was an atheist. Mom was a phone-in Methodist. So, I grew up with kids who went to church. I went to church and temple with them. So I had a little bit of exposure, but it never made sense to me. I just couldn't wrap my head around what everyone was doing in those rooms. Mm-hmm. And then as I got older, I wound up in a relationship with a woman who was a Buddhist, the same Nichiren Buddhism that Tina practiced, the Nam-myoho Renge Kyo stuff. Mm-hmm. And, I did that for a while, like when my son was very small, but that's not, there are no gods in that religion. And that's why I thought maybe this is a practice for me. But where I landed was, in this practice, I sit before a scroll written in a language I don't understand, chanting words in a language I don't speak or understand for 20 minutes or an hour. Mm-hmm. I could sit in front of a bottle of Tide and read recite Martha Stewart Living or something, and I'd still get the same thing out of it. And that's not a diss to the practice. It's just about focus. If you take 20 minutes or you can afford an hour of your day of solitude and focus, it's gonna make you feel better. So that's where I landed on, like none of it flies with me. Neither organized religion, not even spirituality. The closest I come to any of it is like there's a store right across the street, this little shitty bodega. Mm-hmm. Every time I walk in the door, I am overcome with feelings of dread. I am the fastest fucking shopper in that store. That's like the only weird, kind of spiritual thing that I can think of that happens to me is I do get creeped out in places. I get skeeved out, and I will have to turn around and leave or shop very quickly.
That is interesting. Very similar to my story. Guys, watch your mics. Put yourself on mute, please, for me, until you speak. That'll be better. That way we can, cut down on the background noise. Thank you so much. Put yourself on mute till then. No Saint, you are the other atheist on the panel.
Hello.
Hi. Were you ever religious? And if so, which religion, and what made you change?
So yeah, kind of for the people who haven't seen the shows before where I spoke about how I was brought up. Grew up in a church called the Worldwide Church of God. It was a non-racist version of the Hebrew Israelites, kinda, because we everybody was welcome. But yeah, we did all the Jewish holidays. We did believe in Jesus as well. We thought we were the one true church. We thought that the tribes of Israel, instead of being out of the United States and South America, it was out of Europe. The queen sat on the direct throne from King David. And so when you're brought up in a religion like that and you think that you have the truth, and one day everybody else will find out that what the truth is, but you feel like you're kind of special. And that's how I grew up for probably 18, 19 years of my life, maybe 20. Eventually, that church went mainstream. They actually turned it around and are more of like they're still around today. But this church was it was a cult. It was a cult at the time, and now it's more mainstream. So some people say, well, that's why he's an atheist. Well, not really. Even when I was still going to that church, I started reading and started seeing and started investigating religion and science and things of this nature. I started seeing where the Bible were plagiarized, borrowed, whatever you want to call, stories from the past. I started seeing the hypocrisy in some of the stories. But it didn't mean I didn't believe at the time. Even though I was looking at that, I said, okay, well, maybe I'm spiritual. It was really a gradual, because when you believe that one day you're going to, be kings and gods one day, it's kind of hard to want to let that go. And and not only that, if you don't believe, then you're going to die forever, because they didn't believe in the religion I went to, the church. They didn't believe in like you're going to burn in hell forever, but they just believed that it was going to be a one-time death and you were done, right? And it was worse if you knew the truth, because the people who didn't know the truth would get a chance. If you knew the truth and you rejected it, you weren't going to get another chance. So when you're brainwashed like that, it's really hard to let that kind of stuff go. So I was searching. And then eventually I started letting that go. So I went to some, I forgot, the Unitarian church for a little while, where, they believe in all paths lead to God. If you're Buddhist, if you're, Christian, if you're Jewish, it's all paths lead to, to one God. And I did that a little while. But I think that was kind of me getting deprogrammed out of the cult, and also trying to prepare myself to what eventually I felt I was going, which is going to be a non-belief, agnostic kind of, I don't know. It was a very step-oriented thing. And the hardest part that I went through was having to tell my mother that I was doing this, and this is later on. So
you had to come out. You had to come out to your mom.
kind of come out. And the thing was, like, it took me to admit to myself, because the hardest thing is like, God, am I an atheist? And you have to come out to yourself, because it's like, and eventually I was able to say it. And once I was able to say it, then it was hard. Then I had to sit there and say, oh God, because I'd go, my mom was still going to she was going to an evangelical church with my sister. And I was like, it was the hardest. And when I told her, it was like a weight off my shoulders, because I kind of carried a little resentment. I don't know if it was resentment, but I think I was feeling like I couldn't be myself. It was almost a little resentment, like, okay, they all believe, and the fact that they moved on from the church that I grew up in, right? And they were able to go evangelical and like pick up, okay, we don't believe this, which is so different from evangelical. You don't celebrate Christmas. I grew up not celebrating Christmas. I was always, you know, a little bit different at school. I didn't eat pork. I'm in Louisiana. I wasn't eating seafood, shellfish. I mean, all these things like, and then, so this church collapses and then they move on to something else. And I couldn't. I'm like, wait up. I'm like, I believed in all this. And suddenly it's not true. And it made me investigate. Like, okay, if this isn't true, I'm not jumping into this other one over here. You know, I was like, I want to, let me see what else is out there. So it was like a gradual thing. But eventually, when I did finally tell my mother or come up to my mother about it, and she was so cool about it. And I thought I was going to hurt her. And that was the biggest thing. I thought it was. It's like the
Go on, no, say we're with you.
It's like the Oscars. I'm getting played out of here.
Wrap it up.
We got it. We got it.
So anyway, yeah. Let me. So once that happened, and I got, you know, and I was able to speak with her about it. It was a weight off my shoulders, and I kind of haven't looked back since. And but what I'm really, well, we'll get into this later. Anyway, that's kind of my story of how it happened.
Okay, I love how. So again, we touched lightly on this before, but I love how much, you know, we admit that we do stuff because of other people, right? Like you were afraid to come out to your mother. It's like it just shows we do so much in our lives because of other people, be it parents, romantic partners, cousins, friends, siblings, coworkers. It's like, oh, I don't know, how am I going to look to people? And we hear that story over and over. So I'll do my story really quickly. It's very similar to Mr. David Hand's. You know, my family is half Catholic, half Christian. And I say light because we didn't grow up in the church. I went to church for funerals and weddings and baptisms. They weren't devout, although you would, hey, oh my God, you know what I mean? You'd get all that going on. And I felt like a misfit. I was like, why am I here? I couldn't relate to it doesn't matter what church I went to, whether the Catholic or the Christian. I couldn't relate to the people around me. I used to kind of just like sit there and have tunnel vision. Like, why am I here? I don't have any of these ailments or the stuff that people are talking about and praying for. And I'm like, I can't relate to these ailments. So I compare it to being in an emergency room and not being sick. That would be weird, right? Here I am in an emergency room. That one has a broken arm. That one is coughing. That one has a cold. And I'm just sitting there like healthy as hell. And I'm taking up this seat. And I'm just like, why am I here? Right? Eventually I got up and I got out of the emergency room. But I did the searching, you know, so I was Pentecostal for a little while and a Christian and Catholic. I studied with Jehovah's Witness for a couple of years, even dabbled in Scientology, which is probably the best one of all, and I'll explain why later. But, so I did a little bit of everything, and everywhere I sat with these different congregations, I still felt like, why am I here? What am I doing? These people are somewhere else mentally. I can't relate. I don't feel like I need it. I also have a lot of determinism. I believe very black and white, 1 + 1 = 2, work for it, get it, don't work, don't get it. That's how I am. And also humans are born, they live, and then they die. I'm very black and white. That is how it is. Also what helped me was my dad. My dad is very black and white, and this is what it is. So a little bit of that, and just me feeling out of place. What I don't do is I don't come out to anybody. My parents don't even know. My family doesn't know. It's not a conversation I get into. They're not going to understand it. So the less they know, the better. And I don't feel like I'm very much against explaining what I do, unless it's hurting you. Then you should call me to task and ask me, why am I doing X, Y, and Z? But I'm really, really adamant about, if what I'm doing is not hurting you, I don't have to explain. So that's how I got that. That was my short version of my journey to atheism, and I have the way, and this may be insulting to some religious people, but my brain was made to compute things, right? It's like a computer, right? It's not made for whimsy. It's not made for imagination. It's not made for, it's just my brain does not compute it. If I can't compute it in my brain, it does not stick. If you tell me I have to get on my knees and pray to something I've never seen, heard, tasted, have any evidence of, my brain will not, like, my brain doesn't function when you want me to imagine something in that way. I cannot do it. Now, have I imagined some lovers being Jason Momoa? Perhaps. But, when it comes to religion and you want me to, like, no, he's out there, Jen. I'm like, no, I got to see it. I got to taste it. I got to touch it. I have to have evidence of it. So I'm sorry, I can't do it. So my brain is just like, no, my brain computes. My brain is healthy. And yeah, I'm just not stuck in whimsy. So I'll pass the mic there. I want to know who on the panel. Spro Show is coming up as well. Then it's going to be a party. We had Glenn, but we lost him. I'm sure he got busy. He'll be back. Glenn is also religious, and he's very well versed. I think it was his major in college, so he's going to have a lot to say. I want to know who on the panel is religious before we get into agnostic and spiritual, because I guess the religious folks are going to be the opposing factor to the atheists, where the spiritual agnostic are going to be a lot friendlier. So
yeah, I understand what you mean. Having known you for a while, I understand what you mean by religious, because religious is like you and I could talk and I could tell you your atheism is a religion. You just don't know it yet. But
okay.
Anyway, but yeah, I get what you're saying. Yeah, I would be one. Yeah.
Okay. So what religion do you practice? And why are you that? And why do you choose that religion and that God over the 4,000 religions? Because, there's religions worldwide. Why that one? Why that one? Is it like, because I equate it to like sports. Like, I want this jersey. I like this team. So why your team? Why your team?
Yeah. Before I get started on that, let me just make a couple of things. Is that how I feel about this? And I'm glad we're talking about it this way, is that I truly believe that if you've had religion crammed down your throat, no saints experience, no saint. My cousins were not in a cult, but it was the same kind of thing. They went to a very conservative Baptist church. The women wore the skirts down to their ankles, that kind of stuff. And anyway, when they turned 18, guess what they did? They partied and they went 180 degrees the other way and never looked back. But anyway, because we got a lot of people here, I'll get on into it. I would say my encounter with God, Jen, started with me when I was 8 years old. And and at that point, and I'm going to try to keep it not churchy language so that everybody here who doesn't have a background, also from different parts of the country, that you all can you can get what I'm saying. But
take us to church, George. Take us to church.
Well, I got saved, as they say, and I met Christ there. And what was interesting about that is that was a real experience for me, Jen. I can tell you the day, even though I was 8 years old, I can tell you that for my little 8-year-old mind, from that point forward, I never saw the world the same. And that I had other people talk about a growing consciousness or an awareness of what is happening around me in terms of the spiritual world and all that, and where my role was in it, that kind of thing. And so fast forward into my teens, parents divorced, all these other things, some things I've told you about my life had happened by that point. I thought I wanted to be a preacher. I did. And I went and got the books to study the Bible. I had the Greek and the Hebrew, and I would read things. And then the first part that started my deconstruction, if you will, of my faith, me questioning things, is when there's a story about Jesus with changing water into wine. Y'all are probably have heard that one way or another. Okay.
Yep.
All right. So in the church I went to, they said that water was not alcoholic. It was grape juice. But that word in the Greek for wine is called oinos. And I looked it up I looked it up what it meant. And it said alcoholic wine, fermented wine. It's what it was. And I'm like, I'm being fucking lied to here. I'm being lied to, purposely lied to. And I said, at that point, you know, I was like 16. So this starts this process. And then I get into college, and Jen, I started taking philosophy classes and world religions. And honestly, those 2 courses were probably the best things I ever had, because I was exposed to these different religions. And I was in philosophy, I was actually challenged in my beliefs. That's where, about what I believed in. And I got to tell you, some of the things I believed, I'm like, I had to throw it away. And that's why I tell y'all today that if your faith is going to be worth a damn, you got to take it through the fire, through the crucible, if you will. And you got to, whatever is burned off, you discard, whatever stays you keep. And then what's lying around, and I think Lily said this in some one way or another, you basically said you take whatever the better stuff that you see in that and you graft it on to the tree. You, in other words, like a new belief about whatever it is what I think you were. I don't want to put words in your mouth, Lily, but you were talking about something like that one night.
Okay. Can you, George, I find it interesting. You said at 8 years old, you knew you had met Jesus, basically. Can you tell us what that was like?
Well, it was an awareness when they go through a process and they start this, at least in the church I'm in. You know, we were in children's church and they had like a little puppet show, right? And so they do this and we get to the end of it and they said, well, hey, you know, anybody who wants to go to heaven, all this and be with Jesus and this and that, come up front. And I was like, standing around. I'm like, I really do. And so I go in, they present the gospel to me. And basically what they said is that, you know, have you told a lie? You know, all things for like a child. Have you told a lie? Have you stolen something? Have you done this? Have you done that? And they said, well, that's a sin against God, you know, and you need to be forgiven for that. Jesus came and died for that. And he rose again on the 3rd day. And as a little child, and I've questioned this at times, like how valid was that experience at that point in time? Because you're young, right? And I said, I keep coming back to it. No, it was very real. It was very real. And so that's when I went through, I prayed and asked him to save me and all that stuff. And you would think that like my family was all, yay. Nope. They were indifferent. It was like, yeah, good son. Okay. That was it.
Would you,
what's that? Go ahead.
Okay. So at that age, right? That's the age where we all pretty much, I think I'll speak for myself. We all pretty much believe in Jesus and God and Christmas and
Santa Claus and all that.
Santa Claus and all of that. So what about, and obviously, but I'll ask dumb questions tonight. You don't believe in Santa Claus anymore, right?
That's correct. Yeah.
Okay. So what made Jesus stick? Because both ideas, right, are men, so to speak, that you've never seen, never heard, never spoken to, kind of like supposedly came down and do things for you. Why did Jesus stick, but Santa Claus didn't stick?
You know, that's a really good question. And the only thing I can come to and tell you is that for the more rational people like yourself, Jen, you're going to be, this is not going to be a satisfactory answer, but I'll tell you,
it's your answer.
Is that the experiences I had with him, there were things that happened in my life that I'm like, there is no freaking way this should have happened this way. How these people, the coincidences, things that, you know, by this time in my life, I had gotten older and I was starting to understand things. Not everything is God judging you for this and because you're good and this happened, God let this happen over here, you know, that kind of thing. But it was just this conversation that I had with him that still continues to this day. And what I've learned through this, getting to know him all these years later, is that there's a lot of grace and freedom in him. And so I in that process, like I told y'all one time that my dad was a racist and all that. And I had these little ideas put
Yep.
it in my head. I told another thing, demarcation is I knew that I could not say that I was a Christian and I loved my brother and say black people were inferior to me. I couldn't do it. That's a lie. And anybody out there who claims to be a Christian and you hold those views and you're listening to me, I'm telling you right now, that's a lie and you need to repent. That's if you're going to call yourself, I will put it this way. If you're going to call yourself a Christian, you cannot put yourself above anybody else in terms of like thinking you're better. If anything, you're the weak, broken, you know. But that's
okay. Let me
like
ask you another. Let me ask you
a long way around on that, but
it's okay. It's okay. We're here. We got time. E-Black, I know you're religious. Sheldon, are you religious?
I'd say they're more spiritual than religious. I mean, I grew up.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so George, I do before I pass the mic to E-Black, because I want to speak to everyone who's religious first. George, I hear a lot religious people say, "There's no way God doesn't exist because He came through for me at such and such and such a time." So, how do you rationalize when bad things happen to you, whether it's crime or a death or something you really, really wanted? And how do you rationalize that? Is that like God taking a day off? How do you rationalize that?
That is a legit. That is 100% legit, Jen. I know it's legit, but it's a fair question. And how I look at this as I've studied the scripture is that, and this is the hardest pill to swallow. God is omniscient and He does what He does on His time frame for His reasons. And it's kind of like the law of gravity. He's going to do because He is righteous and He is good. And I'm telling you, I can see y'all right now going, I understand. I completely get it. Is that the only thing that makes sense to me and why I still follow is that He does what He does in His righteousness. And because if He's God, He's automatically good, right? It's like everything He decides to do is good. And His ways and His knowledge is so far above us that we can't comprehend all the different machinations that's happening in and around the world. But that how I look at it is like I still, when those bad things that happened to me, I told you about, Jen, I recall throwing the Bible across my room and telling him, what a motherfucker he was and this and that and the other. And then why did you let this happen to me? Why were you, And so it was kind of like a Book of Job moment for me. But Jen, that's the clearest answer I can give you.
Okay.
That he's got His plan and He's doing what He's doing. And there's just some things that we're not going to know or understand until we're on the other side.
So you think on the other side, you'll get an explanation?
Maybe. And maybe, yeah.
Okay. E-Black, I know you are a Christian, sir.
Yeah.
Was that always your religion?
Yes, it's always been my religion. Being an African American and from the deep South, my great grandfather actually built a church that's still alive to this day. My family has a tomb yard that's dedicated to us. We go back to the 1860s. So in terms of the religious part of us, we've always been. Now, what's kind of funny is that, my great grandfather started an African Methodist Episcopal church, AME. I'm Baptist. Excuse me. Sorry.
God bless you.
I'm at the tail end of a storm, so if I'm randomly sneezing and sniffing, it ain't the Coke. It's not that good, okay? But
Sheldon, you want to calm down while you eat and come back up? I could put you backstage. I can't hear you, darling. You're on mute.
Yeah, that can work. I'm sorry. I just
Okay, no worries, honey. You gotta eat. You gotta eat. I'll keep you backstage. Just give me a thumbs up.
So like I said, I come from a long line of Christians.
So
Funny,
generational. Okay.
Generational things. It started off probably AME, Methodist, and then as from my understanding, my grandmother moved to the West Coast, and then she, of course, indoctrinated with Baptist. So I more or less do Baptist, but then even the church that I'm a part of now is non-denominational. So
okay. All righty. So you believe in Jesus. Jesus is the way. Have you been saved as well?
yes, saved, baptized since I was 13.
Okay, what does that mean that you're saved, by the way?
Being that I'm saved is that I'm okay. A lot, and when you go through different periods of your life, but the way that I understand it as of now is that I'm saved because I understand that Jesus is the way to the kingdom. My savior or my salvation is through baptismal, meaning that I am entering into it. Now, people a lot of times don't understand that you can be a creation of God. We are all creations of God. But to enter the kingdom of God and to be a child of God is to recognize his children, which is Christ. So
okay.
And I don't try to get into that too much, but I understand it in terms of my religion. That's what it calls for.
Okay, so when you say we are all a creation of God, what about when an atheist tells you I ain't a creation of your God? I don't even know your God. He doesn't say. What's your response?
That's fine with you. You will find, I will always say, it's all about. I'm not a Bible thumper, so
Okay.
it's hey, Jen, whomever may say their opinion. Hey, I pray that you will find your way in terms of the way it is, because I may be wrong too, but at the same time, I cannot trust your way over my way. So
okay, that's cool. Because usually the retort is, well, he believes in you.
Oh God!
But I hear that a lot. Well, Jesus believes in you. You don't have to believe in you.
I mean, we all do have our own plans. We have our own.
Right.
We all, we can talk about free will and whether it's predestination. We could talk about theoretical things in terms of religion, but at the same time, me personally, I would say to a person, good luck to you, and maybe 5 years from now, 5 months from now, you'll turn around. I've seen it on YouTube. I've seen a girl actually contradict me on my Christian beliefs, and then now she's a Christian channel.
Wow.
So it is what it is.
Interesting. I listen, the tough questions are coming. I'm just trying to get us to settle in. Hopefully we can get settled in quicker because we're almost at the first hour. Lily, Haran, can you tell us a little bit about your spiritual beliefs or non-beliefs or religious beliefs or non-beliefs? What say you?
All right. So I am technically a pastor's kid. So that should be very interesting. But so I come from a religious background, but it never made sense to me. And then because I couldn't understand how I got into this game, right? And what made our game the right game. And then especially when I heard what the consequences were for not, going along with the game, I was like, whoa, these are some heavy consequences. So, and then I met the kid next door who was Jewish, and he got more toys than me because they were celebrating 8 days in a row. That shit messed me up. So I wanted to be Jewish, and then my mother said we couldn't be Jewish, and then I was even more confused. So, so I went through all of that. But the whole time in the back of my mind, I was like, this shit doesn't make sense. It doesn't add up because it's all of these people in the world, and I'm told, and they believe so many different things, right? And I'm told that if you don't believe what we believe in this house, then you're going to hell, and they're going to hell because they don't believe what we believe in our house. And then I remember looking at going to school, and I read a National Geographic, and they said that they discovered a new tribe in the Amazon, and it fucked me up because I was like, well, hold up. And they said they've been there like thousands, tens of thousands of years. I say, so they've been going to hell for tens of thousands of years because they've been stuck in the middle of the Amazon? So like things like, it's just so many things that just didn't make sense to me. So I was like, what kind of God are we serving here? This is a mean son of a bitch, right? So, but then, you know, I was that person, these questions are questions that I asked as a 4, 5, 6, 7, 8-year-old till I was beaten to submission because I was making the adults very uncomfortable because they couldn't answer my questions. And so what I started to do was just play along and go along, but I didn't believe any of it. Right. And then, you know, I got on drugs because I was trying to live 2 lives, and that was my relief. Drugs was my God. Right. And then I got off drugs, and then now I'm stuck. I'm like, okay, I remember why I started doing the drugs in the first place. Boom. Long story short, I ended up starting to do some research about some other things, but then it ended up to debunk everything that I was brought up with, right? And so where that has led me at today is I'm pretty much the type of person that I don't believe it unless I can experience it, right? I look at things that I have studied all of the world's major religions, and I match it up with scientific stuff that has been, you know, proven and all of that stuff. I try different things out. If it works, it works. If it doesn't, it doesn't. I found the right formula for me. There's no name to it. It is what it is. So that's just pretty much me. I just go with the flow.
Okay, Haran, what say you? I know you are agnostic by definition, right? Or by label?
Yes, I am agnostic. I will start by saying also that I am very much the child of a Bible thumper. I mean, a real hardcore fucking Bible thumper. And so my views in terms of theism and religion, it's really based from a purely scientific perspective. You know, I attended Catholic school. I've been to the Kingdom Hall. I was raised Pentecostal. Mostly my involvement in religion, in organized religion, is more so community based, and you know, pretty much didn't have a choice but to get dragged to church and sit down and pay attention, absorb what was fed to me. You know, but as I grew older and I approached my teen years, and as I, you know, continued my own scientific studies in school and so on, I really began to question just the probability of all of this shit even actually being possible. You know, I will say this, just to be clear, in terms of what agnosticism is. You know, agnostics, essentially it's this viewpoint of philosophy, if you will, that the existence or non-existence of a deity, you know, it can't ultimately be proven, particularly also based on the empirical evidence that we have right now. However, I will say this, based on the evidence that we have right now, based on the ideas that we have now, the probability of a deity, I lean more so towards atheism. And that's another thing about agnostics. There are agnostics who lean towards religion. There's some who lean towards, you know, atheism. And those who lean towards religion, they kind of figure like, fuck it, who knows, but I'll stay here, you know what I mean, the religious side of things just in case, you know, and it is what it is. But my, again, to the science of it all, just to mention certain things, the universe is constantly expanding. We have to understand that. You know, scientific laws are constantly being debunked. New hypotheses are coming forward and so on and so forth. And this is all always happening because we're getting new information. We're getting new data. We're getting new bits. But to sit here and say that, yeah, there's something out there, or no, there's absolutely nothing out there, then it just kind of leans to me in terms of like, we have to be 100% certain. And right now we're not 100% certain. Now, if you believe that there's nothing out there, then fine. Now, to say all that, you know, at the end of it all, I understand why people, you know, lean towards religion. I understand why people lean towards that side of the community. The human condition very much, particularly when man became self-aware, the big questions as to where we came from, how we got here, those have basically, you can basically say have followed us since forever. And where you land on where we came from and how we got here, people judge you very much upon that. So self-awareness. And when man came to the point where this is this, and where did this come from? A lot of things stem from that. But I will say this one thing. One of the main reasons why I do not believe that the God that is being often referred to in the Bible and so on and so forth isn't real is because he was created and interpreted through the lens and the ideas of mankind. Man has a very limited understanding.
Let's move on because I'm still introducing people, Haran. I'm still introducing. We at the hour. We at the hour.
Look, I was working with you, man.
But all I said was, why do you believe what you believe in? Okay.
Sorry.
Okay, look. So I want to introduce Black Atheist Rants, who has a very controversial point of view. So glad to see you here. Spro Show, now it's a party. Glenn is coming back, who's very well versed in the Bible. That was actually his major. So when he comes back, it'll be on and popping. He said he's coming back. Really quickly, guys, if you can be concise, Black Atheist Rants, how did you become an atheist? And Spro right after, I don't know what you believe. You're going to let us know, and then you'll tell us why. But I do want Black Atheist Rants to introduce himself and tell us why you're so adamant about your point of view. I have seen your social media, sir. I was clutching my rope chain. I was like, oh my God. Am I an atheist?
Okay. Can y'all hear me?
Clear.
It was clear? Ooh, wee, that's what I like. All right. Okay, so it's been a minute. Okay. So how did we get here? So, like most people, I was indoctrinated church every day of the week. Vacation Bible study, Wednesday Bible study. My grandmother cooked. My grandfather, he was in the back working the keyboard. We did it. The whole family was engaged. You know what I'm saying? So there was nothing but religion. That's all we knew. That's what I grew up on. That's what I come from. So even as a religious person, I've always wanted to know shit. I don't like not knowing. When people ask me questions, I'm like, if I ain't got the answer, let me go find it right quick. That's always been me, even when I was a Christian. You know what I'm saying? But I'm one of those people. If what I got don't make sense, we drop it at the door. We don't hold on to it. Come on now, let me cook. We drop it at the door. We don't hold it. So I got, let me fast forward, Christian all the way up until my second semester of college. I took a philosophy course and a religious studies course at the same time, y'all. At the same time. So listen, I would go to class in the morning and we reading every scripture, every page. And then in the afternoon, I'm reading about Friedrich Nietzsche. He like, God is dead. So this is in the same day. I was doing this like Monday, Wednesday, Friday in the same span. So it was a conflict because I'm like, wait a minute now. They talking bad about my God. That's Lord Savior, Jesus Christ, Father figure, big hey. I was kind of like, you didn't sit right. So I took this shit and I started going on YouTube is the devil. If you believe in God, YouTube is that is not your friend. Man, I started Googling and researching. And listen, the video might be 5 minutes, but I'm gonna spend an hour reading every comment. You feel me? So I'm looking up stuff. I'm on YouTube, man. These people going back and forth in the comments, and the people who don't believe were making more sense. Because again, if it don't make sense, what we do, we drop it at the door. Hello. You hear me knocking? Let me in. We drop it at the door. So, man, I'm like, no, this don't make sense. This don't line up. I want to be on the side I want to be with the folks. When I open my mouth, everybody like, you know what, that brother got a point. The religious people was like, well, you gonna learn one day. I'm like, wait a minute. They like, you gotta have faith. What? That's your comeback. This man just posted a fucking essay of why what you're talking about is crap, and all you got to say is you gonna see after. So I was like, nah. So immediately, listen, there was no deconstruction. There was no questioning. There was no, I wonder if it's true. I dropped it as soon as the video was over and I started reading, it was over with. Mm-hmm. And that's where we started. And it snowballed. I started talking about it every day. I started reading about it every day. I couldn't get it out of my head. I done started fucking YouTube. Listen to me. I done started I was a security guard. I started my YouTube channel 30-minute break. You get a 30-minute break where I used to work at. Man, 30 minutes. I done recorded a 15-minute video and still had time to eat my. Y'all ain't hearing me. I had my cup noodle. Listen, I'm warming the cup noodles up. 5 minutes on that. I go outside for 20. That's 25. I got 5 minutes to walk back. So I done my whole break. I'm recording videos every day. I'm like, man, this shit picking up. Motherfuckers starting to subscribe. They listening. They watching. Keep doing what you're doing. Hold up now. Feel like Martin Luther King a little bit. I got a dream. They following. So I shit, I let it keep going. And
there are other people out there like me. Yeah.
Shit. Well, I'm like, what? Because again, now I was indoctrinated. And when you indoctrinated, they don't expose you to the contradiction to the other side. It's no. Quit asking all them questions now. I got you right here. Look, just close your eyes, cover your ears, and just breathe. Don't even worry about it. You don't need listen. These people are answering questions. They're not even asking. They don't give a fuck how we got here. They automatically off the rip are saying Jesus Christ and God. Sorry, what are you talking about? And what are you basing this off of? Oh well, I had an experience, and listen. I'm gonna be quiet for a minute. Don't let me work. Don't let me. Okay.
We're gonna go there because I got a good question.
Man,
after we get everybody set.
Makes you think you're right?
Mine.
Wait a minute, George. Spro, what do you believe in, if anything, and why? If you could wrap that up in 30 seconds. Go.
Okay, just that question, because at first I thought it was like, hey, what do you think about everything you heard so far? And it's like,
no. Just let us know what you believe so we know what your stance is before we get into the debate.
Why do you need to know what first of all, Jen, what do you think? What do you think I think?
I have no idea.
If you if Vegas called and they were like, Jen, put money
I would say he's an atheist.
About what you really believe. Say it.
I would say he's an atheist. Am I right?
I'm a theist.
He's a theist. Okay, why are you a theist? Were you ever religious? Did your mama cram the Bible down your throat?
My mother did not cram the Bible down my throat. However, I did grow up. My mother identifies as being a Christian. So did my father. And honestly, it wasn't until my adult life where I really realized that I did not really pay much attention to any of it. Didn't care. And I would even go as far to say I did not believe. And as far as like my belief now, I don't want to say I'm struggling with it or I'm still on the fence with it. However, I would say that there are a few things considering what certain claims are that would contradict certain things. However, I would be lying if I said that I did not believe without a shadow of a doubt that there was a God, as it were. I think when we're talking about and I'll wrap it up here because I want to get onto the discussion because trust me, many things will be revealed about me that y'all did not know. You feel me? But as far as like atheists versus religion, atheists are under the impression, and tell me if I'm wrong as far as the definition, that there is no God. And then theists believe that there is a God. Now, get this. Both sides or whatever does not necessarily mean that either is right or wrong, because okay, if you're an atheist, it's like the whole point, honestly, that's a little easier because it's like, is there a God or isn't there? If you're a theist, you have to then prove, okay, is there a God? How can you prove that there's a God? And then if so, which God? And a lot of people have a lot of problems and trouble answering that. Personally, I think that it's pretty clear. It's kind of obvious. However, I think based off of many things, human nature and other factors, which we will, I'm sure, get into. Jen, you know, it's going to be a 3-hour night.
Yeah, so and Lily already established that a long time ago.
Let's continue. And many more things about my opinions will be revealed. But let's go on.
Okay, I do have a question. Now that we're all here, we've all met. Let's move on. Por Dios. Okay. So here's my question to the religious people on the panel, right? And you probably heard this question a million times before. I'm always flabbergasted by the answers because it's never really an answer. It's a roundabout, right? How do you rationalize? I keep hearing how wonderful God is, and God is good all the time. And look, I know there's a God because there was that time my leg got blown off and the doctors put it back together. So I know there's God. You know, it's always that perspective of something good happened to you, right? The reason why I don't like the idea of being blessed and favored to me, it's a very obnoxious stance. It tells me that you think you're more worthy than a 5-year-old who got mutilated by her stepfather. And then people say, no, that's not what it means. But that's exactly what it means. Let's do 1 + 1 = 2. If you were telling me that you were blessed and favored because you had good things happen in your life, then you have to understand that that means that that child, 5 years old, that was mutilated by the stepfather, you're saying that you're more favored by your deity than that 5-year-old and you're more worthy. If I am wrong, then I want the religious people on the panel to rationalize. Explain to me why you're more worthy, because you all say the same thing, okay? Well, I know there's a God because there's things that happen in my life and it had to be a God. So what happened to that 5-year-old that got mutilated by a stepfather? Why was that 5-year-old not worthy of the blessing and the favor that you got? Explain that question. And if you want me to clarify the question, I can. There's going to be a lot of people popping off at the chat. I dropped the link. If you want to come up and say it, please come on up, or y'all can pop off at each other in there. Because I know a lot of people gonna be like, that's not true. Come on up. So answer that question. Why are you more blessed and favored by your deity than a 5-year-old who at the same time you got that promotion was mutilated by a stepfather, buried in a ditch, buried alive? We hear these stories all the time. Why are you more blessed and favored by your deity? Can anybody answer that? Go ahead, George.
Yeah, I'll make mine quick. I do not believe that I'm more worthy or anything like that. What you're talking about is that prosperity theology that's out there in a lot of evangelical churches right now, and I absolutely despise it. I despise it. You realize how many poor people are in, have given their money to these ministries and stuff like that, thinking they're going to be blessed by God. Nothing happens. The only person who gets blessed is that preacher that takes their money. Okay. But for me, Jen, it's, I've had to wrestle. Your question is really the question of the problem of evil. And in one sense, Jen, I'm going to say,
oh my God,
you're really taking a Christian point of view. You being an atheist, you're kind of grifting off of Christians a little bit, saying, hey, why does evil occur when really, from your point of view, Jen, you should say, I don't really care that that kid got mutilated because they are just some insignificant pieces of stardust, as Carl Sagan told us, in the universe. You atheists have no argument, no moral argument, none, zero. You have no moral argument.
Okay, so let me rebut real quick. The problem, and first of all, this is why I needed people from other religions up here, because Christians, I'm sorry, you guys are very arrogant. You think you're the opposing team of the atheists. Yet there are 4,000 religions. Wait, let me finish, George. We can let each other speak. Christians, for some reason, think that they're the head honchos of religion, right? That's why I needed other people from other religions up here. When I say atheist, the Christians are like, how dare you go against us? No, I'm going against our religion. Another mistake that religious people make is that they think morality is synonymous with Christianity. You can have morals without religion. I can have compassion without religion. I can love without religion. I can hate without religion, right? But George, if you're thinking that morality is synonymous with Christianity, then you'll never understand an atheist. An atheist does not mean we worship the devil. An atheist does not mean that we think children who die are insignificant. That is not how we think. So that's the first mistake you're making. So I am not grifting. I am very much an atheist. However, atheists have compassion. Atheists love. Atheists care. I do a lot more, charity work than a lot of people that are prayed up. So you cannot make the mistake of thinking that Christianity is synonymous with morals, and the only people that could possibly have morals are religious people. Because
what do you anchor your morality, your worldview on then?
It's innate.
Really?
It has always been innate. As when we are children and we see another child in pain, we automatically want the crying to stop. It is innate.
So
it is innate, and that's before
born with a conscience.
Absolutely. And that's before, of course we are. And that's before adults happen to us, because I think adults happen to children.
Yes.
Adults happen to children.
where does that idea of right and wrong come from then? You know, because you know this, a kid can come out of the womb, they already know how to lie, they already know how to steal, they all know how to cheat.
A baby knows how to steal.
Exclude your children. Okay, so I'm not talking about anybody's kid.
No, I'm not personalizing it to my children, but I'm like, you think an infant knows how to lie and steal? On that note, I don't want to hog this up.
Yeah,
I'll throw it to another atheist. No Saint or Black Atheist Rants. Who wants to answer George?
What was his question was, where does our morality come from, or some shit like that?
Where do you anchor it in? What do you anchor it on? Like, you'll ask me, where does my morality, and I'm going to say the Bible, and then you're going to attack the Bible and talk about 3,000-year-old goat herders who don't know anything and this and that and the other and blah, blah, blah. You know, I've heard all that before. But how do you know that when I asked you, how do you know you're right? How do you know?
Well,
and I'm getting into philosophy, not the hard science stuff. Okay. I'm not here to talk about whether we evolved or whether we were created. I'm not going there. I'm saying,
Zenazir, you're a fool.
How do you know that you're right?
So the beautiful thing about being an atheist is you can't put all of us in a box, and you literally the struggle is you have to go around the room and ask every last one of them individually what they got going on up here, because there is no set standard or set of belief that all atheists have to follow. The only thing we all got in fucking common is we're not convinced that a God exists. We lack belief in it. Some of us say there is no God. Some of us don't want to do with it. They just use the label because we have one thing in common. We're not Christian. We're not religious. So we just use the label atheist. So when it comes, you do have to ask me, and then you got to ask her and him and everybody.
I did. I asked you,
what
are you anchoring for you, Black atheist? How do
you can just call me Bar. You can just call everybody. Everybody call me Bar. Black Atheist Rants. They just be like, I know, because
Bar. You know, really, this is a legit. There's no. Where do you anchor your morals on? What's right and wrong? How do you get there?
Okay, so me personally,
for you personally, yeah,
right. Okay, this is where I'm at with this morality thing. So this may be subjective, or if you want to say it's objective, subjective. All I know is humans in general, we have a common goal. We want to be, we want, like, you know, peace. We want to be able to live together in harmony, the well-being and shit. Like what she was saying about when the baby's crying and shit, everybody feel that. So I would say, like, the common goal that all of us are trying to reach together would be, like, you know, the well-being, you know. And it's like, how do we get to that? You know what I'm saying? When it comes to morality and why should I care if this person gets shot or that person get, you know, sexually abused or whatever, it's kind of like, it's just subjective to us. That is what we as humans have collectively came up with and said, this shit is wrong. You know, the majority of us would agree that sexually assaulting kids is wrong. So when you ask, where do I get my morality from? I'm like, shit, the group, us as a whole, we like we inside of us, I guess, is innate or whatever however you want to put it, but we have come together and we like, no, that's wrong. We don't like that. We don't like that. When all of us can agree, if you take your bare hand and you sit that motherfucker on the stove and cut it, and that fire hit, we all gonna be like, nobody wants that to happen to them. So we can agree that, okay, let's all agree that we don't want to do that. We don't want nothing to do with that. That's kind of how our morality works. That hurts all of us. If that happens to either one of us, we're all that's painful, regardless of who you are. Ain't no superheroes in real life. This shit hurts. You know what I'm saying?
I'm with you so far. Everything you said, I'm with you.
Right. So to make it simple, when it comes to our morality, I'm under the impression that all of us collectively know that shit hurts. You don't have to, you know what I'm saying? We don't have to have it written down. Oh, you know what I'm saying? All atheists should say this is bad, that is bad. Man, we know. How do you know? Because
okay, well, I'm gonna go ahead and throw out the Adolf Hitler, the Jews, and all that kind of stuff out there, where their society basically decided collectively, morally, that certain kinds of people didn't need to live anymore. And these were
But so do Christians. So do Christians.
No. You can't move the goalpost, Jen. I'm
not
saying
moving the goalpost. Christians think that gay people are an abomination. I didn't move it. Your Jesus moved it.
I didn't move it. I need to say one thing. The goalpost is not moved.
I don't want to monopolize. Y'all go ahead.
One second. The goalpost is not moved. This is historical. Now, remember when I said that people often judge you on two things: who you fuck and what you believe in? And the panel kicks off with a question on morality, on asking where the moral compass is of people who don't believe in God. Look, listen, let's not go there, okay? Because if we really want to talk about certain things, let's talk about the bloody insanity and venomness of
them crusades, man.
In the name of Jesus Christ.
The ethnic cleansings. That's
Rwanda. May I?
In the name of God. In the name of God.
May I add some words?
All in the name of God.
You won't hear me justify it.
Jen, you gotta spread this out. You gotta spread this out.
Okay, let's pass the mic. Let me pass the mic. I will say this. There has never, ever in the history of time, anybody correct me if I'm wrong before I pass the mic to E-Black, there's never been mass murder in the name of atheism. I digress. E-Black, you were saying.
This is true.
Okay, first of all, when we talk about whether, you die because you have no money or this person dies, in fact, the Bible talks about how hard it is to get into heaven because of your richness. Jesus talks about how if it's harder for a person to get into the kingdom of heaven because you're rich. So that's not, it's not all. See, a lot of times our interpretations can see that, because I bumped my leg because as a Christian, why is that happening? Or should I believe? It's not about that. It's about salvation. Now, everybody has their own interpretations of salvation, and everybody has been taught a different variation of it. But essentially, salvation in the way I was taught was individually. So my salvation is based on the actions that I do.
Pause.
No. Time out. No, you guys, you gotta let somebody talk.
No, it's not that. You went off. At least me personally, I'm lost. You started with the quote
I'm lost too. Honestly,
you started with the quote from the Bible. I believe the New Testament.
I didn't start with a quote. I started with a summarization.
Yeah, it was okay. It wasn't an exact quote, but it was a summarization. You said it's hard for a rich man to enter the kingdom of heaven, and then you went on into salvation. I thought you were going somewhere with that. I'm not gonna be lying. I'm not gonna lie. When you first used that quote, I was like, oh, he's gonna interpret this wrong. Because everyone does, especially Christians, whatever.
Okay, so I didn't do that.
Yeah, but what does that have to do with salvation? Why did you bring up that reference? Like, why is it? It's hard for a man.
No, we were talking about why people have hardships and how do we justify those things. Okay, and I was interpreting. Like I said, it's not about whether you're going
from scripture out of context. Well, and maybe you didn't. Okay. You need to explain.
Well, at least how about this? Before we get into that, can I at least say my rest of my statement?
Fair.
Okay. So, like I said, for the religion does not excuse hardships. It does not say that you're not going to go through hard things, or if you're rich, you're going to have salvation, which means an automatic key to heaven. So I'll end it right there quickly because I can see you guys are kind of harped up on certain things. But like I said, it's not whether you're molested as a young person or whether you've been handed the keys to heaven because you're Bill Gates' son. Your salvation is uniquely to you and your experience, which was why I talked about free will and also predestination earlier.
I'm still confused. My question was, I'm still totally confused. My question was, this was my question. Mm-hmm. Why do you, I think religion in general, not just Christianity, for fuck's sake, you guys are not the only religious people on the planet. There are 4,000 religions. There are 4,000 religions. I'm talking about religion as a whole. Every religious person thinks their God is looking out for them. Y'all are not the only ones with a God that's looking out for you. You all wear different jerseys. Every single God thinks he's looking out for me. That was God. All of you think that. So can we just remove Christianity for a minute? Put Christmas in your back pocket.
Okay.
And let's talk about religion as a whole. My question was, why does your God look out for you, even in your same group? If we talk about Christianity, there's a family somewhere that is Christian. A 5-year-old gets mutilated by the stepfather and thrown in a ditch. My question was very simple. Why are you more blessed and favored, or why is your God looking out for you more on the same day you got that promotion and praised God for it? How do you rationalize that on that same day you got that promotion, another Christian family was burying a 5-year-old that was raped, mutilated, dismembered, and thrown in a ditch? How do you rationalize that you were looked out for on said day? That was my question. It's very
And
simple.
I understand your
It's a
question.
no, it's a very
No, hold on. Let me answer it real quickly. I understand your question, but your question is whether not why is one person getting treated a certain way because of their belief, and why do people praise God based on whether they get wealth or not? And all I'm saying is that the religion that See, no, you're okay. So then you're asking a leading question, because like I said, what I'm interpreting what you're saying is that why does your God get to bless you while other people don't get blessed?
But you're thinking about financial and monetary. She's just saying in general, period.
Okay, but I didn't say financially or not.
You do. You keep going back there.
You keep going back to wealth and the eye of the needle, and you can't get into heaven because of money.
Okay.
The loaded assumption that we're starting with is that y'all are telling us that y'all God is omniscient, omnipresent.
I've never said that. I've never said no such thing. I've said is that it's about salvation.
Why?
Christians believe that
salvation from what?
There's a sense of heaven and hell. Every group
salvation
of people.
Salvation from hell.
There's a sense of heaven and hell.
Okay.
There's either you want to go to heaven or you want to go to hell.
What is heaven and hell?
Okay, that's not the question that we're answering right now.
First off, the question I asked wasn't the question that Jen asked, but
okay,
let's just concentrate on him answering Jen's question first.
Yeah, I would like, and before we do that, let me take a quick super chat break. I do want to, because people are saying stuff in the chat, and I do want to acknowledge it. This is going to be a super chat night, honey, because there's a lot of people talking. There's a lot of people talking in the chat, and I can't pull everything up.
Hit the super chat if y'all want y'all comments up, because I'm telling y'all right now.
Because it's too many comments, and they're good, but I'm going to pick the ones that are lit up, green or yellow or red, preferably. Kobe Joe, thank you for the super chat. Kobe says, you can't get order out of chaos. So the Big Bang Theory is a lie. Let there be light. God did. Second super chat before anybody speaks.
No, whoever said that, Kobe, you're absolutely incorrect.
The Big Bang.
Weird, bro.
The concept of a paradox. I'm not going to even get into it.
Let's leave creation and evolution out.
Please. No.
Can I read the super chat? Can I read the super chat? Like, I know I said that in English. I know I did. Thank you for the second super chat. Don Levon Hobbyist says, George, the same God that the slave masters prayed to is the same God the slaves prayed to for their freedom. So who was praying to the right God, and who taught the slave masters their morality? That's another version of the question I'm asking. If the slave and the slave master was praying to the same God, which one of you was crazy? It's a simple question.
It's a fixed and circular system. You know, it's really brilliantly designed. So that's all I have to say there. And just to speak to the morality question again,
all right.
Atheists do good innately without being offered the magic cookie at the end.
Thank you.
You know what I mean? We're doing it for here and now, and I've said this a billion times. All we ever have is this moment and each other. That's it.
Thank you.
There's nothing else. Why live for another place? Why let people suffer around you while you worship a God who has it made in paradise for eternity? Am I going to give him my money and my attention, or am I going to help the nice lady up the subway steps with her stroller?
This is golden content, guys. The viewers don't match the likes. Hit the button like you realize what is going on right now.
David,
Hit the like. Hit the likes, hit the likes, hit the likes, please. Hit the likes. Stop being assholes and lurking. You know you like the content. You know you like this panel. Hit the like, okay?
You don't got to agree to like the show, man.
That's very true. Or hit the super chat, even better. Okay, so it seems no one answered my question. I'm not surprised.
I did answer your question.
Jen, what was your question again? I didn't.
No one answered my question.
No, I did answer your question. We did answer
nobody answered the question. I got what answered
that question.
It's simple.
Everyone's answers were so bad that I did not.
Nobody answered. Nobody answered the question.
No one answered that question.
Jen, I'll answer it, and I see what you mean now.
George, you can answer it.
Yes, I'll answer your question.
Please.
God does what He does on His time frame, on His time schedule. And basically,
didn't I tell you?
Damn it!
Remember when I said they always hit you with the God works in mysterious ways? Shit.
So then so if that's the case, hold on, watch your mics. So if that's the case, then you must. If that's the case, because let's say that's the case. Let's say your God does things whenever it comes out of his ass. Okay, let's say it comes out whenever it has ass. Then your God is an asshole. He's not a merciful God because he picks and chooses who to save whenever he fucking feels like it. And that doesn't sound like that sounds like an asshole to me. So, since here I am, God sitting up here on my throne. And since I do things on my time when I fucking feel like it, fuck that 5-year-old. George, you need a promotion. Go get that promotion. Who else is up? What happened? Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
Was that the design system that was set up for?
What other application is up? What other application is up? Oh, this grandmother of 16 is dying of cancer. And who else we got over there? That guy really wants a Lamborghini? Fuck that grandma. I'm in the mood to give that guy a Lamborghini because I'm God and I do things on my fucking time and I like Lambos. That's what your God sounds like.
Hold on. Was that good? Hold on. We got to be fair about this.
Where you're coming from. I don't mind what you just said.
Neither of you are giving good answers.
Was that God? Who told you that God? Who told you that God was the puppet master of our lives? Who told you?
Y'all
asking the right questions.
The Bible said.
He's got the whole world in his hands.
What?
That's the song, Jack.
That's
the whole theory behind religion is God is the puppet master. He says, who goes, who gets blessed, who doesn't get blessed. If you don't listen, you're gonna burn in hell. Are you kidding me? The whole premise of God, okay, is he's the puppet master.
Jen, everything
he knows. Does he not know what you're gonna do before you're gonna do it? And God got a plan for me, and God ain't done with me yet. And God said, and God did, and God don't like. He is the epitome of the puppet master. Are we denying this today, religious people?
That's your interpretation. That's your interpretation.
So what is it? Okay, so now the goalpost is moving. George, pay attention. So right. You tell me, religious people, and please, if you're religious, come up. I hope Glenn said he's coming back. He's very religious. You tell me then what your God is and does, because every time we respond questioning something that your God does and says, you change it. You're like, no, God doesn't do that. But you told us yesterday that he was all merciful. He's the beginning and the end, the Alpha, the Omega. He's good all the time. Yeah. Good all the time, which saved the children that are dying. Good all the time. I don't know if I'm good all the time, I'm never doing anything bad. So you tell us then, you tell the atheists, the idiots in the class, you tell us what your God represents and who he is and what he does. Because apparently every time we repeat to you what you said, God represents, we're like, no, that's not true. God's not that. God don't love us all the time, only sometimes. He does things on his time, not all the time. You keep moving the goalposts.
Wait, can I ask E Black real quick before he answers? E Black.
Let no Saint speak real quick, please.
So I just want to say, he asked, who said God is the puppet master? The Bible did. Isaiah 45, verse 6 and 7. There's none beside me. I am the Lord, and there is no one else. I form the light and create darkness. I make peace and create evil. I, the Lord, do all these things.
Ooh, Lord Jesus.
Well, that's from his words. That's his words. We're not putting
That's who
words in
said it.
God's
That's
mouth.
who said it, E. That's who said it, E.
Not his words.
E
Not
Black,
his words.
what,
Someone who wrote
what
that a few
God?
centuries
Because
after it was
we're
reportedly said.
sitting here saying God, and Jen made a very interesting point earlier, where she said that there are 4,000 religions, and again, like I said, many things will be revealed about Spro tonight. You're never gonna know. So far, everything I've heard is stupid, and I say that with love. You already know I love y'all, but this is everybody. Everything I've heard is stupid, or at least not.
Bar said I don't.
At least not properly. Like, I understand literally every single person's points. No one seems to be communicating the correct way because no one's asking the right questions. That's another thing. E Black, what God? Because we're saying God. God is a noun. It is a title in a sense, but like, what God? Who is your God? Or the God?
Let me ask you this: how can you describe the
Who
internal?
is your God?
Okay.
Who is he?
All
Or
right,
them?
all right.
Or what is their name?
Now, me personally, this is me personally.
Not you personally.
No, because I have because
that's not how any religion works.
No, that is exactly how religion works.
Then you do
No,
not
it's
listen to answer. You
not.
cannot have this conversation.
No, religion. No.
No, it's
Religion is
not.
a teaching. Religion
George
is a, okay.
is
Let me
looking
ask
at
you
you
this.
with
Let me ask you this.
disagreement. That's not
Time
how
out.
religion works.
See, if y'all don't want me to
George.
talk, if y'all don't want somebody to talk, just let me know.
Yeah, let him talk.
Okay, yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Like I said, it's just like education. They teach you how to write books. They teach you a lot of different things, right? But it's up to you to make the interpretations and to apply that, right? Right? Am I wrong? If they teach you how to read, can we at least agree on the? Can we at least agree on the premise of education is to teach you certain things and for you to apply it?
Okay, yes, by what you just literally said.
Okay, so through my personal application and how I'm going to interpret my religion, what I'm going to say is, as an African American, I understand the role of the Holy Spirit. I understand the role of Christianity, and this is how I interpret my religion. Okay.
May I rebut very quickly, sir? Do not interrupt me. You may have very good intentions. I highly recommend, sir, that whatever scriptures that you reference as being truth, because get this, it doesn't matter which ones you're referencing. You do not sound like a good representative for any of them, regardless of whatever faith that you're claiming. You need to go back and research the claims that you're standing by. And I say that with love, real talk. Because regardless of what you agree, especially when we're talking about theology and stuff and the land that we live in, luckily we live in a place where we can pray to whoever we want, and then we can talk about it on YouTube and get mad at each other and come back the next day and, crack a cold one. You feel me? So if you're going to defend something that you believe, especially something this serious, you really should understand what it is that you're talking about, which goes into my next point, kids. The big question and the thing about tonight is, what is there a God or isn't there? And then if so, what God is there? And then which claim? Basically, you have to narrow it down, because let's say, gun to our head, we had to admit that there was a God, right? Okay, so that means that there can only be one. So who? So of all the wacky 4,000 religions and stories, right? Which one makes the most sense? I think that's a far more interesting conversation. Whether or not you believe or not objectively, that is a far more interesting conversation, because you're right, Jen. Christians, those Christians. But here's the thing about the Christians, and these are statistics, right? And we have to be realistic, because we never want to find ourselves, if we stand on something, we don't want to end up like, those other people, who don't know what they're talking about, bias, and end up in an echo chamber. Statistically, there is something interesting when it comes to Christianity in comparison to other religions. There's several interesting, I would say, phenomena or numbers. It doesn't necessarily prove who is right or who is wrong, but they are interesting. Get this. We are all from the West. We are either born in the United States, or we've been here a long time, or we spent some time here, if neither of those, right? Christians in the United States are so full of shit, and when I say do not understand what they are saying that they stand by and claim, they do not. Now, globally across the world, and get this would even go for all the other religions. There's only like the major religions are like the 3 Abrahamic ones. So you got the Jews, you got Islam, and you got Christianity. Of those 3, the people that are the most dedicated and actually act and behave in the way as if they believe the claims that they live by are usually not in the West. And that again goes back to the whole, because we're so obsessed
Very
with progress.
true.
And once you eventually
Is it
keep
the
striving
call
for
for
progress.
Are you saying in America we have Christianity cosplay?
I think that people that stand by the Christian claims and people that are critical of the Christian claims are both very ignorant to what it is. And get this, it's not even about who's right or wrong. I think both need to have an understanding of what the claim. It's more about what the claims are. Like if we it'd be kind of like if let's say someone told me it's going to rain today. It's going to rain today. But this person,
you've taken this
short,
way
they don't got an umbrella
You're like
with them.
way out there in the weeds, man.
No. They don't have an umbrella with them. And I'm like, how am I going to listen to you that it's going to rain? And I go outside and it still rains. Get this. That guy didn't really believe it was going to rain, but it still rained. And same thing goes even if it doesn't rain. That just means that, okay, you're saying it was going to rain. It didn't rain, but you weren't even prepared. So even if it wasn't going to rain, nigga, you should be in a raincoat and have an umbrella strapped on you at all times because you're saying that's what you believe. And that's where the issue comes in. So again, because atheists believe that there is no God. And just for the sake of argument, Jen, I know you want to like all the 4,000 religions, but let's keep it a buck. We're in the West. We're in the United States. Everyone's talking about Christianity for the most part, or at least maybe Islam, right? Yeah. And
Catholics Catholics are pretty big here, Spro.
Honestly, and I would even say Catholicism, and this is just because I haven't explicitly said what I specifically believe or anything like that, but I would go ahead and say Catholicism is the biggest load of crap. Get this, the other as far as just regular old Protestant, I guess, because that's the definition that was given, which is just everything not Catholic, regular Christianity, Judaism, and Islam. Those 3 make more sense other than Catholicism based off of what they say.
You're going to be the first person to leave the panel. I bet. You want to? You talk too much.
Okay, so let's pass the mic with that.
His ass off.
I'm coming for you, Black. I'm coming for you, bro.
Okay, okay, listen, let's pass the mic, but let me respect the super chats first. Don Levon is insisting, thank you for the super chat. Don Levon wants George to answer his question. George, are you up to answer that question? Don wants you to answer it. Also, Team Fatty, thank you so much for the super chat. Team Fatty says, good convo. E Black brought me here. So Team Fatty is Team E Black.
Fatty is dope as hell.
Why are you apologizing, E? Don't get mad because you can't explain your Jesus to us, okay?
No, I understand how this goes. You got to be clear, concise, and to the point.
Well, that's why I want Glenn.
Grandstanding and filibustering ain't the way to work to do debates. I'm telling you.
Listen, that's why I want Glenn to come back because Glenn is very well versed in this shit.
Just from what you're saying, Jen.
Solomon the other night when he asked me, he hadn't heard of that book. I was really surprised.
Okay, wait a minute. Thank you for the super chat, Kobe Joe. Kobe says, how about we get George out of here? This guy is clueless. Ouch.
Well, I'll say
George. Jesus.
Hey, Kobe Joe, I'm here, baby. I'm here all day, every day.
Wait, can I get George some flowers?
I'm all here all day until Jim.
Pray about it.
George is like, I'm on the panel. You ain't, bitch.
Yeah. No, real quick.
Okay,
George just
pray on it.
$15. He ain't going nowhere. He just $15.
George.
Okay, wait. Let me respect the chat. Jesus, shut the fuck up. Let me respect the chat. Let me read these super chats.
Wait. Jesus, what?
Shut the fuck up. Let me do these super chats. There's a lot of people up here. Oh, listen, I call them plenty if that stroke is good. Pause. Thank you for the super chat, Don Levon. The hobbyist says, really, George? So your God is letting all these kids die, people starve, all these natural disasters, COVID. So where is your God's morality? Since you're questioning morality, where is your God's morality? Where are his morals when people are dying? Where is your God's morality? Why doesn't he care? And the next super chat, Donovan Hosby, thank you for the super chat, says, if your God is so powerful and he allows all these people on earth to die and suffer for no reason at all, then that would make him more of a psychopath than that motherfucker that invaded Poland.
So like us.
Jesus.
You know, so like
Jesus.
Am I going to be able to answer it or not? Because actually,
wait 1 second, George and E Black, from where I'm standing, they're a clear example of religious people due to the fact that they constantly keep bringing the idea of interpretation into this whole thing. E Black was trying to explain his point, and he was using something that really is based on an immutable constant. But he threw in interpretation, so he was incorrect. He was contradicting himself within that same moment. He didn't even realize. But here's the thing: atheists, more times than any, the reason why there's such an anomaly is because they can accept an immutable closed system. They can accept that when you die, that's it. Most people cannot accept that.
No, right? Cannot.
Customized idea. Most of the people need to customize some shit. This is the reason why we have 4,000 fucking, 4,000 fucking religions. Anyway,
there's a lot of background clicking or something. I don't know if y'all are nervous, rocking in a chair, clicking your pens. I don't know what you're doing, but mute if you can't control the noise around you. I want to be fair. There was like 3 questions shot at George. I would like George to respond before we jump in. Por Dios, okay? Just hear me out. Thank you for the super chat. Says, tell the Satanist to swap the chains for a shirt.
There is no Satan.
There are
2 chains.
First of all, I like David without the shirt. What's the problem? I like the, come on now, aesthetics, bitch. All right, so George, I would like you to respond because you got came for. So what's your response?
Yeah, everything. Don, first of all, man, hadn't seen you in a while. Hey, good on you, dude. Your questions to me, they're hard, but they're fair. And here's where I'm at in my spiritual walk right now, that I'm struggling with that very question. And that is, is where is his goodness in all this evil? And yes, Don, both in the slavery question, the slave was praying to the God that I claim to worship, and so was that slave owner. Who was the flawed one? Obviously, the slave owner. But the thing is, where I'm walking this, and I got to tell you, Jen, the atheists here have been pretty consistent about what they believe, and I give you guys props for that. But here's the question. This is what pisses atheists off, and it's a problem that Christians need to acknowledge: God's sovereignty and what He does, and can you still follow Him? And Jen, here's where the rubber meets. This is why you see a lot of Christians who will tell you, like back in your days in the Bronx, where they were saying, "I believe Jesus, this, that, the other." Something doesn't go their way in life, and then they're like, "Fuck it, I'm out." It's that they thought that God was supposed to be there for their personal service, their little concierge, and God is not a vending machine. He is not a vending machine. He does what He wants to do, when He wants to do it, how He wants to do it. And I say that knowing that my stepfather is dying. I say that knowing that I got molested and beat the shit out of as a kid. I say that I have questioned myself many times about why do I still serve Him. And it's the only thing is, and this is going to drive you atheists crazy, because it's beyond the rational. When I get beyond the rational, the only thing left is faith. And that's it. That's what I put it on. And so I can't prove to anyone here tonight, no one, that I can't change your mind. We know that. But I can't prove to you, no one here on this panel tonight, that God exists or that He doesn't exist. I can only give you circumstantial evidence. And then honestly, from what I've been able to read in the Bible, He opens people's eyes. And at some point, I believe He does everybody at some point. But anyway, laying that all aside.
All right. So nothing.
I hope Don, if you still need some more answers, dude, I'll talk to you offline or something. Give me
Thank you so much, George, for answering the question. The atheists are not going to go crazy. I think atheists are pretty like, if that's what you believe, okay, cool.
Yeah,
we just like to get
Really,
yes, really, E-Black. And you know what atheists don't do? Here's what we don't do that I noticed that religious people in general, please, Christians, put your dicks away, Christians.
Try to convert people?
Not only that, but if I tell you I believe in something, and every time I get a question, my answer is it's an interpretation. It's a fucking free pass to believe, you know what I mean? This shit is gonna make me 6 feet taller. It's a pass. It's a pass. It's a cop out. It's cheap. It's lame. It's lazy. It's my interpretation. I have to go with Spro when he says a religion, again, is like sports teams. Don't try to act like you don't all claim one thing. Don't try to act like it. But when these discussions happen, you notice very quickly that person starts cookie cutting. No, we're not. We're not all the same. Then you're not the religion you claim, because every religion is a faction for a fucking reason. Because if you didn't have certain rules, then you wouldn't call yourselves Christians. Because why don't you do what Catholics do?
Each religion is under the impression that they hold I guess the truth,
monopoly,
all the big questions.
Until you question them, and then they're like, "No, that was just my interpretation." If that's the case, then why do you call yourselves anything? Why do you call yourselves a Christian or a Catholic or a Buddhist or a Pentecostal or Jehovah's Witness? Why do you call yourself anything if everything is up for interpretation? If everything is up for interpretation.
I would say most religious.
Everything is up for interpretation. You get questioned. Well, that was just my interpretation. So then why call yourself a thing? That's just if you're just interpreting shit free willy-nilly, then why call yourself a thing? It sounds to me like you're a fake fan. That's what I would look at. Yes, that's like me saying, oh shit, the Lakers are winning. I'm going to get me a fucking Lakers jersey. And if they're losing, I'm not going to wear that fucking jersey because it's in my interpretation. I don't need to be over there. You sound like a fake fan. I'm just telling you how it looks on the outside to logical people.
I understand what you're saying, but you got to understand, if you dig deeper into it, there's a reason why when I talked about my great-grandfather or my great-great-grandfather being African Methodist Episcopal, and then I convert to Baptist, and then, even today I'm non-denominational. There's reasons why. And when you look at the true religion, and you look at the arch of the religion, and you look at the true teaching of the religion, it's not necessarily all about interpretation. There's reasons why there's Sunni Muslims and this type of Muslim, and there's a reason why there's a type of Jewish unorthodox Jew and probably an Orthodox Jew. There's reasons why. So if you would take the time and examine why one person would take one interpretation over another,
denominations.
Okay,
but here's what's weird.
Okay.
But here's what's weird.
Don't just say, because I know what you're saying. You're saying, well, what's the difference between a Catholic and a Baptist person? Well, there's a reason why. Why don't you examine the reason why?
Okay, but here's the thing.
Hold on. And if you believe that reason is valid, then you can go with that group. Or if you don't believe that reason is valid, then you can go with another group.
Okay, so let me say this. When you say, look, this is what's funny, that you're the one that said it's how you interpret it, and then you said everything is not interpretation. We're literally repeating your words to you, but when you hear them back, they're nonsensical. Isn't that strange, E-Black? You say, no, it's an interpretation, my interpretation. And then when we say, if it's your interpretation, why call yourself a thing? You're like, oh, everything's not up an interpretation. We're getting this from you. And I can't even let me tell you something. I will give the Catholics something. I do not compare Christians to Catholics, because Catholics, they're real fans. They got that fucking jersey. And they do not, you ask a Catholic anything, this is what it is. You will never hear Catholics say, it's my interpretation. See, let me tell you, Christians, y'all are all over the place. Y'all like, no, well, the kid died over there, but that doesn't mean this. Well, it doesn't mean this, but God does it. But God is merciful. He's good all the time. He's not good all the time. He's moral. He's not moral. You guys are all over the place. If anything, Christians in this country, you guys are ass. Like I would not pick any of you to represent Christianity. If I was the top dog in Christianity, I would be like, do not fuck with those Christians in America.
I think the reason you're very analytical and black and white, and I can understand that. But like I said, I can't help you with your salvation. That's an individual thing that you're gonna have to figure out.
Salvation from
salvation
what?
What?
Salvation from what? E Black.
Can I
salvation from what?
Man, no.
It doesn't require a critical thinker in order to be a Christian.
No,
no.
Be a critical thinker and be a Christian. The problem is that people that claim, again, because there's a difference between someone who is a Christian and someone who claims Christianity, and that goes with any religion. You need to understand the claims that you are backing. E Black, what are the Christian claims? And yes, you can explain it easily. What do you believe? What is the truth? What is the important truth? The gospel, the good news, right? What is that truth? Say it now, because you can do it easily. If you understand what the faith is, regardless of whether or not it's true or whether or not Jen thinks it's true, what is the Christian claim?
Well, through the
Not
church.
you. What is the Christian claim? Not your
No.
interpretation.
We're not. See, that's being dishonest.
That's not being dishonest. Then you
No, that's actually honest.
That is being dishonest.
It's simple. What does your religion believe?
What?
It's a simple question.
That's like asking what is the true meaning of basketball? What is the true meaning of football?
No, it's not.
Everybody's gonna have an interpretation.
No, that's a lie.
That's
a lie.
Get this.
Here's the thing.
Are you a follower
in basketball.
Listen.
Wait a minute. In basketball, there are not going to be interpretations. How do you score in basketball? How long is the basketball game? No one's going to have interpretations. Everybody's going to say, this is how long it goes. This is how many points you need to win. This is where the 3-point is shot from. This is what, no one's going to have interpretations. How do you not know the laws of your own religion? What are the laws of your religion?
The laws of my religion is basically this.
Not the laws. What is the claim? What is the claim?
Oh, so now we're going from laws to claims.
Because
look, y'all atheists, get it together, and then let me know when
He's not an athist.
I said I was an atheist from the beginning. See, I told you I was going to be tripping everybody up on that. What is your claim?
Okay, get it together, and let me read these super chats. Everybody breathe. Don Levon, thank you for the super chat. Don Levon says, and I have to agree with this 5,000%. Don Levon says, so your God has no morals and you don't care. Got it. That is what it sounds like. Because when we question your God and why he lets horrible things happen, why he's responsible for mass murders, you have an interpretation of it. Yet if I told you this guy ran into a school and killed 10 kids, you'd be like, oh my God, he should burn in hell and he should go to prison. Throw him under the prison. But when your God commits mass murder, there's an interpretation and there's a reason for it. So you don't care that your God has no morals. You don't care that your God is narcissistic and psychopathic. You really don't give a fuck long as he's offering salvation at the pearly gates. That is what it is in a nutshell. But you're denying it. And I don't know why you're denying it. Because let me tell you something about me. If I was a Christian, I would say, fuck yeah, my God ain't shit, but he gonna get me in the fucking pearly gates and I don't care what y'all think. What you try to do is put wings on this motherfucker. And he's the one with the fucking forked tail. I don't know why you try to dress him up. God is looking at you like, I'll kill all you bitches you play with me. I've done it before and I'll do it again. That's who your God is. He's from the Bronx and you're trying to make him from fucking Beverly Hills. Your God is a mass murderer. He's a psychopath. He's narcissistic. And if you don't love him, you could fuck off. That's it in a nutshell. But you're like, no, God is merciful. And I saw him. Because let me tell you something. I knew there was a God because I was dying of cancer. And so I know it's no, you're trying to make him this. God is like, I'll kill all you bitches.
How many people did the devil kill in the Bible?
One.
I killed no one. I killed no one.
I have to ask a question. Let me just ask this main question. Very simple. Okay. We'll use the basketball metaphor again. What is basketball? The point of it. The point of it, take the ball, put it in the hoop. What's the point of football? Take the ball, throw it, bomb, 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 you go into the end zone. Now, 2 sports, 2 goals. Why do you like this shit? Why do you like that shit? Because you like something because something's in it for you. So E-Black, I ask you, why do you like this? Why do you follow the particular religion and the faith that you're following? What's in it for you?
Okay, like I said, you know,
Interesting question.
I've come from. Okay, I was raised Christian, right? And then I had a time in which I was kind of dealing with it, and then I became really pro-black and active. So then once I learned about, okay, what did the Africa study? They have a concept of the Holy Spirit. They have a concept of the Father and the Mother.
Based off of what? I'm sorry, yo, you're not saying anything. I'm sorry. I got to stop it because it's just going to go on and on and on. You are making Christians or people that claim to be Christians everywhere look stupid.
Can we just, okay, somebody asked, wait a minute. Somebody asked in the chat, can we see the channel names? These are all the channel names. E-Black, I just want to know if you could simply answer, why are you a Christian? What's in it for you?
Okay, so then once I learned and became conscious of kind of like what world religion is and kind of like became more smarter as a man and as an individual, I learned that, okay, I learned what Christianity meant to me. And I follow that religion because I understand prayer.
That's not how Christianity works.
Giving.
That's not how Christianity works.
Okay.
That's
No.
He's saying he's a Christian.
See, every two words, every 2 sentences.
Let him finish. Spro, please.
Sparrow, you gotta relax, man. You gotta relax.
Spro, go smoke a cigarette.
Yeah,
right.
You gotta relax.
You know he a thief. They think they know everything.
So like I said, you know, I became more of an understanding of what the Christianity faith means to me, and I understand what the role of free will. I understand the role of faith, Holy Spirit, the role what Jesus is. You know, in my church, we teach that Jesus gave us infinite power. That if you invoke His name, a lot of Christian religions do not teach that type of.
Okay, so can we let me.
So I understand why you guys.
Wait, no.
Everybody's gonna have their own interpretation. So I have
forget
to
the interpretation. So okay, can we narrow it down to you want infinite power? That's what's in it for you.
No.
So what's in it for you? Can you answer that without telling us who sang in the choir?
Okay, what's in it for me is my essential belief in faith. My essential belief in like prayer, the power of speech, communion, communion and community, and then also like the Holy Spirit. So there's a lot of little things in it. It's you're asking me to define how I'm going to go to hell or heaven in a sentence. I'm sorry, guys. This is not a math quiz. This is not a math quiz. This is more or less a science quiz.
See, again, if I was, I don't know, I would be a good Christian because I would simply be like, look, I don't want to go to hell. I'm serving my Jesus. I want to go to heaven. And I am a Christian because I believe that they are the only religion in the world that knows right from wrong. I would be an easy Christian. I don't understand why you devout Christians can't explain your Christianity.
George wants to take a shot at it.
Is that the reason why you guys reject it? Because you guys feel it's so easy?
No, it's because
like
you can't answer simple questions. It's not logical.
It's an easy thing to explain. So if it's so easy to explain,
it is easy, and you're.
All right, you need to explain and preposterous at the same
Let
time.
me explain.
There's a lot of cap in this panel.
No, E-Back, let me explain.
There's a lot of cap. There's a lot of cap. There's a lot of cap in this panel. I love y'all guys, but let's be honest.
E-Black, an example of the question that I just asked just happened 5 seconds ago. Jen says she stands where she stands because it is her logical. She needs logic in order to understand the way that the world works. So it makes sense. She's also a very anti-establishment person. So it makes sense for her to sit here and say that, nah, that shit don't make sense. I'm going over here. Very simple thing. I like football. This shit right here, I don't like the way this shit moves, blah, blah, blah. I'm going to go watch football.
Simple.
I was asking you, which one do you like? Do you like basketball or do you like football? Which
I'm not a simple. I'm sorry. I'm just not a simple person.
Oh, I'm
not like that. You can't tell me that I'm going heaven and hell because of X, Y, Z. Like I need a lot of things. I need a lot more meat to the bones. And like I said, based on my life, I've had to deal with the different levels. And I'm trying to explain it to you guys. But look, I understand that if you guys want certain things, I can't hold you. Your salvation doesn't have nothing to do with me. It only has to do with me.
You refuse to answer, E Black. Save us from what? So when you say salvation,
I said your salvation.
Right? Save us from what? Salvation means saving me from something. What salvation?
Do you want to go to heaven or hell?
Oh my
God.
You see?
Yo, you know what's crazy?
Black. And that's it. That's it. It's time. That's it. It's time. It's time. We're here. We're here now.
Jen, remember last week when I said I don't need you to believe in God? I need you to be afraid of the devil. This guy is a clear example of that. He's not a
But no. But then there's another part to it. There's another part to it.
From hell. That's what it's in it for him. That's what's in it for him. He doesn't want to go to hell.
But if I was a Christian, then I would say that. Say what it is.
But no, let me ask you this. Do you also want to be a part of a community that wants to see the world a better place?
You are insane. You realize that the atheists are making more sense in regards to the Christian theology than you are. Just based off of what they get. Again, they don't believe. And they're saying they are saying that I don't think you understand. And that's the problem with all the religions. And again, I'm only going to address the West because everywhere else, Jews, Muslims, and Christians. Do you know what it's like for the Christians in China? Christian?
Yeah,
do you know what your brothers and sisters are going through in China?
Yes, I know. I actually interviewed. Hold on, time out. I actually interviewed. I'm trying to tell you, but you don't want to hear it. I actually interviewed a Christian that was in Africa from Nigeria. His son is one of the top chess masters in America right now at 12 years old. But I'm just saying, I understand the plight of all Christians. I understand the plight of people from different religions.
The plight of the followers of your Jesus, right? You say you're a follower of Jesus?
Can I listen? Take a break real quick. I wish Glenn would come back, but he's caught up with business.
Go put some activator on that S curl and come back to us. Okay?
This is what we're doing. Is this what we're doing?
I'm sorry. I look. This guy getting over.
Jen, may I ask for at most 2 minutes? Can I get
but let me say this first. Let me read this super chat. And I want to be respectful. Please. There are people on the panel who haven't spoken for the last 30 fucking minutes. I want to be fair. I know some of us are more passionate than others, but I got to be fair. I can't have my people just sitting up here looking pretty, okay? Let me read this super chat, and then we have to go to people who haven't said a word. Please like and subscribe. If you're here, I appreciate you. Please like and subscribe. We're going to get through this. I promise you. Thank you for the super chat, Don Levon. Don Levon says, E-Block, the church gave you a playbook, the Bible. So religion is black and white. It's that simple. It's not to be misinterpreted. So Spro is asking, what did the Bible tell you to do, say, and believe? So logical. That is your playbook. That is your team. Your team gave you a playbook. And yet you're saying to us, and yet you're saying to us, that book don't mean nothing. I got to interpret it.
How many pages is the NFL playbook?
With that said, I want to pass, E-Black, we'll get back to you, please. I want to pass the mic, please, to my other people, David, No Saint, Lily. What say you? Haran, you better not say a fucking thing.
Look, we've had like such a, we've repeatedly brought up that emphasis of Christianity because we have to remember that we're living in a country where, Christianity's trying to take the wheel. And thinking that we are a Christian nation when we're supposed to be a secular nation, where we have now your religion, not now, but for 200 years, your religious beliefs have been conflated to the biology of other people, to their race, to their sexuality, to their gender, and all of that. This is what's killing me about religion in the United States in particular, right? You can be a Jew today and quit it tomorrow. You can't stop being black. You can't stop being gay. You know what I mean? You can change your religion on a whim, yet we protect it at the same level as someone's race or ethnicity, level of ability, age, what have you. I'd love to hear the Christian retort to that.
George, you got one?
Wait, before we get the Christians riled up again, No Saint, Lily, do you have anything before we move forward? Because you know the Christians are a little long-winded. The Christians are a little long-winded.
And saying nothing. Okay, so this right here is Exhibit A of my issue of why I had an issue from the age of 4 till today with religion. You can never get a straight answer on why I should choose, because if I want salvation, if I say, let's just say I'm afraid of going to hell, right? Give me a reason why I need to join your gang to keep me out of hell. They can never give me a solid reason of like, what made you choose it? What made you say that this was the best one for you that's going to keep you out of hell? They can never give we went around for 2 hours, well, let's just be fair, an hour, and not get a solid answer of why they even chose it and what makes their religion and their God. Because, like we always say, Christians really truly believe that they have the monopoly on God, okay, or on belief systems, right? Because I live in a very multicultural neighborhood, and I'm talking about Muslims straight up out of Iraq and Afghanistan and all that other stuff. And I've been around all kind of, and the only religion that's ever tried to convert me is Christians. Ever, right? And it's like, okay, you all seem mature, but when we get to the questions, they can never answer the questions. These are simple questions, but atheists can give them to you. So it's like, this is a perfect example of that. Not to say to beat anyone up. I'm just saying this is why people have an issue. This is a perfect example of why people have issues and questions.
Okay, Bar or No Saint, please. You guys have been quiet. I really want to hear from you. Bar, No Saint, Bar, No Saint.
So this is the thing. Let's get some things straight. So yeah, we have labels, atheist, agnostic. I think it's pretty much the same thing. I think any atheist will tell you that if there is evidence of a higher power, a God, then they would change their mind, because most of us have a mind of open-minded enough to
I'm getting a lot of background noise, guys. I don't know who's clicking. It's a lot of background noise. What is happening? Just mute your mic if you're not speaking. Thank you.
When it comes to me, it's not that we're anti-God. It's that there's a lack of evidence. I don't see the evidence for a God. So until there is evidence, I am not going to base what I do off of a religion or a book. As far as where we get our morality from, we get our morality from the same place that every Christian or every religion gets it from. Some men came together, wrote down some pretty good ideas, and we agreed to those ideas. It's not coming from a God. You can go through many different belief systems. They all have the same thing. So that's, you don't have to base it. And we agreed to it without, like Jen said earlier, or someone said earlier, without having the threat of you're going to hell if you don't do this. We just kind of think it's a good idea in society. We're humanists. And as far as what, I'm sorry, you're new to the panel, so Mr.
E-Black?
No,
David.
He made a great point. Why do I care what people believe? And because it's more and more evident that people are coming together with their beliefs and trying to enforce things against other people and trying to make it the rule of society what they believe, because they think they have some kind of divine power, some kind of authority, and that this nation was founded under this certain whatever they believe, and it's a big deal. I don't care what you believe when it comes to your individual, what you do in life, but when you cross that line into what other people are doing in their lives, that's when I have a problem with it. And that's what we're seeing more and more today, is the blurred lines of what's happening politically and religiously.
So before we pass the mic to Bar, I don't know how he meant this comment, but this is how I'm interpreting it. He said, but the playbook is written over hundreds of years by lots of anonymous authors to different audiences. This is why I can't take it as gospel. This is why I can't make it my religion. It's no different than if all of us here on the panel came together and say, hey, let's write a book, a big book about how we see the world. Lily, you give me your version. Ron, David, everybody, and we'll put it together. And then we'll make thousands and thousands of copies. And 500 years from now, someone's going to be calling this the gospel. Now, mind you, all of us come from all walks of life and have real different opinions of what we see in our surroundings. That, to me, is basically the Bible. With that said, I love the fucking stories in there on the level of Shakespeare and Harry Potter. Great fucking stories. It's like Othello. It's like the 12th Night. Great fucking story. That Cain and Abel shit. Ooh, you know what I'm saying? There are some good fucking stories in there, but I cannot do the dragons, the unicorns, the talking snake, all of that shit, the misogyny, the women ain't shit, it's your fault, the world is ruined, woman. Like I cannot do that. These are men of flesh and blood who got together every couple hundred years. Hey, let's add another book to the Bible, but that one's missing. Did you take it? No, let's put another one in. How about you, Paul? Can you do one? Yeah, all right. When I'm not doing anything Sunday, my goat are fine. I cannot put men who have nothing to do with me, not related to me, not my race, not my ethnicity, not my experience. I will not take another man of flesh and blood. I will not take your word as gospel, sir. I
got a question. I have a question. We know that there's been, this is for my Christians, right? We know that there's been numerous amounts of edits and books taken out of the Bible. I always wonder, how is that justified? Because that's like me going to school and they give me a textbook and I open it up and there's like tons of pages ripped out. Like, I know I'm not getting the full study. I know I'm not studying everything. So how is that justified?
Just interpret the pages you did get, Lily.
No.
Just interpret. Come on, Lily.
Yeah.
Just interpret. Wait, I want to pass the mic to Bar because he's been sitting quiet. I cannot do it. Please. Bar, after all you've heard. After all you've heard. I know your head is spinning.
Here you go, Bar. Here you go, Bar. I got you.
I know your head is spinning. It's like, what the fuck is that?
These two right here, oh my God. Let me do this. Okay. So before I speak, I want y'all to remember that at one point in time, if you didn't believe in this shit, they killed you. Do you believe in my God? No, your head off. So when it comes to the disrespect, I don't pull no punches. I ain't biting this mother. You see this? I won't bite it. I ain't gonna roll it up. This stuff is delusion. These people are delusional. However they got there, some people were indoctrinated. Some people found it on their own. This is delusion, and we must treat delusion as such. I took some. It ain't gonna take me that long to speak. I don't need them about 5 minutes. These people are out of their minds. I was just taking notes as they were speaking, and I want to give y'all something. When I was a Christian, we were called to spread this shit. We bothered people. They took us to the mall and said, "Go get you some souls." So I would like to raise the point that even if we leave them alone, even if I don't bash their religion, even if I don't talk my shit, guess what? They're gonna knock. Them Jehovah's Witnesses at 7 o'clock in the morning, they're going to knock. The Christians are going to bother you. Listen to me. This is my next point. This dude right here, where am I at? This dude right here. He speaks of his religion as it's personal, but when they spread it, when they walk up to you, they don't talk to you like, "Hey, this is my personal belief in God. I don't know if it's going to work for you. This is what I believe. This is what works for me. I'm going to give it to you in hopes that it may help you too." They don't talk like that, y'all. They talk as if this is the way, the truth, and the light. Yes. They talk about it. They talk about it as it is the way. They don't ask you, can I talk to you about some shit that I got going on personally? They tell you, they ask you, have you heard the good news? They don't talk about it like it's subjective to them. See, this is what they do. When they when they want to get you in, they speak objectively. This is the truth. God is good. God is love. God is everything. God is everywhere. Once they get in and they see, oh, this shit is some real bullshit, but I'm scared because I believe it's based on fear. Let me be a little subjective. Now it's personal. Once they got you indoctrinated, once you stuck in, then it becomes a personal relationship with God. But when they're trying to convert you, it's objective. This man is talking about where do I get my morality from, bro? I mean, come on, man. Bro, listen to me. No, let me work. Let me cook these motherfuckers. I've been sitting waiting too long. There are stories in the Bible where they pray for food and food comes from the sky, y'all. What are we talking about? There shouldn't be no famine, no dehydration, no starvation. In the Bible, your God feeds these people as they ask. What are we talking about? He said, be fruitful and multiply. This motherfucker created people that can't reproduce. What are we doing? What are we doing? The God, listen to me. These people simultaneously, let me get this motherfucker out. They simultaneously believe that God is in control of everything in their life while also admitting that he's chaotic. He can do what he want when he want. Bro, that's sick shit.
Take your time. Take your time.
This motherfucker sitting next to us telling us he acknowledges that his God is sick and fucked up, but guess what he gonna do anyway? He gonna believe. And why is that? Because he's scared. I don't know what's gonna happen to me after I die. Listen to me. I may be scared of dying. I may have a fear of what's gonna happen next, but guess what I will not do? I will not let my fear of the unknown push me into believing some bullshit. This shit is a translation of a translation of a copy of some shit that had nothing to do with the people that fed it to us. Listen to me, let me work. They gave us this, listen to me. They gave us this fucking book when reading was illegal. Black folk, it was illegal for you to read, and they gave you this. Why do you think that is? In what day and age have the people that control all this shit gave you some shit that actually benefits you for real? Really? You think religion is you think it's a net positive? You think this is some shit? The people who control everything allowed us to get this, and you think this is gonna help us? When have they done that? Look at all of the shit that is excellent that we came up with. These motherfuckers either stole it or destroyed it, and you think, well, we got the Bible. I would raise. Listen, I'm finna be done. I don't need much time. Listen to me.
Take your time.
I'm gonna raise you. Come on now. I'm gonna raise you one better. These people talking about we believe ain't no God. We say, man, look, fuck whatever label you want to put. This shit, even if it's true, even if it comes from Africa, that makes this shit worse. These people are telling you, hey, look, my God allows this shit to happen to the Christians in China. My God allows this. Man, look, I'm around here on my YouTube. Ain't no benefit in reality to believing in this shit, because good and bad is going to happen to you whether you believe or not. So what's the fucking point in believing? Yo, listen to me. Name me something God can do for you that I can't do for you. Name me something. Name me something name me something God can do for you. Name me something that you can't do for yourself that you claim God can do for you. We don't believe in God. Guess what? Man, these motherfuckers that was devout every day died from COVID. These motherfuckers so you telling me the people that believe this shit 100% every day, all day, they still get jumped. They still get robbed. They still get kidnapped. So what the fuck am I doing? I'm trying to survive and thrive. You mean to tell me you want me to base my life on some shit that even if I believe it, I'm still subject to the same shit as the non-believers? What the fuck am I doing? You mean to tell me my grandmama, my innocent grandmama, she's, oh my gosh, she's so covered in the blood, she's walking red around this motherfucker. She's covered up. Do you hear me? She's covered up. And guess what? If she walk her little old ass down this street, these motherfuckers gonna take from her. They might snatch her purse or something. So what the fuck is she believing it for? She's not covered. She's not protected from shit. She's not. So I don't want to focus on. Listen, I understand everybody's so caught up in their spirituality and their soul and what's inside of them, bro. We have to fucking survive first. How the fuck we listen? They really don't even want this. Religion is a tool used to control. They don't want us sitting up on a fucking panel, black, white, African, whatever the fuck you. They don't want this shit. They want us to be separated. They already separate us with this race shit. Now they created religion, man. They winning. They got you saying, well, I mean, the come on, man. Do I got it? Can I stop or y'all need me to keep going? This shit is fucking sick. This shit is fucking sick. It is sick.
So I'll say this. Bar did ask a question. I did hear George answer it. Let me Acknowledge this super chat. Thank you so much for the super chat. Hotep Real says murder, rape, slavery, human sacrifice, genocide. Please go read your Bible again, E Black and George. 1 second, please, everybody. Give me a minute. Just hear me out. Thank you for the super chat. Says E Black, fuck the world. Spro bows
for the
out
win.
for the win. I thought it was fuck the world. Sorry. I'm from New York. Okay. No, Spro didn't bow out. He had to do something. He's back there. He is right there.
Bow out at all.
All right. I doubt he's probably new here.
I ain't even got to say anything. Bow out from what?
Wait. Okay, thank you for the super chat, Don Levon. Don Levon says, E Black is just proved to be Exhibit A. He don't even follow the word or scriptures in the Bible, because if he followed the Bible, he would have been in prison because he stoned a couple bitches.
Thank you. End of discussion. Thank you.
That's it. That's a joke. I know what he's saying. I stoned some bitches. Yeah. I did.
Okay. I like what Bar said. He did ask, what are you saying God can do for you that you can't do for yourself? And then George said, peace. So, George, are you saying that you can't get peace without God? You can't get peace in your life without God? Can't hear you, George.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying. And, everything that you guys said tonight, I thought that this is probably the way it would go down. And I can't really blame you either for the way you're putting it, because I'm like thinking to myself, well, yeah, unless Haran, you basically asked, let me go ahead and throw this out. What you basically said, I'll paraphrase it. You said, what is Jesus to you? Go. What Jesus is to me, you're right. I don't want to go to hell. He's okay. There's the fire insurance. Okay. All right. What else is he to me? He's peace. He's the guidance and the wisdom that I need to live my life every day. He is the conviction of like using people like you and pointing out things about me. And I'm like, I need to take a look at that. Seriously. That's what Jesus Christ is to me. He is, I'll tell you right now, he is God, he is Lord. He's above all, through all. And so, and I claim, I believe he rose again on the third day physically. He walked right through that rock and he came out. I do. And it's something, this is the part I totally get where you guys, and Bar, I hear you when you say everything you've just thrown out, I thought about. And you're right. You're absolutely right. There's a point Christians need to, Bar, I think you will agree with me. Christians either need to decide to get on the train and following and truly following, or get off and get with you guys. And so
what you're saying is that God is your North Star.
Right.
So take that for a second and think this for 1 minute. Is it at all possible that there are people who do not need God to be their North Star? There are people who can have other things that they can look towards and to be their North Star, such as their own morality, such as their own. They don't need God to be at peace. They don't need all these other things to do all those other things, and maybe those are the atheists.
I'll be glad to answer it, Haran. Are there people who can get by without it?
Yes.
I want to say ultimately no, but Haran, you make a damn good argument why you can. And Jen, you said this one time, and it kind of got me at first, and then I thought about it. Mm-hmm. You said you were talking about, it was the whole thing about why am I an atheist thing, that video. And you said, look, I was in the church and I saw these people around here. They needed God more than I did. I didn't need him at all. I'm paraphrasing. Yeah. And you said, hey, listen, I'm not saying the church is bad, because listen, some of you people need it, because if you didn't have that, you're so broken, you might be the next mass shooter. You might be the next rapist. You might be the next, whatever it is. And so I'm going to tell you guys, like the anger that I've had in my life over things that have gone, I look at my relationship with Christ. If not for God, I might be one of those mass shooter motherfuckers. for all the things that went down in my life. Okay. So Jen, you're right.
To all the potential mass shooters, if you're white, please go to white areas. That is all. I'm passing the mic.
Yeah.
I just want to say
Passing the mic.
Think about being so angry about what had happened to me and everything. And so that was a real big thing for me to fall back on. That's what.
So I will. Okay, no. So what I will say is, at least that's an explanation, George. I accept that explanation. And I did say in my Journey to Atheism video, without religion, a lot of people out here would be fucked up but unfortunately for them, no one, including their parents, respectfully to your parents, did not give you the tools to have self-determinism and have explained morals and good and bad or whatever. I think it's innate. But then adults happen to children, right? Then we believe this and we think that, and babies, if they are not retarded or damaged anyway, babies are absolutely perfect. They're a blank slate, and then adults happen, and adults tell them what's good and what's bad and what's not. Innately, we are loving at birth. We are not born in sin. Fuck off. I wasn't born in anybody's sin. I was born innocent with a blank slate. Okay,
Precisely.
and then adults happened and told me, oh, that happened. Thank goodness I was strong enough, intelligent enough, wise enough at a very young age to ask questions like, that doesn't make sense. Who are you talking to? Did he answer you back? Like, who are you praying to? Who wrote this book? Wait a minute, who are these men? Are these men even Puerto Rican or black? Who are these men? Why am I going to listen to what they wrote in that book? What time was this? What era was this where they were saying these things? What were their beliefs at said time? Right? Because right now we have iPhones. Back then they didn't. So it's like I can write something. Back then they'd be like, what the fuck is an iPhone? Right? So we evolve. So I just cannot logically hand my life over to men, just men of flesh and blood from 5,000 years ago. And then Christianity is not even as old as humans have been here. So it was made up.
Right. That was always my issue too, because I was like, what was happening before Christ came? Was like everybody before like the Bible times, was everybody going to hell? Like, and how did that work?
This last 2,000 years is just an insignificant amount of time in the life of this planet.
Why? Let me ask you this. Why is it that we always focus on a lot of times the dead instead of the living part?
What does that have to do? What does that have to do with what?
Here they go again with the delusional stuff.
Because, like I said, go ahead.
Okay, I'll address your question. You might want to ring the race bell for this, Jen, because I'm about to say some comments.
Wait. Before I ring the race bell, thank you so much, Chef Shapino, for the super chat. Chef Shapino says, for some bacalao con yuca, mi amor. Gracias. Oh, and that tastes so good. You got to know. Thank you so much. Good to see you, Chef. I haven't seen you in a minute. I don't know why you don't cam up. Here we go. Haran.
Thank you. Now, here we go. This might sound controversial. Fuck it. Okay, if we notice, the rich, they usually believe in religion in order to control something, and while the poor, they believe in religion to be saved. And we often contend that now, right? Okay, now let's get to the meat and potatoes of this shit real quick.
Spro takes another swig.
Most people of color are questioned, when they want to choose atheism or anything outside of any controlled religion, as opposed to if whites are questioned. No one can, people of, color don't often question white people. They're atheists or if they don't believe in whatever because, they're white people. And here's where we go, because black is trauma. Black needs to be saved. Whites don't need saving because they're already in control.
So in black religions, that's against. In black religions,
here's the irony of it. Here's the kicker. Here is the kicker. You have been praying to someone who has left you out in the fire for over 500 years. And he has been on the other side, maybe on the side of the person who's been kicking your ass, but he hasn't been on yours. So I question, what is his ultimate plan? If for 500 years he is teaching you to be dependent, and his face that you are conditioned to pray to and seek comfort or anything from is the face of your oppressor. So feel free to answer all of
No, but black people made Jesus black. You late, Haran.
Oh, they
Jen.
did. Okay, my bad.
They made him black.
Haran, I was asking a question.
The woolly
In
hair,
black
brass feet.
Okay.
In black religions, has it historically been about life and death?
Black religions?
Yes, African religions.
As it is. Wait 1 second.
So if you don't know, just say I don't know. Just say I don't know.
Answer the question again. In terms of African religion, has it been about life or death? Actually, death is often a celebration in African religions.
Okay, so is it always about, like I said, if I was to go and study some African religions and I was to say, you know what, this is very similar to what the Aztecs were saying.
Christianity is an African religion. It didn't start in, at least it didn't start in Africa.
Okay.
It didn't.
Calm down, yellow boy.
What are we doing? What are we doing?
I'm sorry, bro. I'm sorry, bro. Every time I talk, he got to put his 2 words in, and I'm sorry.
What would Jesus do? E.
There you go.
Jesus was just as petty as me.
Okay. No, Jesus actually would have corrected me and backed up his claims to a point where I could at least shit out your ass.
But so let's just be real about this shit. But I'm sorry. The point that I was trying to make was, you know, all around the globe, most religions are similar. Be good to your fellow man. Look out for the low man. Religion, richness doesn't equal salvation. So I think sometimes we got to be kind of like conscious about, like, you know, some people can understand that. Like a person like me has actually read books about different religions. Some people actually
have you read any of the books of the Bible?
Why you keep cutting this dude off? Let this delusional person speak and get this stuff out. Shit.
See, Jen.
What's going on?
You know me.
I know you. Everybody breathe. I know you, E. Just let him finish. Spro or Bar, then we'll pass the mic. But let him finish because everybody else gets to finish. Go ahead, E.
No, I'm done.
You done?
Yeah, I'm
okay.
done.
Good.
I actually, like I said, most religions speak on the same things, in which are global around the world, about free goodwill, basically. And then when you actually look at those religions, and then you look at my specific religions, I can choose on what I feel like is good. You know what I mean? Like, hey,
it's custom. So it's custom fit. Basically.
No, it's not custom fit. It's because like somebody was asking me, why don't you study African religion? I was like, well, I don't have an African teacher around me. I cannot reproduce that to my children, to give that to my children. I don't have an African book that I can trust and partake in. So a lot of things that, especially when it comes to religion, I do because it's what's available to me right now.
Because you're a follower.
Yeah.
Well, isn't that what they call religious people?
Delusional by choice. Man, choosing the bull.
What's the problem with saying that, you know, this religion says feed the poor, and I believe in the same thing, and I want to teach my kids the same thing.
I'm sorry, finish. Sorry, I cut off again.
No. Go ahead, because trust me.
May I really?
Yeah, go ahead. Trust me.
Now, I was trying to be theatrical and save the bomb for the end, but your ignorance has driven me to honestly ruin it for the audience and the kids. I am a theist. After much research and
Bar knew that.
Struggling, yeah. All evidence points towards, if there is a God and if there is a truth when it comes to any theological anything. And this is, I would say that this is for, even if you don't believe in a God or you're agnostic, the one religion that makes sense is Christianity. However, Christians in the United States specifically do not know what they're talking about. And this is why, because they have not read the Bible, and it shows. It shows, E-Black, that you have not read. I'm not talking about going to hear what someone says every week. Have you read it? And get this, and when I say have you read it, this is not a claim of like, oh, because I read it, it's true. You need to fully understand the claims that you are backing up. The Christian theology, at least as far as like bare basis, because like again, it is layered. Like any religion, you need to really understand, and like you do, there is digging that needs to be done. But the Christian claim is very, very simple as far as the canon of the Christian scriptures, etc. The claim is there is one God. He has a name, right? He created everything. One day, because he is God, he wanted to make people because he wanted to have a relationship with something, with someone. For whatever reason. And based off of, get this, even based off of, you know what's crazy? Christians fail so hard at explaining their God, and their scriptures fully explain everything. And again, that doesn't mean that people will agree with you, but your Bible that you say that you stand by literally gives an explanation for everything, even for the critics that say that there are contradictions. It explains everything. But the problem is that you do not back it up. And the problem is with atheists, some atheists, is because of that, and I would say atheists in the West, because I highly doubt that there are atheists in the numbers that we have like in the West. The reason is mainly because of the behavior of those that stand by the claims, which honestly is a weak reason to be an atheist, in my opinion, because again, you have to look at the claim, because if you're saying you're an atheist, that means you do not believe that there is a God of any sort. And if your reason for that is because that the people that stand by whatever belief that they stand in are not behaving like there is whatever God there may be, that is a weak reason. However, you look stupid when you make claims about a faith. You're throwing out Bible vocabulary words. You're
like what?
Baby's first theology, and it's get this.
What? Like
Chronicles
what?
of Narnia breaks down Christian theology better than you have. And I'm not saying that was necessarily your attempt, but like the thing is, when you're talking to people who do not believe in a God of any kind, regardless of the specific faith or religion, you have to talk to them. You have to meet them at their level. And get this, if something is true, you can always back it up. That doesn't mean that the opposing force will agree with you, but there is a ways to back it up. And your God, your Bible teaches that most people are not going to listen. And that is okay. Your Bible teaches that your God loves these people regardless. However, because he is just and he is solidified in what he does, your Bible claims that while he loves them, that does not mean that there aren't consequences. And that's actually pretty logical. There's a lot of things that describe the character of the God of the Bible that actually are pretty logical. And what's frustrating is Christians and people that claim that they follow these scriptures cannot properly interpret it. Again, that does not mean that people will agree with you, but the God of the Bible is surprisingly logical. And there is an explanation, even for the problem of evil. Now, the thing comes into who is seeking truth. Anyone who is truly wants to know, because there's a difference between someone who doesn't want to know because, you know, ignorance is bliss. And again, this goes down to even subconscious things. Someone who truly wants to know would do their research. You're so critical of the entire Bible, read it, ask the questions, and then walk away with what you come with. If you are truly seeking, answers will be revealed to you. Even the Bible says that, regardless of what is true or not. And that just makes logical sense. If you are truly seeking truth and you are going after it, not going for biases, not seeking echo chambers, not seeking for a pat on the back. And, you know, I'm going a little long-winded, so I'm going to try to land the plane. But one more thing I got to add. It is not about heaven and hell. Even Christian theology teaches that. It is not about that. And even sin gets completely misinterpreted. Because it's clear if you have read the Bible and understand it. Because get this, the Bible is written, no matter what translation you get in English, it is written at a 4th grade reading level. It is very simple. Sin is anything outside of God's design. Some things are definitely wicked and evil and hurtful, right? There are other things that are counted as sin, right? That just from reading it, and even if you want, we can get into like the Hebrew law and everything, because I actually understand the context of what I'm saying that I stand by and believe in, so I understand the context.
So you have context, but I don't have context.
No,
Okay.
from the things you have said, it would not appear as though. It seems like you're all over the place. And even with George, I will say this: George is backing up his claims better. However, George, I think it's a few things with George. One, George is older.
Back up your claims. God damn, what are you talking about? He's putting me to sleep,
bro. You.
What? How am I putting you to sleep?
You really not that smart, bro.
Okay, so let's.
I'm sorry.
You really not that smart.
Wait.
I thought you had something. You ain't got nothing, bro. You just talking.
Okay, so yeah, all right. So let's do. Wait.
Really not him. Not him.
Time out.
Not him.
He said he's not him. I cannot. He said he's not him. Wait a minute. He's like, don't start.
He done put me to look. Man,
I'm trying, Jen. You know me. You know I'm not. Look.
Wait, it's super chat time.
I'll give you a break.
Super chat break. Okay, super chat break. Thank you, Donovan, for this super chat. He says E-Black does not have full knowledge of the Bible. He just got the t-shirt. He can't even explain why he's a Christian or even how Christianity works. I do want to say this because, again, there's a huge misconception that atheists got here because God has forsaken us. Or because we look at Christians, because, Christians think they're the only religion on the planet. We look at Christians and say there can't be a God because look at those Christian sinners. We are not that dumb, stupid, or illogical. I am an atheist because it is nonsensical.
I wasn't saying
I know, but I just want to speak in general for atheists. It is nonsensical to talk to fantasy people and think that although the entire world is having the same fucking experience, birth, sickness, health, death, accidents, murder, happiness, weddings, babies, the entire planet, no matter the race or ethnicity, what you eat, what you sleep, what you look like, what you think like, the entire world is going through the same human experience. That you want me to believe as a logical thinking person with common sense, with a brain that is intact, that there's something in the sky that's going to say, what's going to happen to me and find me a husband and he's going to help me get a promotion and I'm sick, so let me pray. Oh, but my cousin died of cancer, but I'm a special, so if I pray harder, he's not going to kill me, who left fucking Africans in fucking bondage for centuries, more suppression, okay? The white Jesus, my brain computes. It is intact. It has been intact since birth, okay? You cannot put fantasy and Disney in it and expect me to believe it. I have to see it. I have to feel it. I have to smell it. It has to be real. My brain works. You cannot mind fuck me. Do you understand? So there's this misconception that atheists, we're mad at God. God has forsaken me and I give up on God now. And it is not what George said. Well, I understand because a lot of people that were fed, religion down the throat, they completely rebel when they get over. I was not fed religion down my throat. I barely went to church. My parents said they were it was not fed. So none of that fits. None of that fits an atheist. We are logical. It is common sense. We are innately compassionate. As a matter of fact, if your ass was on fire and the atheist was around, you're not going to be praying to God. You're going to be telling me, please go get that bucket of water. Because your God will not respond and I will have a bucket of water. So guess what the Christians on the panel are going to do? Jen, please, the water. Wait a minute now. The atheists are immoral. We have no compassion. We don't believe in a God. We don't believe in a heaven and hell. How about this? You pray that your God put your ass out and I'll catch my bus. None of you are going to do that. None of you are going to do that. It is absolutely right, E-Black.
Wrong.
How does
absolutely not. How do I have it wrong?
Jen,
me being a Christian does not say, oh, because you're an atheist, you don't have goodness in you.
No, I was referring to what George said earlier. When he was questioning the morality.
But let's not be obtuse about it and say that, oh, because I'm a Christian that I can't accept help or I don't believe in the good of people. That's a separate thing.
Now, I will say this. The only attempt of answering this question I've ever heard, and it still was crazy, but this is what I've heard seen Christians do a lot over my lifetime. And because we've been on the same one question the whole time, and they haven't been able to answer.
It's never gonna be answered.
It's never gonna get answered.
What was the
but
question?
but this is the one thing that they do. When something bad happens to someone else, it's because they're not a Christian, they're not praying hard enough, they didn't do the Christian thing right. But when something bad happens to them, oh, it's because I'm doing the Lord's work and the devil's after me. That's exactly what's going on. That's the only attempt that I see them make at it.
It's me.
I want to add to that point. I did a whole 4-5 hour live stream where I went through all of the verses in the Bible where it literally tells you, as a Christian, you're like your God that you think is for your salvation. He's helping you. He's saving you. Your fucking Bible. You're called to suffer. You're like, this shit is. It's like they use it how they want. It's a free fall.
Let me interrupt real quick, Bar. Bingo. What you just said. It's about suffering. Jesus said, if you will not pick up your cross and follow me, you can't enter the kingdom of heaven. And when he told those people that, the cross represented to those people suffering, denying yourself, not putting yourself first in life, not seeking your own, suffering. You're right, Bar. You're totally right.
He's a psychopath. He's a psychopath. Your God is a psychopath, sir.
The problem is
these people.
Bar did make a really good point, but
he's a psychopath. Then who would tell if a human being, if a wife, a lover, or whoever, your boss wanted you to suffer, you'd want to get away from them. He is a psychopath.
Exactly.
And that's his interpretation. My church.
I forgot. There's right.
Oh my God, yo!
My church.
Stop with your interpretation. Stop with your interpretation. There is no interpretation. Scripture is very clear, and I was about to let me explain because I understand. Because again, written at a 4th grade reading level.
Why? Because
it's very clear.
Why? Because you're light skinned.
Because kids wrote it.
When the Bible talks about suffering, right? Bar brought up a good point. But get this: the atheists are making better points than you. The atheists are making better points than you.
WWJD.
No. Like for instance, I really do want to say this. Like, would George has? I can tell his version. The way that my pastor teaches is that through the name of Jesus,
your pastor. What does Scripture say?
Yeah, forget the pastor because the scripture rules.
That's
the scripture trumps.
You gotta relax, guys. Can I at least say what I'm gonna say and then say that?
I don't know because you
guys have to just relax.
Okay.
Well, George has his interpretation through what he's learned about carrying your cross. Through my pastor says that through the inherent name of Jesus, that we have an inherent power, and that when you believe in him, that you can actually go out into the world and create greatness, do straight supernatural ability. These are things. So like I said, these are things that like are different from, say, his theology or his understanding and my understanding.
So then Christianity is a tailor. He's a tailor. He's going to fit a suit. Yes, you just proved that. You said you're both Christians. Listen to logic. George and E Black are Christians. George had his own interpretation. E Black, you disagree with that interpretation. Therefore, Christianity is a tailor. You walk in, you get your suit custom fitted. George walks in, he gets his suit custom fitted, and then you both call yourself Christians. That is the tailor. Christianity is a tailor. Don't say that that's not what it is, because you said your pastor says X, Y, and Z. So your pastor rules. George's pastor said you carry that cross. It's a tailor. You're tailor fitting. You're tailor fitting Christianity.
Because like let's just be honest. In the real world, we just don't know what's going on, and we all have to have faith.
No.
And I have faith in the stuff that I have faith with, and all I can do is spread the words that I interpret. If you don't take it, then so be it.
Okay.
Now, E-Black,
so let me.
You see what you just did there? You did something that Bar is basically saying he prefers people do. You just said right then and there, at the end of the day, you just don't know.
Thank you. But listen,
that's fine. But when you come to the door and you say, this is the cure, this is the shit, this is the thing that's going to change the world, now you got to back it up. Where's the evidence? How do I know this is the thing? And if you come to somebody and say, hey, yo, brother, you're going through some things, I can't say this is going to work for you. It'll work for me.
But like I said, all I can do is just show you the path of my Jesus. All I can do is just show you the greatness of my Jesus.
That's all y'all gotta do.
That's all I can do. If you don't believe, you don't believe.
Just say that, man. Tell your church when we tell your pastor when he go out and talk to people and try to get people.
My God has created great things.
Say that. Say it's personal. I believe it. I don't know if it'll work for you. It might, but if it don't, then I don't know. Find you another one. This just my play thing. This is just what I play with at night before I go to sleep. Say that. Why y'all talk about this shit like it's true? It's not.
But let's be honest.
It's personal. It's personal, big bro. It's personal.
Okay.
Everybody has a personal.
Hold on. Did I ever say that I have a prescription for all 7-8 members of this panel?
That's what I
one time. That's one time. All I ever did was ever say that because of my personal experience with Jesus, that I believe in a certain thing. And if you would like to get to know him, I know a place where you can find him. That's all I've ever said.
Thank you. All right, so E-Black, so let me ask you this really quickly. Let me acknowledge these super chats, and I want to ask you something. Just Hear Me Out says the irony is thick. Talking about Christians turning off others, speaking like an arrogant ass on a panel won't convince people of your point either. Oh, you thought we were trying to convince people tonight?
Is that why you're here? Well, these people are lost.
Is that why you're here? Is that why you're here? Honey, no. Wait a minute. Let me read these super chats before we go on hot seats, and then I got to ask E-Black something. Don Levon, thank you for the super chat. Don Levon says, E-Black, you look stressed, bro. Just pray about it. So I wanted to ask you, since you're saying that you're not giving the remedy for everybody and anybody, is Christianity the religion? Is it the correct religion out of the 4,000?
Look, okay, logically, I would say, okay, as a Christian, yes. But I would also say listen, I would also say that my understanding of the Holy Spirit has just be a good person, do great things.
That is not.
Wait.
But see, you gotta understand.
No, I'm just asking a simple question. Can you answer a question without adding to it? I'm just wondering. Can you say yes or no?
No, he can't.
I'm just wondering if it's possible.
Hold on. You really want to ask a question that is core to humans being like people have fought wars over this.
Yes, I want to know. Yes, if you ask me, am I an atheist? I'm going to answer. Wait, listen. Everybody here is going to say yes or no. George, are you a Christian? Haran, are you agnostic?
Yes.
David, are you an atheist? No Saint, are you an atheist? Bar, are you an atheist?
Yep.
Lily, are you spiritual? Okay, you see how that happened? I'm just asking you, is Christianity the correct religion out of the 4,000? It is yes or no.
That is not a yes or no question.
This man practices a religion he don't even believe is correct.
No, okay, hold on. Time out.
Wow.
There are provisions in the Bible that says that
when
they hear,
time out. If I were Jesus, I would send you to hell.
Time out. Y'all gotta listen. There are provisions in the Bible that says Jesus says, or God says that when he hears the Holy Spirit, he will know his name.
There's no conviction with you. It's crazy.
You are completely butchering the.
You guys are ridiculous. You guys.
So Christianity. Okay, so then a lot of religions could be correct.
There are people in the Amazon. Hold on, time out. There are people in the Amazon who've not heard of 90% of the religions in the world. All I'm saying is that if that person followed the Holy Spirit, that person's too can make it to heaven.
You can't get the Holy Spirit until you've been baptized and accept the fact that Jesus rose from the dead. So what are you talking about?
Okay.
But what's going to happen?
Every religion, if I ask a Catholic, this is the point I'm trying to get to, and maybe we will never get to the point we just say hang out, and it was nice to hang out. If I ask a Catholic, is your religion the one true religion? A Catholic is going to say, fuck yes. Are you crazy? If I ask a Jehovah Witness, is your religion the true religion? Out of fuck yes, are you crazy? But I can't say that because in the Amazon, there's some people in the cave that haven't got the good word. So you don't even know if your religion is the right religion and you're speaking for it. You don't even know. You're like, I don't know if it is, but I'm speaking for it.
He's teaching it to his kids.
I've actually talked about a provision that was in the Bible, so I don't understand how you guys are trying to mix it up. You guys may have not heard it. You guys may have not have heard it, and thus it sounds strange to you.
So you don't believe? Okay, so then the answer is no. You don't believe that Christianity is the correct religion out of all the religions.
No, what I'm saying is, as a Christian, I will teach and practice Christianity, but other than that, I understand as the Bible was written was that the Holy Spirit will guide himself through the people, and those who hear it will know its name and know the one true God.
Is the Holy Spirit Christian?
His answer is no.
His
answer is no.
Okay, we can move on. Let me acknowledge these super chats real quick.
That boy Delulu.
Okay, M1, thank you for the super chat, says these are matters of belief, hence subjective, not objective reality. Hashtag game over. Thank you for the super chat. Hoop Jargon Media says no disrespect, but what Jesus voice sound like that? Which one? I don't know. Me? I don't know.
E-Black.
Okay, someone's trying to get in backstage. Who is trying to get in? Can you leave me a comment in the chat so I can see who it is? There are people trying to get in backstage. We are full. Let me know who is trying to get in, please. Is it?
Mama's church is about to conclude. The benediction's about to be sung.
Is it? Let's see. Someone said drop the link. Is that you? Hold on. Is that you, Bolo? Who's trying to get in?
I think it's Bolo and
that was
Chocolate.
Bolo TV. Mm-hmm.
E-Black, sir.
Oh fuck.
You again.
Okay, that's Bolo trying to get in. Hold on one second. Hold on.
Hey, Chen, I'll drop if they'll let them on. So I've been like a piñata tonight, which I knew that was coming.
Oh, you're fine. You're doing better than E-Black.
I'll sleep it off.
You're fine, George.
You handled yourself pretty well.
At least you had conviction.
No, let Bolo. No, let George stay. Some of y'all greasy head people need to drop.
Hey, Bar.
Agreed.
You the one with the ball spot, man. You need to fix that.
If I could get on your program, Bar, let me know.
Bolo,
add any value.
Come on my show for sure.
Yeah.
Bolo, we need your face. We don't do avatars here no more, babe. We don't do no avatars.
Yeah, Bolo
We don't do no avatars.
Then I'll just chat with the baby.
Okay, thank you. Absolutely, yeah. Thank you. Yes. The house rules now. Everybody got to say it with their face. Who else was coming up? Anybody else was coming up? Yeah, we can't do like them other panels. Everybody hiding behind an avatar. And I understand some people have jobs where they can't show their face, but
shit,
everybody's showing.
You know what's sad? I never thought about my job.
Yeah, no, everybody got to show their face. It's just respectful. Like, it's just respectful. And I let that slide for years. People was hiding behind avatars.
Yeah.
E-Black. So
looking at it now, I'm like, wow, how did we do that? Yeah, because it looks way better with the faces.
It do.
And people get to say it with their chest because motherfuckers are hide behind.
Look at my face. Look at me in my face when you talking to me. I don't know what them avatar. I don't do them avatars.
Right.
Okay, Hoop Jargon Media, thank you for the super chat. Hoop Jargon says, I'm asking E-Black TV, that's my guy, but the Jesus voice. You did a Jesus voice?
I don't want no. That's what Jesus sound like.
That's what Jesus sounds like?
My voice, hey, I don't know what God sound like to y'all, so I can't tell.
Chocolate, I think you were trying to get in as well. I dropped the link. Grab the link if you're going to cam up. If you're going to show your face, please grab the link.
E-Black, I don't know if you know this, but the Bible actually clearly states that we don't hear God audibly.
Have y'all noticed that the Christians are disagreeing? These motherfuckers Christians, they disagree more than we do with them. The fight is not with us. It's with them.
Yeah, the Christians, like all the atheists agree, the Christians are like,
Bar.
How are we gonna debate these people? These people don't even agree with each other, and we trying to debate them. They're delusional. It's not even up for debate. This shit is stupid.
That's
easier,
true.
It's easier to debate It's easier to debate a stance of not believing in anything than it is to believing in something.
Black, be quiet. Be quiet. Be quiet.
I can easily say. I can easily. No. I can easily.
You mean
debate.
common sense? You mean common sense is easier to explain than delusion?
Yeah,
that's really what you're saying.
The God
today.
delusion. This is the God delusion.
I can easily debate.
I don't know if I'll call
my
it God
not
delusion,
believing in anything easier
So,
than I can
you
believe in
too.
anything.
Both of you motherfuckers delusional.
Whoa. Okay. Oh, Bar. Okay, Black, be quiet.
Okay, just hear me out.
How
Is
am
up
I
here. Just hear. Wait a minute. We got somebody new here, and we've been going for a while. So let's hear him out. I see someone else trying to get in backstage. When I drop the link, you got to grab it, okay? Because whoever grabs it first gets up here first. Just hear me out. Welcome to the panel. What you got to say, sir?
I was just going to say, you guys are having an argument on two different levels, right? Okay, so somebody keeps saying, what is God going to do for me that a human can't do for me, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, if you're an atheist, you don't believe in the afterlife, so therefore there is nothing else that can be done. Versus if you're religious, there's an afterlife, and only God can save you. So it's two totally different starting points. So I don't even understand what that argument is supposed to result in.
Mm-hmm.
By the way, God sends the atheist with the bucket to put you out.
I told you, Jen, earlier when you asked about the bucket, I was trying to tell you that's what they're gonna say. They're gonna say, well, God works through us. So when you ask, is he gonna pray? Or
I'm being half serious with that comment, by the way.
They're gonna say God is using you.
No, wait. I'm being half serious. I'm not being totally like I know that's what they'd say. That's why I had to throw it in there. Okay.
Oh yeah, I'm about to say that's what they say. Let
me ask you this. Let me ask you this. Just hear me out. Since you're up here, God sent, and even if you're being half serious, let's just entertain. God sends the atheist with the water bucket.
I was serious with my first part, half joke with the water bucket. Okay, go ahead. Sorry.
Okay, so what do you think about all the slaves that, just your opinion, what do you think about all the slaves that were praying for about 500 some odd years to be freed and from these plantations and getting tortured and mutilated and sexually assaulted and all that? What do you think about them praying to a Jesus for 500 years and never getting an answer or freedom or refuge? What do you think about that? What do you think God was doing those 500 years?
Well, okay, so I mean, there's a couple ways to answer that.
Pick one.
First way, I mean, my default position is that, since sin entered the world has fallen. Man is going to do horrible things to other men. I mean, that God, as George said, doesn't just dispense out equal justice everywhere just because you believe and then, okay, sweet, I got it. Because then it wouldn't be a religion or faith at all. Because all you would have to do is believe and instantly get the results. There is no faith at that point. Does that make sense? I mean, that's literally what it is. It's faith. You're never going to have proof. Just like you cannot prove that there's not a God. Not saying that you can prove there is, but you cannot prove that there's not some metaphysical being out there, right? You can't prove it. You can't prove it either way.
But that
does it make sense?
But we're not the ones claiming bullshit.
Right, it doesn't make sense.
You're
that doesn't
claiming
make
that
sense.
he doesn't exist.
This is what I'm telling
you. You can't prove he doesn't exist. You can't prove that.
I don't believe it. I don't believe that God exists.
That's
my point.
Okay, you don't believe.
Right.
That's
and
not,
I do.
No, Saint, what did you want to say?
No, I'm saying that's wrong. We're saying there's no evidence that he exists. And you
right.
can't, there's no such thing. The whole thing of saying prove that he doesn't exist, you cannot prove a negative.
That's not sensical.
Get these motherfuckers no Saint, because they just talking.
What is the definition of, actually no, that's a stupid question. I would say like when we're talking about like because you can't produce evidence.
Sounds stupid.
I would say someone, and this is for both sides, right? So like if you're defending that there is a God, you need to have you need to have good arguments. And if you're defending that there, vice versa, there isn't a God, you need to have good arguments. Now
The
if
burden
you're
of
talking
proof
about-
is on y'all, big bro. Y'all the ones saying this shit.
Let me just hear me out. Let me ask you a question.
Well, no, the same thing
Do
would
you-
go. I think that's what Just Hear Me Out is kind of saying.
You
He's
trying to
like,
you telling us your God exists? Prove it. Why we got how we got to prove? So
I said that
You can't prove he exists.
That's what I believe.
That's why it's
That is
fake.
what I believe. That's what I think is the objective
Do
truth.
you hear
Now,
just?
if
Do you
believe
hear
it or
just
not,
hear
I'm
me
not-
out? Just hear him
I'm not
out. He
trying
said
to
you can't
convince
prove it. It's just faith.
Okay,
That's
so
what it is.
someone,
Faith.
someone,
It's
okay.
called faith.
The Bible doesn't
Okay.
describe faith the way that people say that it's described as faith.
Well, that's
Okay,
what
so
the other
somebody in the
Christians
chat, somebody in the chat says something interesting. Just hear me out. Do you believe in unicorns?
Bible, real quick.
No.
You don't believe in it? Why don't you believe in unicorns?
Well, unicorns are supposedly physical beings on the earth, right?
Right. So how can you prove a unicorn
So
doesn't exist?
is
Prove
God a
it.
physical being on the earth?
Yes.
Christians are saying God is a physical being on the earth that
yes,
walks around.
He is in all things all around me. He sent. Yes, he works through people and yes.
Sorry, Mike.
So prove to me
internet-
unicorns
that's
don't.
not
No,
what
your
the Bible
internet is
claims.
fine. Okay, so what do you
that's
prove to me unicorns
some
don't exist?
interpretations.
Okay, here we go with their interpretations. The fucking
It's not about the interpretation.
No, I'm not saying it to be difficult. I'm saying that is not
Okay,
what
what-
every Christian believes. You
I
are
know, because
describing something where God.
I know Christians, none of you are in sync. I mean, not one of you.
Neither.
Okay.
I mean, not one of you.
Jen?
This is the most mixed up. Let me tell you, and I told you I've dabbled in a lot of them, right? Christians and I mean by far, a long shot. And I've hung out with Pentecostal. I was a Jehovah's Witness. We got Catholics. We got Scientologists. We got Christians by far, and I mean by far, are the most fucked up, unagreeing, ridiculous, mixed up, interpreting motherfuckers on the planet.
Let me ask you this.
By far, and
regards to that, regards to that.
Hold on. Let me ask.
One second.
You can't even agree on the race of your Lord and Savior.
Hold on, Jen.
You can't even agree on the race of your Lord and Savior.
Jen, let me ask you this.
I don't know.
All scientists believe in string theory, Big Bang theory. Do all scientists believe in the same theory of the creation of?
Why are you comparing science to your God?
Scientists
You're
are
all
not
knowing
a
creator,
group.
bro.
Scientists are not a group. They never claim to be a group. Scientists are not a group. Those are fucking independent contractors of science. They're not a group. They're not like, hey, look at us. We're the scientists. We experiment. No.
My point is that to a certain degree, yes, we are all walking by faith.
No.
What is faith, Evil?
I'll ask this simply. What race is Jesus? Just hear me out.
Why does it
Because he
matter?
was real. No. It matters because he walked the earth.
Well,
remember, you didn't wait. Let me finish. You didn't want to wait a minute. Let me finish my question. Don't interrupt, please. You didn't want to discuss God because he's not a real person. He's an entity. He's something else. Let's talk about Jesus because he walked the earth, right?
No.
Yeah. So if you're going based off the Bible,
okay.
If you're going based off the Bible,
what race was Jesus?
Outside of the Bible, Jesus was a real person, regardless of whether or not you believe.
Right. Okay.
So what race was Jesus?
He'd either be what? He's in Canaan, so I guess today he'd be called Palestinian, right?
Yeah, Palestinian.
So he's a Palestinian.
If he's in Canaan.
Okay. E Black
He's
is not.
Jewish, right?
Okay, wait. E
Son
Black
of
is not in
Abraham.
his. Oh, wait a minute. E Black is not in his head.
I don't know what we're talking about.
Wait a minute.
Ethnicity.
We know what we're talking about. Ethnicity. You know what ethnicity and race is. Come on.
Okay.
Stop it.
So
let her finish her point. So we
E Black. What race? E Black. What race or ethnicity is your Jesus? Yours.
My Jesus.
Yours.
Okay. Well, through my understanding that over 2,000 years of war and migration, he could be a brown-skinned man.
Brown meaning what? Is he African? Brown like African?
Palestinian.
There are a lot of people that are brown.
Middle Eastern.
Brown meaning what? African, black, but
if you go to that region, you have people who are that look like Asians. You can go to the region and you can look
It doesn't
look
matter what he looked
Caucasian.
like.
He could have a lot of.
So you don't
Where
have
was
an
he
idea.
from?
You don't know.
No, he's more than likely going to be a brown skinned man.
Okay, so you're thinking he's
Yeah.
going to be brown. George,
There was
what
no-
race?
I mean,
George,
we're talking. Well, hold on. We're talking about a time and place where race wasn't really an.
Yeah, well, let me
but it is
answer her
now.
question.
It was
If
more
we're
about
using,
culture.
okay,
The
but if we're using,
recordings of
let's
Jesus,
since
where
we live
did
in
they take place?
2023, since we're living in 2023, and you believe in him now, right? You believe because you didn't live back then. You live in you're here now. So what do you think if you had to put a race, assign him a race or ethnicity? What would you say?
By today European capitalistic system standards, then he'd probably be a black man.
Black
God.
man, got it. Okay, George, what race is your Jesus?
Israeli. That's what
Israeli. Okay,
Israeli.
we got
King of the
Palestinian. We got Palestinian.
Yeah,
we got
thank you,
George.
So we have listen, time out. So we have a Palestinian Jesus on the panel, a black Jesus on the panel, and
Palestinian's not
what
even
did you
a
say? What did you say, George? What's your Jesus? Your Jesus is what?
He would be from that region.
Can I ask? Wait, can I ask one thing now?
Okay, and here, wait a minute, and I'm gonna put icing on it. I'm gonna put icing on the cake. All the Christians in the chat, throw down what race or ethnicity your Jesus is.
They have been.
Wait,
Ben.
okay, let me ask.
Jen, you're
white-
trolling.
Hold on.
I have to, E-Black.
You're
I
trolling.
must.
What difference does his race make? It's as important as his height.
I'll tell you what.
No,
What does it matter?
Thank you, No
He's
Saint.
about to make a
I'll
point.
tell you what.
He's about
Go
to
ahead,
make a
No
point.
Saint. Go ahead, No Saint. Go ahead, No Saint.
Because-
Why does the race and ethnicity of Jesus for all the Christians matter? Go ahead, No Saint.
Because when you go around the world, you have people of all different races looking at a white Jesus that was used to beat down, to take over, conquer, and kill people unless they bowed down to that religion. So now you might say, what does it matter? But it mattered a great deal.
That wasn't
in
the
the
question,
last
though,
500.
No Saint.
It mattered a great deal in the last 500 years.
No Saint, that
really,
was not the question she asked.
Yes, she does. I'm telling you why it matters.
You're
I'm
trying
telling you
to
why
take this
race
off in
matters.
another way.
No.
Jen, the whole thing about what he's talking about is about people, he's right about the Europeans taking Jesus, making him white with blonde hair, blue eyes.
I'm telling you why it
Jesus
matters. That's
never
why
looked
why
like that.
it matters.
He was a Hellenistic Jew from that period of time.
Jesus, Hellenistic. Jesus.
Well, when you put it that way,
I'm trying to be correct.
So, okay, so look, really quickly, David has to leave us, and I want him to say his final point. And everyone who's trying to get in backstage, you guys are trying to get in backstage. Once David drops down, the link is up. If you don't grab it, you don't grab it. I'm gonna drop it one more again. Okay, you guys are trying to get in. After David goes down, whoever grabs it, grabs it. David, what are your final points?
I knew that we didn't come on here to change minds, and I am sure that we didn't change a single one here. We are all steeped in our
I'm convinced
beliefs, or in the case of atheists, our lack of belief. It's hard to argue when one side is based on a text that atheists consider on the same level as Moby Dick and Pinocchio. It is a work made by man. It is not a divine. A hand didn't come from the sky and write those pages. It was written like a couple centuries after the purported facts and then translated, as we've said, ad nauseum and everything like that. So, we're not going to change minds, but let's tone down the arrogance a little bit when we talk about atheists and calling them angry and that they hate God, because nothing could be further from the truth. We're just here to embrace science, reasons, facts, things that we all commonly physically experience, and to embrace humanity and try and make it a better place. And we also think it would be a better place without religion.
Yes.
Amen. Amen.
George,
Sunday
thank you, by
cake
the way,
glory.
so eloquently defending your positions and everything like that. I'm going to say that to everybody. I really appreciate the respect. We didn't go too crazy, and I won't be wearing a shirt next week either.
Damn it! Wait. I was kidding about the change in the shirt. I couldn't resist. I was like, man, he's got no shirt on. He's got like a deep V. He's got a dinner jacket or something. What's going on?
He's
It's the uniform,
sexy.
man. It's the uniform. Thanks, y'all.
All right, thank you,
All right,
David.
David.
You too.
Yeah.
We can catch David in the next stream. All right, guys.
Shout out
That
to
means that
David.
there's a seat open. So whoever's going to grab it is going to grab it. David is no longer on the panel. Who's up next so we can get this train back on the tracks? Here we go. Miss Chocolate. Miss Chocolate is joining us. Let me read this. And we ain't going to be here all night now. We're going to wrap this up. But let me read this super chat. How are you, Chocolate? Let me read the super chat really quickly. Don Levon, the hobbyist, says they can't even agree what race or ethnicity Jesus was, but all these Christians claim that they know him and worship him. Laughing emoji. We both laughing at that. I mean, but it's amusing. You know, and at the end of the day, it's funny. And then I'll pass the mic. At the end of the day, it's funny. None of this shit matters. None of this shit matters. If we were in the same place at the same time, and one of us needed help from the other person because we built somewhat of a rapport on this podcast, we would help the other person. Whether or not the other person is going to heaven or hell is completely irrelevant at said time. I am trolling. I am asking the race and ethnicity because Christians are, in my opinion, the worst religion. Just respectfully, y'all are the worst group. Y'all are the worst team.
Wait,
if I was
I wanted to ask you
the worst team. Like if
the
y'all were in
the relationships between, let's say, Catholics and Christians, is that better or worse than Sunni and Shiite?
I'm not talking about the relationships.
Christians are the worst.
Are we talking?
Okay,
like
and wait. I'm not talking. Listen, maybe you're confused. I'm not talking about their relationship. I'm not talking about their relationship with another religion. I'm saying Christians are the worst team. If we're talking about the NBA, what's the worst NBA team?
We're not killing each other right now.
What are you talking? Christians? Oh my fuck. Okay, go back to my Christian.
What religious Christian wars are going on right now?
Okay, listen to me. Listen to me. I'm talking in the sense of you people being on the same page. None of you are. You can't even agree on the race of ethnicity and of your Lord and Savior. You know how crazy that sounds?
Do
you know how crazy that sounds? No, it's very important. It's very important.
Why is it important?
It's very important.
You keep saying it's important. You don't explain why it's important.
Why is it that you? Why is it? See, but that's how you get out of proving anything.
Just hear me out. The reason
that's
why
how
it's
you
important.
get out of proving anything. That's why your religion means nothing, because you can't prove anything and you have a pass for everything. Doesn't matter what race he is. Doesn't matter when Jesus was here. Doesn't matter the race of it. Doesn't matter how many times the slaves were involved. Doesn't matter. It's my interpretation. Doesn't matter. So if it doesn't matter, what you're essentially telling the public is none of your shit matters. Because you can't even prove anything that matters. So then none of it matters. That's why I give credit to other religions, because the Catholics are going to stick to their guns and they're all going to believe the same shit. Jehovah's Witness, same thing. Pentecostals, same thing. They're all going to think, you guys, it's my interpretation. It doesn't matter. What matters is race. Yeah, it fucking matters, because
I didn't even say my interpretation. I said it doesn't matter.
But that's also an interpretation.
So, just hear me out.
That's also an interpretation.
The reason why the race thing matters is because the point that Jen is trying to make is that, and maybe I'm wrong, like Jen, at any point talk.
Do it without saying historically. Do it without saying historically.
With this again, it's not even about Christianity. It's any religion. Every single religion, every single worldview, every single faith, get this, it even goes outside of religion. Any worldview has a claim that it stands by as like, this is the truth, right? So you need to examine that clearly. The thing is, and I could be wrong, I could be putting words in your mouth and or George's mouth, and even E-Black. The problem is
you ain't putting nothing in my mouth, Paul.
I'm saying
what is happening?
A lot of American Christians in the majority, because like I think if Jen, I mean I don't know how familiar she is, but like if Jen looked, like she even said, like she has more respect for the other religions because there seems to be a general consensus on what is and what isn't, right? Regardless of the reasons. If you look at Christians everywhere but in the West, they all act the same. The West is where you start to see the discrepancies. And here's the problem. It's not even about whether or not what's true and what's not. You need to be able to back up your claims. You need to be able to say what it is and why you believe that it's true, and give good arguments. So like when we talk about the race of Jesus. Now, in my personal opinion, I get what you mean. You're saying you're a theist. I don't know if you believe in Jesus being, the Christ necessarily, or whatever it is, or whatever religion you are. Okay. So based off of that, so that matters because it's like, okay, well, who was this person? You're saying that there was a person, some poor Jew, who, again, we all know he historically was alive. We all know he got executed by the Roman government because he was saying some crazy shit.
So then, do you know his race? What was his race?
Because of history.
What was his race? He's historical. What was his race?
He was a Palestinian Jew.
That's a culture.
Oh my God. He's Israeli, Middle Eastern. Look at where the stuff about Jesus, about where he was, again, because I think everyone here would be like, okay, he wasn't.
Did you know that Jesus? Did you know that Jesus? Hold on. Did you know that Jesus and his family went to Egypt?
Y'all are sitting here saying that there was a man that claimed that he was God, and you can't agree on where he was from.
I'm asking. Wait. My Wi-Fi cut out. I asked what race he is. What race is he? Since you know.
He was a Palestinian Jew. He's Middle Eastern. Again, I don't know.
There we go. Let's go with that.
That's cultures, bro.
Jesus Christ, that's where he was from. Stop with the semantics. I'm literally
it's not semantics. You said that the race.
A good point, and you're fucking
E-Black. Why are you arguing? E-Black. Why are you arguing with him when you don't even know? You can't even decide this. Yeah. That's your Jesus. And you don't even have an answer. That's your Jesus. How you going to go at Spro and that's your Jesus and you don't even have an answer for where your Jesus is from? You can't go with him.
Jen, there is no his Jesus. There is no my Jesus. There is who was Jesus. Again, regardless. Now, the big, as far as like the God and religious claim was Jesus who he claimed to be? But again, we all know Jesus was a real person. He was some Jewish teacher. He got a big following. The Roman government was like, that's drolling. He was executed and then his body went missing. This is historical fact. The religious claim is his body went missing because he got up from the dead. The historical claim is that his followers robbed the grave or whatever, and then spread the rumor that at least that's one of the rumors. But we know that his body went missing after.
So now we got zombie Jesus too.
We don't know that. But
No. What I'm saying is we know that the guy was executed and that his body went missing. There was an investigation. They chalked it up. Like if you look at like most people, again, who aren't religious, they'll say like, oh, it most likely his followers like robbed the grave or amongst other things that like him not getting up from the dead. The religious claim is that he got up from the dead. But again, that's not even the question. I'm just talking about that's the claim, right? This stuff took place somewhere. Look at where it took place. Jesus was not, he was a regular guy. He was poor. Again, it shook up stuff, but that's just the thing.
Really quickly, let me acknowledge the super chat. House of Matrix, thank you for the super chat. House of Matrix says, I'm Christian, and most Christians are most judgmental. M1, thank you for the super chat. M1 says, talk about God without mentioning Jesus and the Bible. I find it ironic or funny that when it comes to, thank you, Israel Grace, for the super chat. I find it ironic that when Christians specifically, and I fucking promise you, I did not want this show to be atheists versus Christians, because Christians, I mean, y'all make my ass itch. I wanted other religions up here because you guys are never on one accord. You never know what the fuck the other person's talking about. Y'all are all over the place. I wanted someone who was fucking solid. This is who Jesus was. This is how it goes. Wait a minute. All of you are completely... E-Black, he didn't even want to guess what his Jesus was, okay? So here's the thing. This is why it matters. I notice only when it comes to Christianity. Everything else in life, it matters what group belongs to who. Let's make it simple. Sports teams. I've seen you guys burn fucking jerseys. When a motherfucker wants to go from Miami to fucking LA, you burned. How dare you, bitch? And that's about fucking sports. So now you're telling me that the motherfucker who's offering you heaven or hell. It doesn't matter what race he is. It doesn't matter what he believes. It doesn't matter where he comes from. It doesn't matter what he turned water. It does, none of it matters.
You're throwing in
Let me
things in
finish.
addition
Let
to
me
race.
finish. Let me finish. Let me finish because I'll just mute your mic. I don't even know you. You're new here. Relax. Okay? So none of something as serious as salvation, because salvation is a pretty serious fucking subject. Life and death is a pretty fucking serious subject. Burning in hell forever, that's fucking more serious than your fucking your draft, your fantasy draft pick. But if a fucking athlete moves from here to there, you are raising hell. But yet your Lord and Savior, your Jesus, doesn't matter what race he was. Doesn't matter what he did. Doesn't matter what we believe. He's just there. He's for us. I felt him when I found my car keys and I thought I lost them. When I got that promotion at work, I felt him. Nothing matters about these motherfuckers. Not the God or the Jesus. Nothing matters about them. Yet you believe that they can give you salvation and good favor. But let a motherfucker go from Miami to LA. God damn it. Fuck. You're burning jerseys and yelling at the TV and cursing. But someone who's offering you salvation, none of it matters. It's interpretation. Who cares about the guy that's going to give me heaven or hell? Who cares? That's not that important. We just believe. You sound fucking like children talking about Santa Claus. You sound fucking delusional. You sound fucking insane. And that's why atheists look at you like you're fucking crazy. And then insult to injury. Yes, I don't care what other religions are doing. Maybe that religion does mass murder. So did your God. Maybe that, but at least they are cohesive and on accord and on the same page. At least they're all together. We had 3 Christians up here and none of you motherfuckers agree. I don't want to be. My Jesus is dead. That doesn't matter.
We disagree on insignificant shit.
No, it's not insignificant. You say it's insignificant because it's easy. It's an easy way out. It's an easy way out. It's all insignificant. It doesn't matter what race he was. Let me tell you where it mattered. Let me tell you how it mattered. You think, wait a minute. You think it didn't matter. You are white, okay? You don't think it mattered that a blonde, blue-eyed Jesus was on the wall of fucking black homes for 400 or 500 years up to today? You think that doesn't fucking matter? You think representation doesn't fucking matter? That is because you're fucking white. Don't get up here and tell me that it doesn't matter. The race of Jesus doesn't matter. Don't fucking do that shit.
Jen.
You fucking insane? His race don't matter. You know why his race don't matter? Because he's always been white. That's why it don't matter to you. But had Jesus been black, let me tell you something. Had Jesus been fucking black, I bet you wouldn't even be a fucking Christian. Don't blow smoke up my ass.
I think we've jumped the shark.
It's easy to say. It doesn't matter as long as he's white. It doesn't matter. If he was black, your ass would be a fucking... You would be a fucking Scientologist.
We need Jen, you need to ring the race bell. Can we get the race bell?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Jen. Woo.
I'm just saying it matters.
God damn.
It does. Look, Jesus took him off. But to say something, I mean, listen, that is something that a white person would say. Mm-hmm. That is something that a white person would say. Mm-hmm. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter because he's quite comfy. I guarantee it. Even if he's one of them kumbaya white people. Okay? No shade, no saint. I guarantee it doesn't matter to him because Jesus has always been white. If Jesus was represented as dark-skinned with an afro, you think that white people would be adamant about praising Jesus? Let's just keep it a fucking... Can we keep it 100 on tonight? Can we fucking keep it 100 on tonight? Of course it doesn't matter. White people rule here. Why does it matter what race he is? It doesn't matter. It fucking matters. It matters.
Okay.
I don't fucking understand this.
Jen, I just want to add to the point that, you know, maybe we're not giving you enough pushback because we're respecting your opinion as the host, too.
We want to push back E-Block. That's what we invited you.
You know, I'm not getting into my Bible thumping right now because I respect you as the host.
E-Black, you had 3 hours and 30 minutes to get into your Bible. That is why I told you come.
We could have read the Bible by now, E-Black.
No. I know what this is about. I've been on enough Gen panels to know what the hell this is about.
Wait, really quickly, Chubby Jesus is back. And let me read these super chats. Really quickly. E-Black, don't even try. You was up here talking about light skin and S-curl.
Exactly,
Don't
My
come
phone
at
died.
me.
Sorry, everyone.
No worries. Give me a second. Just hear me out. I want to acknowledge these super chats really quickly. Thank you for the super chat. Crispy Delicious Chicken says, Jesus is fake. Jesus is fake, but mine is Trinidadian. Go ahead. And Don Levon, the hobbyist, says, okay, you Christians don't know the race of your Jesus, then what's the race of your God? That's irrelevant. Doesn't matter. Make him whatever you want him to be. Come on, Don Levon,
Couldn't have
catch
explained
on.
it better myself.
Make him whatever you want it to be. It doesn't matter.
There we go. Now you're getting it.
Okay, no, I'm being facetious, darling. Okay, guys. So I don't want to hog the mic. I'm yelling into my wonderful mic. I want to pass the mic. Who hasn't spoken for a while? I want to be fair before we get out of here.
Chocolate.
Bar, do you want to say something? Because I kind of like when Bar goes off.
Chocolate hasn't talked yet. Chocolate, the new system.
Okay, Chocolate, give us. I know you've been listening for a while. Your ears are probably very full. What say you? Just hear me out. You need to come back again. Just hear me out.
I got nothing better to do.
There you go.
What is the question at this point? Because I heard a whole lot going on, and I want to.
Oh, girl, we ain't asking no questions. You got to give your opinion. The questions we've asked like 500. Just tell us what you think. We're atheists versus the religious tonight. What say you?
Yes, I think that again, here we are as they compared it to, and hello everyone. But
hi.
As they compared to, I love how we cherry pick history.
Chocolate, your sound is off, Mama. Your sound is off. Yeah, it sounds like you're talking.
It's a little muffled.
Okay,
it's a little muffled.
Go ahead, say it. Talk.
Is it better now?
Yes.
Better? Okay, great. Sorry, cookie. So, what I wanted to say was this. Religion has been used to put people in a lull, so to speak. We don't go to church and see Jesus come off the cross. We listen to our pastor. It's a man asking me for money.
You're back in the cup, Chocolate.
Man, this is wet. Hold on.
What is it? Is there something covering your mic? It sounds like something's covering your mic.
Can you hear me okay? Now, yes, no?
Yes.
Yeah, now it's good. It's good.
Sorry. Anyway.
And I have a woman pastor, by the way.
And that's okay. But it really
what?
It doesn't make a difference, though, because we know
Sam, we don't have to prove something doesn't exist. That's illogical. It's stupidity. We don't have to prove something doesn't exist. It's stupid. I hate when people say that. Please grow up. Or you prove to me why unicorns don't exist. There you go. Prove to me why a unicorn doesn't exist. Go ahead. You don't believe in unicorns? Tell me why a unicorn doesn't exist. Give me proof. You don't believe in unicorns, I'm sure, Sam. So you prove to me unicorns don't exist. Jesus H. Christ.
Well, again, we have been raised, especially when it comes to the Black and brown communities. We know that we've been indoctrinated with, if you don't do this right, if you don't do that right, you're going to hell. If you lie, it's a sin. If you have sex before marriage, it's a sin. But yet and still, constantly, we see that it doesn't matter. You can call yourself whatever you want. It's about you as a person. And so if you want to use religion to control people, that's what you'll do. If you want to use religion, because again, religion was created to lull the masses. It was created to put us in a constant state of fear. Fear that, oh my God, I better not do that because, or, oh, I did this, so it's washed away over there. And again, you have no proof. I am a practicing Buddhist. I was in Christianity. I was raised in it. as a Baptist. Got baptized, the whole thing. My daddy was a deacon, my uncle, my grandpapa, everybody was a pastor. But they had children everywhere and not by all the same women. So I find it interesting that we take religion and want to hold it up like a shield. As if, of course, individuality is in everything we do. We can stop placating that. It doesn't matter. It's about what you're supposed to be doing. And the only thing I will say as far as Christianity versus atheists, that's been a long time coming. They even were bombing each other, and this was in the 1980s.
Chocolate, can you try coming out and coming back in? Because I can't even clip this if I wanted to. It's bad.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
It's bad.
Okay, I'm gonna jump down. I'll be back.
Okay.
If she got some earphones, that'll do her wonders. Like if she has some earphones, it'll make it.
Chocolate, if you're listening, you got earphones. Put your earphones on because I can't do the cup thing. It drives me crazy.
Whatever she's sitting the phone on is covering the bottom, and so it sounds like the sound is being.
Yeah, that's what I said.
A lot of people hold their phone like this, and it comes.
Yeah, there you go.
That's what I said. It sounds like your mic is covered.
A little something. You're a little smart.
Okay, just hear me out. Wait a minute before we go to just hear me out. Does anyone else want to speak? No, Saint, go ahead.
Yeah. I was gonna say, what to Chocolate's point. I was gonna actually say that when Just Hear Me Out was saying Christians aren't killing each other, it wasn't that long ago that the Protestants and the Catholics were fighting in Ireland. We have Christians blowing up other Christians at abortion clinics. It happens all the time. Just because it hasn't happened as much as it's happening in other parts of the world, there is a bloody history of Catholics and Protestants murdering each other throughout history. And not even that long ago.
I said without using history.
Hold on. I'm sorry. No, Saint. My issue is no matter what. I get the hung up on religion part, but no matter what, humans for millions of years have had a concept of God. So I don't understand why. I understand it's easy to attack religion, organized religion, attack that. But the fact that you can believe in a higher power, I don't understand why people get so hung up on that.
You're not listening.
Because religion causes harm.
Just Hear Me Out was saying other religions are killing each other, and the Christian hasn't been that long. In fact, it's been less than 50 years. It's been less than 25 years that Christians were killing each other over religion.
Yeah, and I get that. I get that part. But like I said, the concept of God and believing in a higher power is not. It's been universal since the start of mankind.
No, that's not right.
That is exactly true.
No,
they've been having it on the freaking walls. What are you talking about?
No, listen, stop. Because there's at least 4 or 5 different versions of humanoids before Homo sapiens. Homo sapiens became,
and they all believed in some higher power.
Homo sapiens became self-aware, and they had the ability to reason, and then they started questioning this, and then they made up this guy, and then here we are, and here I am correcting you on the fact that there are at least 5 or 6 different humanoids before us. So no, not the beginning.
And it's about to be 6. And number 6 on their way because we're on our way up out of here. So
continue.
I still don't understand what you're saying. You're saying that humans have not believed in the concept of God since millions of years. Is that what we're saying?
You said since the beginning of time.
Since the beginning of the human beings,
have not been here since the beginning of time.
Okay, now you're getting hung up on it.
Humanoids. That is what
since humanoids have been drawn on walls, they've been drawing God.
And they would need the ability to reason. Homo sapiens were able to outlast and outpace other versions of humanoids because of their ability to reason. And their ability to reason has led them to the idea of theism and the creation of God. That is what I'm telling you.
and then if you want to go there, E-Black, when they were scribbling on the walls, they had multiple gods. They had the sun god and this god and the rod. And humans have a way of deifying what they can't understand.
Yeah, because because humans understand that there's a higher power greater than them.
Yeah, but they'll deify anything. Like Beyonce,
We don't gotta call
like
it
anything. It don't take much, E-Black. It really don't take much.
You're right about that.
It don't take much.
And honestly, that's what humans have been doing since the beginning of time. Anything they couldn't expect, the river, it's the river god. The god is sending us the trees going. Oh my God, I'm connected to the trees. Oh, it's the sun. The sun says who stays and who goes. Like that. Humans have been doing that since the beginning of time. And every couple thousand years, there's a new God. Trust me, in about 5,000 years, this Jesus thing is going to be a fucking joke. It's going to be another God. It's going to be another God. He's going to have another son. It's going to be another story. It's going to be another Harry Potter situation going on. It's going to be another book. You guys are a blip in the universe at best.
I bet you $1 million.
A blip.
I bet you $1 million Jesus is going to be
No, a blip. A blip. By then, Jesus is going to be a BG brother. It's just gonna be a BG, but remember that white guy? Yeah, it's not.
E-Black's gonna take the money now, and they'll pay it out in 5,000 years.
Yeah, I'll pay you, and I'll put it in the escrow, Jen, to your kids. Okay.
Yeah, okay. Chocolate, go ahead. Chocolate, go ahead. You were saying. Hope your
Can you
sound
guys
is...
hear me okay?
Oh my goodness.
There we go.
Oh, yeah.
God is good. Amen.
Won't he do it? Won't he do it? Hallelujah.
All the time. All the time.
Hold on.
Rengekyo. Oh, that's another religion. My bad.
That's Buddhism. You okay? You all right? That's Buddhism. It's all right. You do say that.
Okay.
What I wanted to say while I was switching my technology is the fact that, again, the argument is perspective. Atheists see it as the perspective of, hey, you can't prove any of what you're saying, but I can prove these particular things. You want to call it science. The sun comes up every day. Do you know why? The sun comes up, the moon comes out. Do you know why? I don't think that's why we have the study of science, because we have to find out why these particular things are available. But what ends up happening is that when you are trying to rule, and I'm so surprised that the gentleman who said, who is Christians at war with? Right here in America. Christians are at war with our rights. These evangelical Christians want to stop women's rights, the gay rights. They coming for. I guess I gotta go get me some cream because I'm not gonna be able to make it. I'm at the lighten all of this up. But it's just like when we look at that. But then when you ask this question, what is the Christian church in America doing for the communities that they take money from?
Talk your shit.
Where is that? Like, for instance, if you need help, if you're homeless, if you're hungry, if something happens to you, if you are just looking for spiritual guidance, church, and when we talk about church in the Black community, and I say that because it was indoctrinated. There's not that many, a large percentage of Black people who were not subject to church in that way. Amen. I know we used to visit them. You'd go to the AME church. That was different than the Baptists, the Protestants, so on and so forth. They're gangs. I know you don't want to hear it, but they're gangs. The evangelical Christians, they're gangs. They are using their power, yelling Christian this, Christian that, but they want to take away the things that should be free for every human being. So if you're a Christian and you have the Bible and you believe that there's a Jesus and a God, and the teachings of how you're supposed to treat your neighbor is in there, why isn't that happening?
Why do you think it's not?
Okay, I'll answer that. Wait. I have a very specific example.
Hold on,
my church that I grew up in. Hold on. Wait, you wanted an example how it's helping the community out.
I didn't ask for an example because what you're going to give me. Hold on.
You technically did ask.
You said where is it helping the community? I'm telling you.
Let me finish.
So you didn't want.
That's all I'm saying. No, we're not going to do that because, again, that's anecdotal to your experience. You're telling me that because there are churches working in the community that I can't say that they are not doing what they say they're supposed to do by taking care of the elderly, by feeding the homeless, by bringing in the people from the rain, by helping them get places to stay. They make millions and billions and trillions of dollars on the backs of Black folks, and you know it. It is let me finish, because again, we have some of the biggest churches in some of the poorest neighborhoods in this country. To give you another example, our boy, what's his name? Yeah, and I'm glad somebody mentioned it. Creflo Dollar and that other guy who has that big church in Houston, and when it flooded, he didn't want to open it. That ain't Christian light. But I don't hear
you mean that
Christian, hold on, sir.
non-denominational guy?
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what you want to call it. Like I can identify.
Can I?
No, please, no. So,
oh my gosh, she got the mic and she getting sassy with it. Okay, I'm
yes, because I'm gonna tell you why. I was raised in that life. I was a pastor's daughter. My aunt is still a pastor. Thank you, sir, Joel Osteen. I watched my sister watch this man on TV and send him money. Yes, Peter Popoff. He was telling people that he had magic water and was a Christian. So if liars and thieves and people that ain't supposed to be doing shit will get strike down if they doing bad and sinning, why are these people still in power? If Christianity is let's up there. Thank you.
Okay, let's pause right there. Just hear me out. Give me a second. Don Levon, the hobbyist, thank you for the super chat. Don Levon says there are mega churches turning away the homeless while they are preaching on morality. It's funny because the atheists got questioned about morality earlier. You need to be questioning your pastors and preachers who are either fucking the congregation or taking your damn money. Not worried about, well, I don't believe in your Jesus, the black one, the white one, the Palestinian one, the Middle Eastern one, and the Asian one. Just hear me out. Good.
So I'll keep it simple. If my concrete real world evidence of how my church helps community doesn't count, then how does bad examples count?
I didn't say it didn't count, sir. That's what you said. It's not enough. Why do we think it's enough? It's not enough because if it was enough,
wait.
Do you think there are more people out? You think there are more people in the community that are out of church that are in the church?
Black people have been leaving the church continuously for the last 2 years.
Answer the question.
That's it. Yes.
You think there are more people out of the church than there are in the church?
Yes, sir, I do.
Do you think it's fair? Do you think it's fair for one entity to make a 1-for-1 contribution to the community, like to be held accountable for a community that's not technically in the church? If there's 20,000 people in a community and your church services 100 people, do you think it's responsible to say that church doesn't service those 20,000 people? Do you think that's fair?
Rhetorical.
Wait. I understand. Wait. I kind of understand what E is saying. E, basically, you're saying that a church is only responsible for helping the people in their congregation.
No, I'm just saying that there's only so much. There's no one small entity in this government or world that can handle all of community needs. Like that's
should they at least help the people that's giving them 10% of their wages? Should they at least help those? That's fine. Okay, that's fine. I want to answer this. Tova says, why are Satanists killing animals? Ma'am, if you're not a vegan, you are all for killing animals. Okay, for the record, you are in favor of killing animals unless you are a vegan. If you had a cheeseburger anytime this month, you are in favor of killing animals. I don't know why Satanists are killing animals, but if you're not a vegan, we're all in favor of killing animals. All of us. You eat steak, chicken. If you eat chicken, if you eat steak.
And Sam, because I see you keep putting these questions in, but the thing is, he's asking, Oh, so you atheists, who created Earth that we live on since you have all the answers? Actually, we've been just asking questions because atheists don't believe in anything. So they have more questions. There hasn't been no answers.
I'm just, at this point, I'm chilling. Bar, I did want you to speak on a couple things. You've been quiet, but you be spitting.
These motherfuckers just talk. They just, what are they saying, man? They make my ass itching too. I want to scratch it so bad, I promise. Like, do you hear how they talk about their God? He sounds so fucking weak. I thought all things can be done through Christ. Y'all supposed to be out here, man. One church should be able to do it all. What the fuck? Y'all can't do shit? You mean to tell me
their God sounds crazy?
Well, you got the all-knowing, all-powerful creator behind you, and you can only service the people that pay tithes offers to your church? What your God doing?
Well, I have an example, but you don't want to hear it.
Does he not? Okay, if he don't answer my prayer, he damn sure ain't answer. Because if God exists and he talks to us, if he can hear me, end world hunger, give me the cure to cancer, fix this shit now. I want this shit now. That's my first prayer. Prayer does not work until that gets, because what we praying for? You motherfuckers be praying for a piece of bread and some chicken wings and shit. No, pray for the cure for some shit. This motherfucker ain't doing shit. You talking about the church is not able, should the church be able to? I'm like, man, God should be able to do whatever the fuck we want. I listen.
What about laser beams? What about laser beams?
What are you talking about, man?
Can we talk about? Can Jesus have laser beams coming out of his eyes too?
Nigga, who is your Jesus? Can he? I thought all things can be done. He's all powerful, ain't he? Is he all powerful or not?
The way that you making Jesus,
is he all powerful or not?
I'm just saying, man.
Y'all make him up like a superhero, and then when I want him to do superhero shit, you talking like God is a genie in a bottle. You talking like God's supposed to have lasers out his eyes. Bro, is this not the one that creates everything that can do all? Is it not that? Or what are we doing?
No, that's a fair question, because you do make him sound like a superhero. When we question why he doesn't do something,
awesome. He can move them. They say he can move mountains, and we're starving.
Right. And then when we question why didn't he do X, Y, and Z, it's interpretation. He does it at his own time. We can't question him. But you made him sound like a fucking Superman. And then when we question, why did he let this happen? Why doesn't he help this people? Why are these people suffering? Why did you get a promotion and that person died yesterday? Well, God at his own time. We can't question God. You made him a superhero, and then you want to diminish him to a fuck boy when you're questioned. You can't have both. Which one is he a superhero or is he a fuckboy? Because he sounds like a fuckboy to me.
Okay.
Absolutely.
All right, let's not get disrespectful, okay?
I can get disrespectful. You don't like it, you can fuck off of my panel is what you can do if you don't like disrespect.
They love to talk about God like he's a savior and a father and all of this shit.
Because this, when they say don't get disrespectful, that's like the equivalent of someone saying that about Peter Pan or Harry Potter. Like, if an atheist doesn't care about your God, it means nothing to them.
Like, it's not disrespect to me. It's like me saying Santa Claus is fat.
May I ask, after you, I know you ready to do your thing. I just want to know if I could chime in.
Let me do the super chat really quickly.
Comparison.
They're both the same. They don't exist. Danique Anthony, thank you for the super chat. Why are vegans killing plants? Who decides what is okay to kill?
Who is this?
Can just hear me out. Turn water to wine.
What?
That's in reference to.
I don't even understand. What is he saying?
No. That's in reference. To because that's in reference to because someone said, "Why do Satanists kill animals?" And then I said, "If you had a burger, you're for killing animals." So that's Danique responding to that. Why are vegans killing plants? Who decides
he's talking about
okay
my hair. He's saying I'm Jesus.
No,
he's asking if I can turn water into wine.
No, he's talking about It's the
why my name? Why my name? He said, "Can just hear me out, turn water into wine."
Oh, that's right. Okay. Yeah, okay. So the second part is you. Yeah, definitely. I thought he was saying hear me out.
That's all. That's all.
Okay.
Even Jen rejected white Jesus. She was like, no. She was like, no, you can't turn water into wine. No.
No, just hear me out. No, we cool, but you can't tell me what not to disrespect on my panel. That's crazy.
You should disrespect disrespectful beliefs. That's disrespectful. I said you should disrespect disrespectful
Okay,
belief.
well, can I just
hear me
give
out.
a very short 60-second explanation of
Get
what
it.
my church does to try and redeem some semblance of your belief in humanity? Okay, so about 25 years ago, I'm in the Seattle region, a guy named Ted started the Union Gospel Mission in Seattle. And it specifically was designed to help homeless people get off the street, get off drugs, get off alcohol. Now, it does have a religious component, right? They can't drink, they can't use any drugs, but they get religious teachings, they get job, education, clothing, everything, right? And it was a massive success. They opened a second location like 5 years after that. And we would go down, and our church exclusively supports it with donations, right? We opened a second one in southern Seattle, and it has been going. By the time they wanted to open a third one, the city's like, nah, we don't want any more religious affiliation with the homeless problem. And Seattle's obviously not got a homeless problem anymore because they didn't need any more help. They had it on their own with the government. So, I mean, you're talking about real world examples of helping a community. This isn't even the community. It's in Seattle. We're in Bellevue. We're like an hour away. But it is a real world impact helping people. And it's not like we're just throwing money at something saying, oh, whatever, I'm saved now. We went down and volunteered ourselves. So, I mean, it's disingenuous to say that churches don't help their communities in
sorry.
all examples.
Excuse me. And again, I'm going to say this. I never said that. I never said that it's not enough, sir. It's like saying, let's say this. Okay. We'll put it this way. If you grow enough food, your church grows enough food for the congregation and the homeless people that you take care of, correct? Now, all of a sudden, people hear it. Other churches ain't doing it, but they know your church is. And so they start coming. Are you going to turn those people away? Because you have nothing left, right?
No, they never turn anyone away.
Exactly. That's what it's supposed to be. But we know.
And that's what it is.
No, stop. The disingenuousness is this.
I don't understand how I'm being disingenuous. It's a literal example.
I will answer your question. One,
okay, sorry. Your
church and the church you were talking about and the locations that you have, I'm assuming that's about 2 or 3, right?
No, it's two shelters with one church.
Okay,
that makes sense.
But you have locations, right? And they have religious affiliation, right? The city says,
there's
no, we don't want to
religious teachings,
right?
But it's not church affiliated.
Okay.
Sorry, go ahead.
However, the semantics of it is this. What I said, and I'll stand on my square again, if the churches who yell and holler about the morality of this country, if they cared so much, then why is it that they will donate millions of dollars to political PACs? But you go by in the neighborhood and it's ridiculous. People are standing outside. People are intense right now. People are living with their children on the street. And you telling me because I say they're not doing enough, you're offended? I'm not talking about your church. If it ain't you, don't worry about it. It's kind of like when people put shit on me. I'm not religiously affiliated. I don't believe in it. And the reason being is because I can't tell you what your soul gonna do. I'm just trying to help you get a moment to breathe. Put some food in your mouth. Put a house in you, put you inside of somewhere safe so that you can be viable in this society. That is not what the church is doing. They make money off of helping the homeless. We know this. The government has, and the U.S. Congress has passed it. There's plenty of money to help people. And there's plenty of government money that go to churches all over the country, and they are not using it.
Not don't get government money.
Anyone. But that's yours, sir. It's like me saying, I've never been robbed before, but if Haran tells me he's been robbed before, I'm not going to sit here and say, well, I've never been robbed before, so I don't know what you're talking about.
Right.
Because I can't see it, sir. Hold on. Just because you cannot see it, that doesn't mean that anybody is saying you believe what you want. That's what the fight was about. The American experience was the fight of free religion. That was what was supposed to be the story of how people just left England and Europe and came over here to the Americas because they were so tired of being oppressed. Just to come over and oppress other people.
So to the I want to let me jump in to the religious people that are left on the panel. We're chasing all the religious people out of here. To the religious people that's left on the panel, do you see how hypocritical your religions and your gods and your Jesus is? Do you see the hypocrisy?
I see that people are hypocritical, not religion itself, and the people that actually believe and practice it. But people are hypocrites in general, not just with religion, with everything. So I don't understand how that is exclusively towards Christianity.
But I know. But here's it again. Maybe you're late. This is not about Christianity. I know you guys think you got the biggest dick in religion. You do not, sir. There are over 4,000 religions. The world does not revolve around Christianity.
But you got one on the panel. You got one on the panel.
There are two of you on the panel. Although y'all don't have the same Jesus, there are two of you on the panel. Okay, I acknowledge that. Now, stop bringing in the rest of the population. What you're doing is diverting. I'm talking about, since you want to bring up Christians, talk about Christianity. Do you see the hypocrisy? Forget the rest of the world. Forget that humans are hypocrites, because you came to know of a God and a Jesus through religion. You cannot separate them. You can't separate God and Jesus from religion. That is how you came to know of a God. I hate when people do that. I don't believe in religion, but I believe in a God. That is how you learned of a God, sir, through religion. That is where you learned of a God. So you can't separate it. And in religion, the people that wrote the Bible are men. They were men of flesh and blood. Were they not men? Were they not men?
Were. The majority of them were men.
And you just said that people are hypocritical. Therefore, if people are hypocritical and people wrote the Bible, then you have to understand that the Bible is going to be chock full of hypocrisy, because you said people in general are hypocritical. Well, people wrote the Bible. So do you not see that it's going to be chock full of hypocrisy? Because by your own word, you said people are hypocritical. So how can you trust a book to be the good book and the gospel when men are flawed? Men are hypocritical.
Once again,
so a bunch of Shakespeare's got together and you calling it gospel. It's crazy.
Hold on. Once again, like I said, Jen, you're going to have to go deep into your own studies. You're going to have to look at things. You're going to have to take a step back, and you have to understand how human society is. Like I said, I had the same issue. I grew up in a Christian church, and then I said, let me step back. And then I realized, and I became conscious of the world, and I realized that, damn, you know what? Most human beings believed in God. I studied a little bit of Africa. I studied the Africans, how they studied God. And I said, you know what? I can make Jesus personal to me. You know what I mean?
The tailor. Yes, the tailor. That's the tailor I spoke of earlier.
Yes.
Black, can I ask you a question, if that's okay?
Yeah, that's fine.
I apologize, but I did want to ask this question. I didn't want to forget. So when it's interesting to me that when I say helping other people, and to what Jen was saying, you tell her you need to study more. And I'm trying to figure out why that is, because when you do study, what you find is even there was a religion before even Christianity. It was called something else.
Yes.
But the Persians had a totally different name, and they did totally different things.
Yes.
So as we continue to go through this process, no one is attacking your individualism to go to whatever church or celebrate. However,
did I ever say that? Did I ever say that you couldn't?
It's not anything to get offended by. I'm just saying. I didn't say you said it. I'm not going to put words in your mouth. I'm asking you, as another human being, and as a person of color, who religion has been a staple part of our community, is now no longer there. So then, if that's the case, if the church was supposed to be the community and that's what they were supposed to be doing, it stopped and it changed. And yes, there may be different associations and things like that, and I don't understand how people get offended. I'm not talking about you personally need to go out there and change your church. What I'm saying is that when we talk about religion, it is just like any other cult. You're going to follow, you're going to take what you need, you're going to get what you need, you're going to interpret it your way, on and on and on. That's why we have so many differences. So the argument shouldn't even be there. We should be able to work together and get things done, because ultimately, because we see the things that are happening, we want to say, oh, well, God gonna come and change everything. It's rough out here, but God gonna come and let everybody know.
Nobody say if
yes,
you
they do say that.
Hold on, time out. My church doesn't say that. My church always
yours doesn't.
Neither does mine.
No, and a lot of churches don't say that. See, if you look, you're speaking from your personal. You're speaking. You're from your. Listen.
Do you watch
Chocolate? You gotta relax. You gotta relax.
I am relaxed, baby.
I let you asked me a question. You made a statement. I need to be able to retort your statement.
What is the retort?
The retort is that you said that, oh, Christians say let God handle it. Well, if you're part of that, you've been misled by that church. But most Christian churches says that you have to go out and spread the word, and you have to go out. You have to follow. You have to follow Matthew 25.
But we don't. What are you talking about?
See, that's the point. You don't.
Over the country.
You
no,
don't.
That's not true. Stop.
No.
Why did you have to make it?
No.
May I please finish?
Okay. Let's be fair. You have your own point of view. I have my own point of view.
That's not what we're talking about.
If you don't believe, if the factual information is not on your side.
No, yes, it is.
Hold on a second. You want me to answer your question? Drop a super chat. Fuck you think this is, bruh? Like, I'm over we in 4 hours now. You want to answer for me? Drop a super chat or fuck off.
You misspelled dare.
Like these were like if you're gonna beat off to me, fucking drop something in the fucking super chat. Y'all are annoying. Y'all are fucking annoying.
Yowza!
Fuck it. Is this your first time here? Just hear me out.
Yeah.
oh, it gets crazy here. I mean, throwing kisses at me, and they fucking throw a super chat in this bit.
There's no filter.
How is it? I'm sorry. How is it E-Black? And I guess what I'm trying to say is this. It is perfectly fine what you want to believe in. I am not here or against that, but I do think that there is a problem in the communities of where these churches usually are.
Yes.
And what is being done. Are they building housing for people?
Just because a handful are, it's not enough. We have a huge problem. California.
I'm not triggered. You're broke. There's a difference. I'm not triggered. You're broke. And broke motherfuckers in the chat typing my name over and over and over again are fucking annoying. So I'm not triggered. I'm fucking annoyed. Stop typing my name unless you're gonna type it next to a super chat, sir. Fuck off.
Look, all I'm saying.
Really quickly, let me read this super chat. Thank you, Don Levon, for the super chat. And we're gonna wrap after this because y'all not gonna keep keeping me all fucking night. I'm slurring my words. Don Levon, the hobbyist, says, E Black, you want Jen to go and do more to study on Christianity, but you've been studying the Bible for years and you can't even explain it. No matter how much she studied, you can't make sense out of nonsense. I do. Listen, I did catch that, Don Levon. I'm like, did E Black tell me study some shit? He ain't even studied.
No, I did not.
Sure did.
No, what I said was, Jen, you just need to go study about world religions. That's all. Find whatever.
I told you I was in.
I'm not that type of Christian. I just want to say this.
I told you I went to different religions. I told you I was with different religions. I studied different religions. Y'all are all in an emergency room I don't need to be in. I didn't even want to take up a seat.
Okay. But like I said,
that's why I asked you, Black.
Okay, time out. All I said was just study and look at where everybody else in terms of human history has found out is that there's a greater power than yourself. I don't care if it's Buddha, Islam, Judaism, Muhammad. I don't care who it is. Try to find that.
I don't. There's for me, E Black. For me, E Black. I don't have that need. You have to understand that human beings have to have the need to find an entity, a date. That has to be in you. That has to be. I need to know who made us. I don't have that chip in my brain. I have no need or desire. Who made us? Who made that tree green? You have to understand that that's something that has to be in your mind. I don't have that in my mind. I don't give a fuck. I got to listen. Right. So I'm never. There's nothing I can study that's gonna make me. I don't have that desire. I don't have that need. I have determinism. We gotta survive. We gotta help our people, our fellow man, the people that we love, our family, and then we're all gonna fucking die one day. I ain't got time. Who made us? Life's too short for that shit. Y'all can have that. Respectfully, y'all can hold that.
I think that's what it all comes
Oh,
down
wait.
to.
Okay. He's respecting the hustle. He okay. Thank you for the super chat. Okay. I answered the question. Had you scrolled up, you would have saved $5 because I answered it, but you're not paying attention.
Petty.
I answered it in the chat. Scroll up, baby. You could have saved that $5.
Now he's over in my chat. He's in my chat. So
What was the question?
All good.
What was the question even?
The question was, what was the fucking question? He said, why do I have a beef with God, or I have a beef with Jesus? Why do I have a beef with God? I answered it. Scroll up. Now you got to do like a word find. It's up there. Scroll up, baby.
Right. So this is what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying with this conversation. I was thinking about this.
All right, Sam. Since you've been beating off in my chat, I'm gonna show you who's the clown, bitch. You out of here. You blocked from the block, bitch. Fuck out of here. Y'all fucking with me after the 4th hour. Y'all are crazy.
Right.
Yeah.
You'll never be back in this chat again, bitch.
Fair warning.
He's jerking off in the chat.
Do not. Her block game is strong. Okay.
He got to go to these other YouTube to get in this.
Right.
Can I just add?
Fuck out of here. Fuck off.
So what I'm about to say is what I'm seeing here is that thing, because I've been how can I put it? Like, people have been doing this shit with the whole relationship thing too, right? So what I think what people do is that motherfuckers think that you want what they want, you need what they need, that you desire what they desire. They can't fucking fathom how you don't want it, how you don't desire it, how you don't need it. It's the same thing with relationships. Like, whenever I tell someone I don't want to be in one, I don't desire one, I don't fucking relate to loneliness, I don't understand loneliness, that's your shit. It's not my shit. So it's the same thing with religion. People don't understand, or even spirituality, whatever. Some people don't have that desire, that need, or that want. It's okay. We're all built differently. It's that simple.
But
come on, you really want a relationship, though, right?
Yeah. What ends up?
I'm kidding.
He's trolling.
But the two things
somebody's coming in at the tail end, brother. You coming in at the tail. We're about to wrap.
Let E-Dot go.
Yeah, hold on. But the two things that you mentioned, relationships and God, at the end of the day, what do most people end up following?
Oh God, this is what I'm talking about. It's always that's always that's your shit.
What is that?
That's your stuff. Everyone
wait a minute. You said wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait. It's a legitimate question. E Black said, what's the most thing people end up following at the end? That's what you're asking? So basically
most people at the end of the day, when they get older, they say, "Oh, I wish I was in a relationship. I wish I spent more time in a relationship." And then at the end of the day, at their deathbed, when they see God, and they're like, "Damn, Jesus,
how do you know?
Me.
How do you know?
Yeah, where is that at?
I'm gonna throw a little cap at you, E Black, because some people are very, very happy. And here's the thing: everybody dies alone. You can't scare somebody into wanting a God in a relationship. That's wild. Then a human being is living in fear. You're moving in fear. I need somebody to wipe. You're gonna die alone anyway. You're gonna die alone.
Hey, so I know this is gonna be cut short real fast and all this stuff, but I've only got minutes to listen to a little while because I was studying and stuff like that. Hit the likes if you haven't and all that stuff. It's a good topic. I will say that if you don't believe in the conventional sense of a God, you're still gonna have a God anyways. What is the definition of religion, right? Religion is basically to do something ritualistically over a period of time on some level of consistency. Whatever the parameter is, the parameter can be short or larger, right? You may not want to believe in Islam, you may not want to believe in Christianity, but maybe alcohol is your God. Maybe thoughting around is your God. Maybe even witchcraft is your God, right? Somehow, some way, something will be your God, whether or not you agree to it or not, because it's based on what you do the most and what you adhere to the most. Most people nowadays are adhering to the universe, spiritual nonsense, and frankly, demons, right? So people who don't believe in anything will fall for everything.
What's your religion?
I'm Muslim.
You're Muslim?
I'm sorry.
Okay.
I apologize to you.
Okay, everything you said was absolutely wrong about me. Anyways,
I'm talking about
I don't.
what the fuck.
Yeah,
I have
It
no.
wasn't directed towards any individual. It's directed towards the
No, I know,
world.
but I know towards the world, but I'm in the world. Crazy, I know, but I'm here. So
Muslims, they crazy.
everything. Yeah, everything you said, none of that applies to me. None of that will ever apply to me. There is no God in my world. I'm not going to get to 95 be like, I wish I had someone here to wipe my ass. Like, it's not going to happen. The other stuff you said, we all adhere to the demons. I don't know what you're talking about, but I'm speaking for me because I'm a part of the world. None of that that you said applies to me or makes sense. I don't know if someone else wants to rebut on what...
I'd like to ask
and also, by the way, by definition of what you said, your refusal of believing in the idea of an entity that is beholden, is over you, can literally be your God by definition of what we mean by the parameter to which you assign to God, because that could be your God right there. But what's the next question?
So I have a God. I have the God of not believing in anything. There's a God too. Is that a God too?
Yeah.
Making fucking sense gonna be my God then. How about that?
Yeah, there we go. I like that.
What
one.
happened?
I will pray to that.
No, I
Making
wanted to
some
ask
fucking
this.
sense. God damn, they just come up and say
This question.
Anything in the name of God.
This dude said alcohol is your
not-
God. Man, what are you talking about?
So
For individuals who not well versed in the definition of what religion means or the word God means, here's a simplified interpretation of it. It's a TV show called American Gods, right? Check that out.
I like it very much.
It'll actually help you understand that very simple topic. God above me.
So are you saying believing in God is an addiction?
Wait a minute. The funny thing about American Gods is, it is proof that human beings invent gods and follow whatever God they invent. You do know that's the premise of the show, right?
Yeah, which is exactly why I'm Muslim. We believe in Allah.
but it has to be but there is no but in the series there is no God that is a non-belief God. There is no God. They're all there's the God of luck and Jesus and all. Matter of fact, all the Jesus of different ethnicities are also in that series, American Gods. Okay, it has nothing to do with non-believers. I watched the show. I like the show.
Actually, it has everything to do with non-beliefs. Look at the beginning of the show.
No, it doesn't. It has to do with people. No, I've watched the show. I like the show. It is literally. Let me mute your mic because I see you one of those. Let me mute your mic.
You know, he a Muslim. They talk over.
I know they can talk. We've had a couple Muslims up here. So my point was the show American Gods, great show, by the way, very good show.
Yes,
but the premise is literally how human beings make gods and then worship. Not how gods exist on their own, but literally how human beings make different gods and then worship those gods. What this gentleman is trying to do is trying to say that even if you don't believe in a God, that's a God too. That's nonsensical. It's nonsensical. Can we at least be adults?
Right.
Can we at least not be children?
What about Joseph Smith though?
Jim got to do the Cash app thingy.
It's on the block with Jen.
Okay.
Same thing on the block with Jen.
I just had a quick response to the brother that just spoke about Islam.
Before we do that, nice lady. When I was muted because I didn't get to say what I was talking about the show. Right, at the beginning of the show, there was an entire scene where Vikings were basically they had pulled up to this land and they were praying to the wind god and they ended up killing each other over it. If you haven't seen American Gods, just be quiet, please. All right. So
I was joking about Vikings.
Oh yeah, gotcha. So so they come to this island. They were trying to get wind so they can go set sail, right? And then they effectively ended up killing each other just so they can get a sprinkle of wind. Then they went and left, right? That same God, that same totem pole that they had made, it slowly withered away because it was forgotten. It was basically the whole premise of the American Gods based on the belief you put into it. The more belief that's in it, the stronger it becomes. So the whole idea that it's not about belief is false. That's what I was going to address.
Okay, so you didn't understand what I said. You're trying to say that let me mute your mic again. I see you one of those. It is late. You got here late with your chest poked out. Maybe if we do a part 2, you could come back and you could come early. I am not going to respect your time. You're here fucking late when we're tired and we're done. So the second thing I want to say is you misunderstood what I said. American Gods, the series is about human beings that worship gods that they made up. What you're trying to add to that is saying that even people that don't believe in a God have a God. That is what you're trying to say. That is false. That is not in the series, and it's nonsensical. If you believe in nothing and you believe in no God, that is also not a God. That is also not a God. Either you have a God, if you have a God that you believe in, okay, there's actually belief attached to that God. If you don't believe in any God at all, you can't say, well, that's a God too, because then you sound
Well, no, Jen, I think
idiotic.
Jen, I think you're being assigned a God. I think they assign you a
That's
God.
what he's doing. That is what he's doing right
If
now.
you don't believe,
He's
if you don't believe
assigning
in
you
any
a God.
conventional sense of a God, then that perspective that you have is your God.
No, it's not. No, it's not, because
The
I don't
universe
worship.
is your
I don't
God,
worship.
Jen.
No, sir. I don't worship not believing in a God. You sound stupid. Sorry.
Sure.
I don't worship not believing in a God. People worship gods. People worship gods. I don't wake up in the morning. Yes, the God I don't believe in. I don't wear the t-shirt. I don't wear the garb. I don't do any of that. I don't go promoting that I don't believe in. Oh, hey, can you come and believe in my God? You are nonsensical.
We know you believe
Well, Jen,
Nonsensical.
you're saying that men
Blind
made up
spaghetti
religion,
monster.
but what about Joseph Smith found those golden tablets and then he used the hat to see it. He didn't make that up, right?
Yes, he did. And he was probably doing some kind of mushrooms when he
Not them
found them
people,
damn
no.
tablets.
He's so
Okay.
stupid.
Stupid fucking premise. This is what happened. This is what's happening. This is what he's doing. He's taking the deity and he's putting it against a vice, and then he's transforming the vice into a deity. He's transforming it into a philosophical argument, and he's trying to present it like as fact. But here's the thing. I'll bite. Let's just say you make alcohol your God, and you make it an addiction, and so on and so forth. It's your
Amen.
shit. And at one point in time, you know what you can do? You can walk away from this God and you can change your life, right? So in essence, you can walk away from any deity and basically say, that's not my shit. I'm going to move on to something else, right? So being an atheist in essence is actually possible.
So I mean, in all actuality, I'll put a what you're saying has validity.
No, I know it has validity. It basically blows your argument over.
Okay, so look, everybody has a God, right? Some people have more than one, right? And the word in Arabic for God is ilah. People can create gods all the time. Like that's why no Muslim prays to an ilah, right? No Muslim prays to something that can be created, right? Right. So when it comes to this philosophical argument, ultimately speaking, like anything that you do, if you don't want to believe in the conventional sense of a God, the thing that you do the most, right, that can effectively be your God.
Question.
Sure.
What makes Allah the God of all gods?
He don't think his religion's man-made, y'all. Basically.
Exactly.
It's all man-made.
If you truly believe that, I actually have 102 videos on the playlist specifically on my channel that's dedicated towards that. A lot of them are shorter than 2 minutes, so in this generation, individuals with short attention spans can quickly absorb information and counteract it and make sure if it's actually true.
I did want to jump in, if that's okay, sir. I wanted to address what you said. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
You know what I mean? I need to say something right quick. Anything that you consistently do at time and time again, that's called a routine. It's called a habit. So essentially what this guy is saying, that your habits are your God and your routines are your God. And that's essentially
your vices and your addictions.
And exactly.
And it can be if you're beholden to it, yeah.
You talk about God like it's a bad thing, though.
God can be a bad thing for Satan. Satan can be God too for some individuals.
Alcohol is not good for you,
Look up Albert Pike. Moors and
But let
Dogma.
me jump in, gentlemen, if you don't mind. Here's my
It's
question.
delicious.
Whoever's jumping in, be concise, because it's late. Be concise. Don't get into a whole diatribe.
I'm late. I know.
Yeah, we get 30-second wrap up
concise.
each, maybe.
Yes, please, really quickly.
All I wanted to say is, anyway, what I don't get, and even in this conversation, you have someone who practices Islam, you have someone who practices Christianity. Again, hear my words: practice. Meaning, just like a sports team, you have to practice at being this type of particular Christian in the eyes of other human beings. Because you don't go to church and pray to no one. There's an imam there. There is someone there with you. There is someone reading scripture, just like a pastor, just like in Buddhism, just like in anything. It is man-made because
who else is showing up? I haven't seen a big Buddha walk out in the temple real quick. I haven't. So I guess it's like it's the same thing for me when we try to get upset because our anecdotal experiences. Hold on, sir. The anecdotal experiences, yes, they matter because they imprint on you. But let's look at it in an overall script. We know that it is not enough. And I know people don't want to hear that, but the truth is it is not enough to see what I think Christians always yelling and hollering about. The world is going to hell in a handbasket, but you won't do anything to be proactive. And that's the thing I don't understand about church, especially in the United States. So I leave it right there.
Islam does
Let
not
me
pray to an
hold on a
imam.
minute. Hold on a minute. Let me thank you for the super chat, Don Levon. Don Levon says, okay, then if money is my God, it's cool. At least I know what it looks like and I can see it.
That's cool. There you go. Prove my point. Muslims don't pray to an imam, though. By the way,
man, shut up.
That's not what I said. I said there's something there.
Hey, we 4 hours in.
Right. Bar is done. Bar is done. Let me really quickly, because we're going to wrap now. What's your name? Practical what? I can't see it.
Practical absolutes.
Practical absolutes. What kind of Muslim are you? Are you NOI? Are you prayer on the rug? Are you no pork? What kind of Muslim are you?
NOI leadership is Masonic, which is inherently not Islamic.
What are you?
I am Muslim. The Quran. I embrace the Quran. I follow the Sunnah.
So
there's
no
NOI. There's no such thing as a liberal Muslim or conservative.
You're not going to get an answer from this question.
I answered it. We don't have the idea of the sects and stuff like that is not actually supported in the Quran.
Jen.
So
okay, so
yeah.
I know you ain't talking though, but I understand. Like,
yeah, but we 4 hours and 30 minutes in. You can't afford to do it now.
Did he dodge the question?
Hey, he thinks he's him too. He give me
quite literally answered the question.
Good night, you
There's
heathen.
only one Islam.
He gives sparrow vibes. He thinks he's him.
Listen. We were supposed to have 2 people from the NOI here tonight. They did not show up, but it would have been a real interesting conversation if Practical Absolutes was here and the NOI was here, because the NOI would say they're also Muslim. So it would have been an interesting conversation. Guess what, guys? We got to do part 2.
We have to. We got to
do it. Can we just do 30-second outro? Okay.
Sure, but I'm just saying we got to do part 2. Chat, if you want a part 2 on this, let me know, because the reason why we did this to begin with is because people kept requesting this freaking topic. So if you want to do it again, let me know.
I'm mad that the other people came in the last 2 seconds. We've been begging for Muslims and Buddhists and all these other people, but next time we need you here early so that you can,
Yeah.
I mean, if I got nothing better to do.
I mean, we.
I'm just kidding.
I like
just
you.
Hear me out. Yeah, I'm glad somebody likes him because he can fuck off.
That was funny.
Okay.
Who, me?
I was just kidding. All right, guys. So come back. Just hear me out. Come back. E-Black, you coming back? E-Black?
Yeah, of course.
E-Black, okay. All right. Black Atheist Rants. Nobody rants like you. Please come back.
Yes, we need a Scientologist, but they ain't coming.
Yeah. I see. So, hey, Black Atheist. I was so busy.
That's exactly what it is, nigga.
I was so busy.
What are you talking about? What devil horns?
No, I was dealing with the light skinned dude. I was going to
guy's better than your guy, though.
You know,
bitch boy.
Hey, as long as you know that you're not truly atheist.
I was ready to give you that word. I was ready to give you.
Shut up, Foz. Tell your God on you, pussy.
Man,
Shut up, nigga.
Man, I'm about to get on your ass.
Go read your
man. Just put up the double horn.
You got a God. Your God.
What are these?
Not an atheist.
You got to be 5 times a day and shit on your God.
There you go.
Y'all
aren't atheists.
I'm gonna take that veal off our head. Nigga, eat this motherfucker. Nigga, shut up.
God damn.
Not atheists.
We gotta wrap.
Tell her take that burqa off. Tell her take her burqa off.
Lord Almighty. Okay, we got.
You stink. Muslims don't take baths. Y'all smell like sand.
He says sand. I'm done. Okay.
You smell like Iraq, nigga. Shut up.
On that note, please listen. He said Iraq. Listen, listen. Hold on a minute.
I do know what Iraq smell like. I gotta walk past the Iraqis all the time. So
what are we doing right now? What are we doing? What are we doing? What are we doing? Kumbaya, my lord. Kumbaya.
You make sure you come back. I'm bring my Quran for you, bitch boy. Bring my Quran. We don't read it.
All right, guys. Okay, listen. If we, and this is not necessary. If you have 30 seconds of final thoughts, great. If you're like, I don't have anything else in me, don't say a motherfucking thing, and we will close. But it's literally, I'm putting you on a clock. It's literally gonna be 30 fucking seconds. If you can't wrap it up in 30, please be quiet so we can go. Okay. So go ahead, Haran.
Look, listen. Some great ideas, some great points been made. Some ideas, some dumbass points been made. One of which is that y'all was sitting up here playing in our face, acting like race don't matter. You know goddamn well race matters when it comes to Jesus or whomsoever. Because y'all was up in here last week arguing over a nigga mermaid, and y'all constantly arguing.
Amen. Appreciate your shit, man.
Y'all didn't even want a black James Bond a couple of years ago. So let's just stop. And it's cool. And at the end of the day, one thing that is true. The annual income of the institutional black church is $2 billion.
Wait. There's one more. Henry Klein, suck my dick. Shut the fuck up and don't ever come back here since we clowns. And you are out of here too. Banned and deleted, bitch.
Woo! Gotcha, bitch.
Yeah, you can go. It's never too late to get blocked in here. Okay, you're not gonna talk shit and be in that. Fuck out of here. I'm such a nice person. Can we all get along? I'm such a nice person.
Okay.
Go ahead, Haran.
Crucified all over again.
That's just funny. Moxie is funny.
10 seconds. 10 seconds.
The annual income of the Black Institutional Church is $2 billion a year. You can take that with you, whatever you might feel, and you can look that up. But you can't look up. There is no evidence that a guy like Jesus Christ actually existed, that he was born to a virgin on the 25th of fucking December. There's no writings, no accounts of what school he attended. Ain't no woman said he fucked them over. No shit like that. But he was real. Okay. But anyway, go ahead. See you for part.
Ooh, okay.
Who's next? Okay,
who's next? Because we gotta go.
All right, so I enjoyed everything about this. We have to do a part 2. Thank you for everyone that came out. Thanks, E Black, for being a great sport. But you know, this is one of your homes, so you know. Yeah, and young man, what's your name again? The guy that came out late.
Some bullshit. Some bullshit. That's what his name is.
Hey, it's so easy to get in your head, fake atheist.
I like you.
Jesus.
I like you.
Jesus.
Like you.
That's what I'm about to say. Bring all that energy. Bring all that. Bring all that energy to part 2. That's all I gotta say.
Sprung on your weak ass, nigga.
Moxie said, I want to come through.
Come on, nigga, shut up.
Moxie said, I want to come through for part 2. I need to defend Jesus. He was crucified all over again. Moxie, come back. Come back. Star send me, salute Jen on the block. This is fire. Thank you, sir. Salute to you right back. So we see the names, Practical Absolutes. That is your channel. And what do you speak about over there? What do you have to offer over there?
So mostly talk about manhood and whatnot from the perspective that I've been seeing so far. A lot of videos lately been talking about Islam. I have very short, small tidbit videos that things that can be counter reference with the Quran to see if it's whether or not it's true or not. I guess do I go ahead and start my 30 seconds now real quick?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right, cool. So this is a
bar,
good topic.
stand down, bar, stand down.
So this is a good topic. You know, it's definitely great to talk about religion and stuff like that, and how people have different theological beliefs. I do still believe in the idea that if you don't believe in a quote unquote God in this conventional sense, you do believe in something. The idea of believing in nothing is effectively believing in something. And individuals who embrace the idea of devil horns, for example, can't truly be atheists, for one. Right? When it comes down to it, alhamdulillah, do your thing, man. When it comes down to it, ultimately, like, everyone has a choice in this world, and the choices one makes, everything has consequences, good and bad. People can go ahead and not believe, but to not believe is effectively to believe in not believing, which means you have a God irrespective of what you say. I yield my time.
All right. Okay, who's next? Just hear me out. You asked for the 30 seconds. What you got?
Yeah, I just wanted to do a disclaimer. I haven't attended a theological class since college 20 years ago, so nothing I say has a lot of weight in terms of knowledge and like facts, right? I just go based on what I've been taught.
Hold on. I blocked this little bitch. How he make it back? He like a little cockroach.
You made a goddamn
he on my channel.
Huh?
He on my channel.
Oh, okay. I'm like, he like a little cockroach. I just blocked him. He crawled back out. Okay, good. Good.
So I'm just saying, I by no means represent an authoritative figure. It's just my own beliefs. And then also to add, 90% of the time when I'm saying something, it's never meant as an insult to somebody. So if anyone took offense from me, don't take it personally. It's a joke. So.
Okay.
That's
and
it.
you could listen. First of all, just hear me out. You were a good sport. It gets rough here towards the end. You are welcome anytime, even if we call you crazy. Hopefully, you will come back for part 2.
That's fine.
Okay.
I had nothing better to do.
There you go. Okay, so who else? 30 seconds. 30 seconds.
I'll go.
Okay.
I didn't come up here as an expert on theology or Christianity. I came up here as a African American who's dealing with religion himself, and I came from that perspective. I don't claim to be an expert on one subject or another, or claim to have the perfect life. But I do claim to be a Christian, and I want people to understand how I may, as an African American, through my education, come to Christ. And I'm not one of those Bible thumpers, but I do hope that everybody everywhere finds a higher power and connects with them. And that's just my motto. If you don't believe in that, then that's your motto. And next time, part 2, we're gonna be cooking some bar, pause.
Oh,
you gonna cook?
And I was raised as a Calvinist. You can talk about that next time if you want.
Y'all ain't cooking shit. Come on, man. Y'all ain't saying shit all night. I've been waiting on something.
We gonna be smoking on that bar pack next week.
Okay, we'll see.
Dang.
I ain't no Bible thumper, but I want everybody to go get a high. Nigga, shut up.
God. Okay, who is next? No Saint, you got 30 seconds in you? Saint, no Saint?
No, I want to go to sleep.
Me too, okay. I'm like half asleep under this makeup. Let me tell you.
Okay, anybody else? Bar, you got 30 in you?
Let me get some of this in since these.
Nah, man, in the show, man, it's done.
I mean,
we gotta be fair. We gotta be fair.
Yeah, give Bar 30.
He done gave everybody. He done interrupted everybody on this damn panel.
That's right. Yeah, because you and Spro, y'all talked the whole fucking night.
Man, just get some better internet. Pray for some internet.
Shit. No, I'm at work. I'm on my hotspot. That's why it's doing.
Oh,
it's delayed. But anyway, I would end this by saying these people don't care about us. They don't give a fuck about the people around them. They're closed-minded, desensitized, and they're shut off. They're in a fucking bubble, and nothing you say is gonna fucking matter because in the end, they believe they get another shot at this shit in another life. There's no fucking point in debating these people because they don't give a fuck. Their mind. Listen, our answers will change with new evidence. Theirs will not. We have changed over time. I will say that if, you know what I'm saying, if the fucking ground shakes when you step too hard and we can prove that, I will change my fucking answer. These people, no matter how much we show them this is some bullshit, they're gonna hold on to it. They don't care about shit else. That's the end of it. So ain't no fucking debate. These people don't care about shit. How do we fix any problem? We have to get people to care. Why should they care about anything when they focused on the fucking afterlife? They don't care about shit. We just spent all night telling these people about they gave this shit to the slaves. Your fucking ancestors, your people you come from, people like you, your brothers and sisters have been treated differently. People around you are being treated differently by the same God you believe exists. And you know what they're going to do when we get off this fucking panel? They're going to get on their fucking knees, close their eyes, and pray to this fucking God. They don't care. This is not about do you believe or disbelieve. I want motherfuckers to care. I don't give a fuck what you believe. I can't change your beliefs. Only you can do that. My only thing is, do you give a fuck about me like I give a fuck about you? I'm almost through. It's been times where I've asked people, do you believe God talks to you? They say yes. Do you believe God commands you to do things? They say yes. Would you kill me if God commanded you to? My God wouldn't ask me to do that. Open the Bible. He commanded them to do it. What makes you different from them? Are you not his creation just like they are? They get quiet. And deep down, they want to say, if my God told me to, I would kill you. We're at fucking war. We're at fucking war, y'all. These motherfuckers are taking over. They want to make laws. They want to make fucking laws. They want to control everything.
All right, so part 2. We'll see you then.
Fuck you talking about? I'm off this bitch. And that pussy ass nigga in the bottom corner, you can come get this shit on my channel, nigga. You know where the fuck to find me at. Black Atheist Rants, nigga. Look me up.
Nigga, I'll show you what this easy work about, boy.
Look me up, nigga. Black Atheist Rants.
Work.
I've been going nice on you niggas all night.
Work.
This ain't this light. This Black Atheist work, man. This shit get real.
Easy work.
Listen,
work.
I hope
you goofy, nigga. You don't even know your God. What your God look like, nigga? You don't even know.
Okay, I hope both of you come back.
Get a better Wi-Fi.
Hey,
I will.
Okay, Lily,
Hey,
you got it.
Black,
Lily.
let me know when the part 2 is, because
these fuck niggas on here.
Subscribe.
Well,
Yeah,
I
next week on
subscribe, but-
Thursday.
Go
Next week
subscribe
on
to my
Thursday.
channel. This shit, man. Come on.
And if you
And hit the notification bell, that will also give you that. So because we don't have time to remind folks, so hit the notification bell, and YouTube
Yeah, I
will
got
remind you.
YouTube sucks for that stuff, though.
I always post it in my community tab. That's what you can see that we have coming up all the time. But we will be back on Thursday.
What's your channel name?
On
so
the
I can
block
find
with
it?
Jen.
You're on it.
No, I'm on eBlack.
Oh, okay.
No,
you're coming in through. Okay.
Yeah, I posted a StreamYard link. So I posted the description of the video. Her channel is on there, and I'll also
Okay,
so just look
got
at
it.
the description.
Got it.
It's on the block with Jen. On the block with Jen.
Good night, folks.
All right. Good night, everybody. Thank you. Please come back for part 2. And we have all kinds of topics all week long, not just religion, but if religion is your thing, come back on Thursday. Other than that, we have all kinds of topics. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your passion. We will see you here again soon. Thank you so much. Whoever's trying to come into the back, y'all are crazy. We are done. We're done. Good night. Be good. And if you can't be good, be careful. Amen. Amen. Hallelujah.
Amen.
Good night. If you're still here, please hit that like and subscribe for Mama. Thank you so much for being here tonight. You guys were fucking amazing. Chat, thank you for holding me down. Thank you for all the super chats. Please come back tomorrow, okay? Woo! The block was hot, but we knew this was going to happen. We knew this was going to happen. All right, good night, guys. I got to answer these texts and these emails. Love you all. Good night. Lord.